The Nightwalker, written by Thomas Tessier, narrated by John Lee. 1. In the dream, he had become something else, but he did not know what it was. Less than human, impossible to define. He could only be certain that he had changed, as if everything about him had undergone some unique metamorphosis. Yet he remained the same person beneath it all, with the same brain and emotional makeup. Or did he? In the dream, nothing happened. He stood there, seeing himself, standing there, present but not quite visible, through leaves. It felt like a summer night, cool and windy but pleasant. He saw himself behind foliage and branches, on the other side of a shrubbery, perhaps. He stared at himself and he stared back. Only the bushes moved in the breeze. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make out the features of the face. It remained in shadow. The eyes caught what light there was. Otherwise he might not be sure. In the dream, the ending was always his ending. Was it his death he experienced again? He would stand watching, prepared not to move until it all became dear to him, never taking his eyes from the dark presence of a few yards away. He knew he was watching himself, but there was more. A message, something he had to discover, something very important to his life. But always the apparition ended without revelation. His body grew steadily weaker. The effort to remain standing grew more difficult, as if the force of gravity were pulling him down. His shoulders slumped, his face sagged. He would slip into a crouch. Mental cables would snap. He would lose his hold on the scene. He would give way and dissolve, like a photograph vanishing into a million random dots. The shadowy figure, his twin self, would watch, unmoving, as he disappeared into himself. What would be left? Smoke. Smoke? Vaguely he realized it was not part of the dream. The sweet blackness of oblivion had bottomed out in another world. He was awake. He stirred in bed. He opened his eyes and found the room was still dark. It must be very early morning. Again. He groped for his watch. His eyes began to hurt, and then he could feel it in his nose. Smoke. Christ, something's burning. He scrambled out of bed and turned on the bedside lamp. A steely cloud hung in the air, growing rapidly thicker as more smoke drifted in from the hallway. He began to cough as he pulled on his pants. If the building's on fire, I'm in real trouble, he thought. His flat was on the top floor of a narrow 3-story building in Kensington. It was a tired mock-Tudor structure with an updraft which could now turn the whole place into a silo of flames. Without bothering to look in the kitchen, he unlocked his door and stepped onto the landing. Smoke billowed up the stairway, confirming his fears that the fire came from below. The tiny back top-floor flat was vacant and had been for years. Mrs. Jackson, the landlady, who lived in the basement, used it as an attic storeroom. There might be an exit to the roof in there, but he didn't intend to waste time breaking in to find out. Instead, he started down the stairs. It was the only way to go. The thought of fire terrified him, but he was surprised to find that, in spite of the dense smoke, the stairway was not unusually hot. Tears streamed from his eyes as he stumbled, reaching the 2nd floor. He turned and took a couple more steps down. Abruptly, there was much less smoke. He had almost forgotten Platt, the middle-aged man who lived alone on the 2nd floor. The smoke was coming from the half-open door of his flat. Had the man already fled, or was he still inside, unconscious, or maybe even dead? He bent over until his head nearly touched the stairs, coughing violently to clear his lungs and blinking until he could see more clearly. Then he took a deep breath that was only mildly irritating and rushed into Platt's apartment. Still heat. He had never been in these rooms before, and he didn't know his way around, but lights were on in every direction and music came from a radio somewhere. He moved toward the sound and entered a large kitchen. Smoke billowed furiously from the stove, but a cold breeze told him that a window must be open, thus pushing the smoke farther into the building. He reached the far wall, found the window, opened it all the way and gulped in fresh air. There was no fire. He could see that now. A large blackened pot sat over a low flame on the stove. The fool had intended to heat up a late-night meal for himself and then had forgotten all about it. Fallen asleep, probably. A few more minutes and the place would have started to burn. He turned off the flame, but in all the smoke he couldn't find anything to grab the pot with. Then his hand fastened on a large plate, intended for the meal, no doubt. With it, he knocked the loose cover away, and then he slid the plate over the top of the container, cutting off the torrent of smoke. That's it, he thought. No danger now, no need to fear. But he was still trembling with agitation. He went back to the window for air. The smoke was beginning to clear and more details of the kitchen became visible. The sink was piled high with unwashed dishes, pans, and utensils. The counter was covered with empty cans, predominantly baked beans, and fruit peels, eggshells, bread crusts, and empty wrappers. The table held more of the same clutter, including several empty gin bottles and dirty glasses. He could almost feel the grease that covered everything from floor to ceiling. The place was a one-man slum, a human garbage can. Platt. He had forgotten about Platt. He rushed into the next room, where a light was on. Smoke still hung heavily there. He opened the single window and swung the door back and forth to fan the room a little clearer. It was the bedroom, and he could see immediately that it, too, was a pigsty. But Platt wasn't there. The next room was bright, with several lights on, but it too was full of smoke. No Platt, no furniture, only boxes of empty bottles stacked against the walls. Hundreds of bottles, all gin, except for a few mixers. He must keep every bottle he's ever had. A perverse sense of accomplishment. The light came from 2 floor lamps and a cheap chandelier, which made the room look even more absurd. What an animal, he thought. Platt was in the bathroom. He wore only socks and dirty underpants. His shirt and trousers had been thrown on the floor by the door, actually helping to block out the smoke. Platt lay on the floor, curled around the base of the toilet. How appropriate, like a cockroach. He stood in the doorway, looking down at the wretched creature, the snoring cockroach, and it all began to circle in his mind. The panic and fear he had felt on waking, the tension, as if his body were full of wires stretched to an unbearable degree. Then it all began to spin and buzz, like amorphous dust clouds of gas and matter gathering into the somber heat of a monstrous new star in the night. He turned to the bathroom mirror, part of his mind noting the filthy condition of the glass surface. His body cellophaned in sweat, smeared with streaks of smoke and soot, his hair wild, his face seemingly twisted with furious disgust. He hardly recognized himself, but it registered, himself and nothing more. He turned to Platt. "Wake up." His voice seemed unusually loud in the small room. The other man moved an inch or two, sighed and lapsed back into noisy, rhythmic breathing. "Get up!" he yelled, crashing his bare heel down on Platt's ankle. "Up! Get up!" He kicked again. "Ugh," Platt moaned, rolling onto his back. His eyes fluttered blindly. Now he stomped relentlessly. The drunken man's ankle had become a kind of contact point. Every time his own foot slammed into it, he felt as if an electrical charge was shooting through his body from heel to brain. "Get up, you goddamn pig!" Pain hauled Platt into consciousness. He swung his feet away protectively, and his eyes widened with terror and bewilderment. Who was this? What was happening? What was he doing on the floor? He had been having a quiet drink. Pain telegraphed its message. "Move. Do something." He grabbed Platt tightly by the hair and ears, yanking him up into a sitting position. "Stupid fucking pig!" He slammed Platt's head against the rim of the toilet bowl. "Stupid fucking cockroach!" The words sang in his head like rhapsodies of lightning. "Burn the goddamn house down!" Bang! Into the porcelain. Bang! Bang! "Ah, God, stop it!" Platt wailed, blood washing freely down the side of his head. Stop it, please!" He pushed the door open with one foot and dragged the helpless man along the floor. This pig should be out of here for good. The whole flat should be stripped and cleaned. Start again. Platt began to resist, striking weakly at his arms, squirming like a desperate beast. No, what are you doing? Stop it!" He let go long enough to hammer the man about the head and face until more blood splashed and his fists hurt. Then he resumed kicking, stomach, ribs, neck, and groin, until Platt rolled into a screaming fetal shape. Into the kitchen. "Look at it. Look at what you've done. Goddamn fucking shithead animal. You aren't human, do you hear that? You aren't even human!" He flung the table over, sending bottles flying through the air and crashing on the floor. Platt moaned loudly, still not knowing what was going on. He took Platt's head in his hands again, like a football, and twisted it toward the stove. Anger had become a bright jet of energy surging through him. "See what you did, pig shit. Try to burn the house down. Look at it." "Oh, God, leave me alone," the other man whined. "Leave you alone? Bullshit, I'll leave you alone. You shouldn't even be here. You're an animal, motherfucking shit-eating scumhead bastard." He yanked Platt out onto the landing, punching and kicking him as they went. Then he shoved him violently down the stairs. Platt tumbled awkwardly like a broken pinwheel, crying aloud. He thumped into a heap at the next landing and remained there, sobbing, not daring to look up. Above, his rescuer stood impassively. The burning light within had gone. He felt calm, refreshed, even cleansed. He spun around and returned to his own flat on the top floor. The sound of the radio drifted away. 2. The rooms were still full of smoke. He opened all the windows and then sat down on the end of his bed. He began to feel again, and the single message from all over his body was one of pain. His throat, blasted by smoke, felt as if a layer of skin had been peeled away from it. His feet were bleeding from the broken glass. His toes ached from kicking. His hands were torn and bloodied. Bruises appeared on his forearms. What had happened? Suddenly he had been propelled into a white heat of outrage and aggression. He hadn't struck anyone since his school days, until tonight. It seemed incredible. The signs on his own body amazed him, as if he had just become astigmatic or grown a sixth finger on one hand. All the exhilaration was gone, leaving only confusion and a dull booming in his head. He took 4 aspirins and 600 milligrams of ginseng. When he had finished picking bits of glass from his feet and washing his wounds, it was just after 5 a.m. Hyde Park would be open now. He reached it in a few minutes. The air outdoors was damp with a cold mist, but it still felt wonderful to him after the smoke. There were few cars on the road, some trucks and an occasional bus. Within an hour the traffic would increase and people would appear. But now it was dark, quiet, and as close to empty as the city ever gets. He knew Hyde Park and Kensington Gardens well. They were his territory, early morning, his time. He always woke early and he always walked in the park. For some reason he couldn't understand, this place seemed more private and personal to him than his own flat. If he felt tense or especially unhappy, the park settled him. If he felt alert and in good spirits, his mood was enhanced by walking among the trees in the wet grass. He preferred the early morning, when he could persuade himself he was the only person roaming an estate, but even on hot, sunny summer days he didn't mind the crowds. Even then there was something singular between the place and himself, something shared. He had noticed it the first time, when he had arrived in London the previous August. He sat on a bench within sight of the Speke Monument. The sky grew slowly lighter and all the greenery in turn more vivid. For several long moments he stared at nothing in particular. His mind and body relaxed, the last of his tension scudding away like vapor. Then he turned his head idly and followed the flickering movement of a yellow taxi light along the north side of the park until it disappeared. Early. He had forgotten his watch, but he knew it was still early. The trouble at the flat came back in a hissing rush. He could have killed the man Platt, that pathetic creature. All right, he had been angry, that was understandable, even to slap the man around a little and bring him to. But to bash and kick him like that. And then the stairs. What on earth had he been doing? He vaguely remembered how good it had felt at the time, but it was too blurred and confused, like someone with no sex knowledge trying to understand his first wet dream. Finally he stood up and walked to shake off the cloud of worry. Why should he care about Platt? The man was an alcoholic wreck who apparently had no steady job. A sound thrashing would do him no harm. When he eventually woke up, it would probably all seem like just another bad dream, if he remembered anything at all in his hangover. Mrs. Jackson wouldn't have heard anything in her crypt of a basement, and the first floor was a doctor's office, vacant at night. He stopped under a tree. Ahead would be the round pond, and he saw the first joggers in the distance. The air, heavy with moisture, was like a silvery film on his skin. He squatted down and placed the palms of his hands on the ground. It was as if he were pressing the entire planet, all that life and energy at his touch, coming into him. He was a receptor, a priest in a dark sacrament of earth, leaves and bark. He tore out clumps of grass and soil and flung them into the air. The fierce booming had resumed in his head. His hands felt as if they were on fire, but pleasantly. He thought he could almost soar through the sky. He ran across the grass beneath the trees, along the pathways through the park, through the mist turning to rain in the cold air. He ran as hard as he could run, until the ghost music and ghost fire inside him had subsided, until he reached his flat. The air was now sharp and clear, but his rooms were cold. He shut all the windows, grabbed the telephone and threw himself on the bed. She wouldn't like this, but too bad. He needed her. Hello? Very sleepy. Hi. Oh. 1. 2 beats. Hi. Come on over here. An order and a plea. He got a question mark in the form of a yawn by way of reply. I said come on over here. A little more urgent. Now? Mild annoyance, but not as bad as he had expected. As soon as you can. Then, now. It's 6 o'clock. We'll have breakfast. We're having drinks today. It is today, isn't it? Yeah. We'll have those too. Just come on over here now, okay? Oh, please? Did you have a bad night? Is that it? I also love you. When he saw the taxi stop out front, he moved away from the window. She was breathless from climbing the stairs and still sleepy around the eyes, but she managed to smile. She set her handbag down and placed her overcoat on top of it. He thought she looked terrific, and he crossed the room quickly to hold her. I was lucky to find a stray taxi, she said. I don't usually make house calls this early. Oh, you are good, he whispered, steering her to the bed. Your hair smells all smoky. They made love in a rush. His own anxious rhythm was completely at odds with hers, but she relaxed and let him go his way. He needed her so much. That, in itself, was enough. He could be good with her in bed, but not if something was bothering him. Then he would be lost in himself. She didn't mind. It was the only time he seemed weak and vulnerable. Afterward she sat up. Was he going to drift off to sleep now? No. His eyes were closed, but he was still awake. Do you want some coffee and eggs? She asked. I'm going to have some. You did offer breakfast. Help yourself. Thanks a lot. She poked him, but got no reaction. Hey, are you all right? Better. Yeah. Typical, she thought, smiling. Look at your hands. all dirty and cut. How'd that happen? Eyes still closed, he laughed into the pillow. 3. There was nothing new about the new Riverside Club. It wasn't even located by the side of a river. It took up only one large room on the first floor of an unremarkable building in a lane off Mount Street. The name had changed several times during the last 20 years. It had been the old Riverside Club, the new Night Owl Club, the old Night Owl Club, and, apparently, the Coconut Club before that. Peel away the cancerous flock of wallpaper, and you might even have found the 19th century. The club boasted a colour television, a pool table, a slot machine, and a jukebox. They were often all in use at the same time, although drinking remained the serious business of the place, through the afternoon and late at night. The bar itself was decorated with a string of Christmas lights that blinked on and off all year long. Mounted on one wall were some coats of arms, but no one knew what they signified. The ceiling was crossed with dark bakelite beams. No one knew what they were doing there. The regular members of the club were easy to pick out. A hotel commissionaire, a night watchman from a nearby bank, 3 Chinese businessmen who spoke only to each other, salesmen with suits that didn't quite fit right, a couple of elderly ladies whose skirts were too short, a handful of entrepreneurs, grifters, and semi-alcoholics. Bobby Ives was a member and a regular at the new Riverside. He was 24 and American, underweight for his height of 6 feet 1 inch, with long, thick, sandy hair shading into brown. He drank Irish whiskey. He didn't smoke. Occasionally he played 8-ball, but he didn't go to the club for the games or the drink or to be sociable. He just didn't have anything better to do. The girl with him that day was Annie Cooper, born in Basingstoke, raised in London. She still lived with her parents in Turnham Green, and she worked for a small company that specialized in setting up window displays for stores throughout London. She was the best display designer on their staff. She had a natural smile and a fresh, scrubbed look that improved her otherwise ordinary features. He had met her in a pub, and they had been going together for nearly 4 months. She was the only person close to him in London. They had a good relationship, he was sure of that, but he hated living alone and she wouldn't move in with him. They saw each other frequently, almost every day. They made love frequently, with joy and pleasure. But still he lived alone and hated it. Why didn't he ask her to marry him? He was pretty sure she would accept a proposal, but neither of them had ever mentioned marriage. Because he was a poor risk, emotionally or otherwise, in the long term? That is what he feared of himself. And there was more. He had the inescapable feeling that something lay buried deep inside him, something unknown. If Annie would live with him for a while, she could help him uncover it and understand it, whatever it was. Then, perhaps, they could marry. She would have been very happy to live with him. She loved Bobby and she was sure he loved her. But her parents were not well, and she genuinely believed that it was important for her to continue living with them, at least for the time being. Why couldn't Bobby understand that? He completely avoided visiting her at home and meeting them. Sometimes he was openly insensitive on the subject. Within the narrow range of their relationship, he was intense, direct, and loving. But beyond that, his emotions were almost stunted, she thought, as if he felt little or nothing about any other aspect of his daily experience. A locked-up person. It always amazed, as well as elated her, that she had got through to him, and that they had such a good relationship. But it was only a beginning. She would have liked to open him up so much more, to make his whole life good. He was a Vietnam veteran who lived on monthly disability checks, a good person, but one without motivation or direction. Today they were talking about his time in Vietnam. It was a subject he was usually reluctant to discuss. One funny thing did happen to me. Ives smiled sheepishly and looked away from her. What was it? I died there. As soon as the statement was out, his features began to harden. I died out there. The words rang like bells in his mind, as his face froze and his eyes fixed on some invisible point in the air. I was in Saigon. I was supposed to be a non-combat soldier. I didn't care about the war, one way or the other, as long as I didn't get stuck in the front lines. Going was easier than staying out. Canada, jail, I couldn't handle those possibilities. I didn't even think of them. I joined up because that way you can avoid combat if you're halfway smart, and because I didn't have anything else to do. It should have been a nice quiet war for me, and it was, until one day. We used to watch the DIA listings. That's dead in action. Morbid curiosity, wondering if one day we'd see the name of somebody we knew, a buddy from back home or someone we'd met in training. Ives paused, laughed shortly. Anyhow, one day there it was. Ives. Robert. Dead in action. That was me. What a terrible mistake, Annie said quietly. Yeah, but it wasn't that simple. They even had my serial number. I pulled my tags out on the spot to make sure. It was me they had listed as dead, not someone else. Me. That is spooky. Clerical error. Computer error. I don't know. Ives waved a hand dismissively. They don't bother telling you why things happen. Maybe they don't know. They just tell you it's happened. You're dead. That's all. Nobody's to blame, and who gives a shit anyway? Do you know how long it took me to get that little situation corrected? I'll tell you. 39 days. 39 days, and during all that time I was officially dead. They were sorry and sympathetic, and I went on with my work as usual, except that I was dead. But they were damn efficient about one thing. They'd banged off a telegram to my old lady right away, telling her I'd been wasted and so on. Jesus. She and I never got along, but, well, it had to be another Robert Ives, for sure, unlucky bastard. Still, he lived a month longer than everyone thought, and I guess I was him then, all of which means I'll have died at least twice in my life. As soon as he said it, he wondered why he had used the words, at least. You should have told me, Annie said. Sooner, I mean. Why? It's important. Bobby shook his head and started to speak, but Annie cut him off. Yes, it is. You know it is. You know what I did after that? I started using other names instead of my own. If I met a girl for the first time or got talking to a stranger in a bar, I'd introduce myself as Robert Chandler or Robert Tripp or, I don't know. I had lots of different names I used. I did that for months, maybe a year even. Christ, I can understand that. What happened to you was a crazy, terrible thing, enough to shake anyone up. Bobby's dead. An echo came to him. Hey, I love you, Annie said, giving his hand an affectionate squeeze. Ives smiled for a few seconds and then squeezed her hand in return, brightening. Can you tell my fortune? He asked, to change the subject. Right. I'll read your palm, Annie said, laughing. Do you know anything about palmistry? He asked with interest. No, I'm only kidding. But I'll try. She peered at his hand, running her fingers across his open palm. She wanted to keep the sudden good humor alive as long as possible. This must be your lifeline, she said hopefully. You're probably all wrong. Well, if it is, you'll have a long life from the look of it. Do you know anything about this? No. Then don't say I'm wrong. I'll bet my intuition is right. Is that all you can say? That's the lifeline and I'll live a long time? That's interesting, she said, ignoring his question and holding her hand alongside his. What? Ives leaned forward, curious. Look. She pointed to their open hands. At what? I don't see anything. These two fingers, your ring finger and your middle finger, they're both the same length, exactly. So what? That's unusual. What's unusual about it? They're perfectly ordinary fingers. They fill the space between the other fingers. The thing on the end is a thumb. My fingers aren't like that. The ring finger is shorter than the middle finger." "That's because you're weird." "Oh, Bobby." She pushed his hand away playfully. 4. "I'd love to do the windows here someday," Annie said as she and Bobby entered Harrods, "but I don't expect I ever shall. Now, where did you say you were going?" "To buy some more ginseng," Ives said. "They have the high-powered brand." "How long will you be?" "Just a few minutes." "All right, I'll meet you back here at this spot in half an hour." Annie's eyebrows arched, hopefully. "What? Where are you going?" "Don't shout, Bobby. I just want to look around in the ladies' department. Half an hour's not long." "I don't want to hang around here all day. I want to get my stuff and go." 20 minutes? Annie pouted. Ives sighed and looked away. 15? 10? Do you— Bobby realized he was being childish. Okay, he said resignedly. "I'll see you here in half an hour, but no later." "Not 1 minute, love," Annie beamed, kissing him on the cheek before hurrying off. With time to kill, Ives wandered slowly through the crowd of shoppers, looking idly at the people and merchandise. He had only been in Harrods twice before, but something about the place bothered him. Not the store itself, he decided, though he always felt he should be wearing a suit and tie when he set foot inside it, and he hated wearing suits, but rather the shoppers. All these people moving about, busy, preoccupied and methodical, enjoying themselves, spending money. Impulsive or discerning, it didn't matter. As a group, they radiated an air of confidence and self-assurance, as if this was a basic part of the larger cycle of their lives. They knew what they were doing, even the many tourists in their peculiar way. In the midst of them all, Ives felt like a random item in a building full of specifics. He bought the ginseng, thinking it extravagant to pay £4 for a little cellophane envelope containing a few pills. He wasn't even sure it did him any good. A Korean had told him about ginseng when he was in Vietnam, and out there it did seem to have some tonic effect. It was supposed to be a booster for one's general well-being, sex, and longevity, and even Henry Kissinger was said to take it while shuttling around on his diplomatic missions. Ives crammed the bag into his coat pocket and resumed wandering. He thought he might buy a book, but he found that he couldn't concentrate on the titles. His eyes seemed unwilling to focus. In the food halls, without being aware of it, he stopped and stood as if rooted to the floor. He felt mildly dizzy, and his vision troubled him. Things began to swim all around him. But he had no desire to sit down and rest. Instead, he stood like a tree, paralyzed in his body, which felt as if it were made all of one piece rather than a collection of separate bones. Now his sight became a grey blur, and he felt a tingling, almost a burning sensation in his hands, similar to what he had experienced during the incident with Platt a couple of nights ago. He saw only the spinning, rushing blankness, and he thought he was falling, but he never hit the ground. In fact, he was standing as rigid as a statue. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He tried to figure out what was happening to him, but conscious thought was a faint echo of a voice just beyond his mental reach. He had no idea how long he was standing there like that. He didn't notice the shoppers regarding him strangely, nor the sales clerks whispering to each other as they eyed him with suspicion and alarm. Everything was blotted out. The fire in his hands grew, spreading so that his arms felt like thick, red-hot electric cables. Then the sound came. A flare of worry crossed his mind but was lost immediately. He wasn't speaking or making noise in the normal way, but a sound was rising from within him. Was it real or was he only imagining it? A saleswoman approached Ives cautiously. The young man looked very sick to her, his face all covered in moisture, his mouth slightly open, his eyes staring ferociously into space. "Are you all right, sir?" No answer, not even a flicker of recognition. She repeated the question a little more loudly, and again the young man showed no sign of having heard her. Was he an epileptic? Could he be having some kind of fit? She was about to send for help when a young woman came along from behind the man and put an arm around him. "There you are," Annie said. "You're the one who's late." She stopped as she saw his face. Her smile turned to a look of grave concern. "Bobby, what's wrong?" Ives found himself back in the food hall at Harrods. He wasn't startled. He didn't even blink. He was with Annie. They were walking. He couldn't explain what had happened. He moved woodenly, holding her close against him, but his whole body felt as if it had turned to jelly. At last they were out in the cold February air. Cold, but good. "It must have been a sudden migraine," Annie was saying. But he couldn't think about what it was. He couldn't begin to describe it adequately. He was just scared, and he could see the same fear in Annie's eyes. 5. "Why don't you live with me, Annie?" Ives lay sprawled out on the bed, pressing a large whiskey in a glass full of ice cubes against the side of his head. Annie busied herself tidying up the room for him. "You could take care of me, so I don't have these blackouts." Was that what it was? Well, not exactly. I was still standing there, as you saw, and I hadn't passed out. But I wasn't there. It was like everything around me was turned off, and I was somewhere else. Annie restacked a pile of magazines. It seemed important that she keep busy and not appear to be too worried. "Has that kind of thing happened to you a lot?" "No, not really. That was the worst place for it to happen, though, huh? The food hall in Harrods. Wow." "What do you mean by not really?" Annie asked, ignoring Bobby's diversionary remark. "Oh," he shrugged to himself. "Nothing. I mean, sometimes I feel a little strange. Out of it, I guess, but no more so than anyone else. You know, when you don't feel in touch with anything, like a stereo system that's slightly out of phase." "It was more than that today, Bobby. Maybe you ought to see a doctor and get a prescription." Was she pushing too hard, she worried? "Like hell. I'm not taking any of their medicine. I can take care of myself. Besides," he grunted, sitting up and turning to face her, "it's just a feeling I have now and then. Nothing more." He felt rested and relaxed, and he began to drink the whiskey. Annie paused to catch her breath. For a few seconds they looked at each other across the room, caught in a conversational hiatus. Then Annie started to straighten out the heap of record albums and cassettes on a low table. "Do you know you have 9 different brands of honey out in the kitchen?" she asked. "Yeah, and you're a compulsive arranger of things. Why don't you live with me?" "Because it would be too much work. Look what I have to do now, and I'm only visiting." "Seriously?" "Seriously, not yet," she said without looking up. Ives watched her and let himself sink back against the pillows. Just a couple of words exchanged, but he knew there was no point in pursuing that subject. Not at this time. He would only wind up making both of them feel bad, and he didn't want to do that. "Sometime," he told himself, "sometime, I'll raise that subject, and it'll be okay. But when?" "You know," he said, but then let the sentence trail off unfinished. "What?" "Nothing." "You started to say something, so say it." Actually, Annie didn't mind if they talked about living together. It might be better if they did discuss it more. Then he might come round to understand her position. "Come on." "Well, there was something I didn't tell you the other day when we were talking about Vietnam. Something else that happened to me out there." "Oh?" Annie said, surprised at first because Bobby was on a different track again. But then she was glad that he was volunteering something. "So tell me." The tightening of his features barely perceptible. "I killed someone." "Oh, Bobby." "Then, I thought you said you were in a non-combat section or—" "That's right. I was. But some things you just walk into entirely by chance. It could be anyone or nobody. I was there, so—" "You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to," Annie said, still absorbing the statement that he had killed, adding it to her knowledge of him. It wasn't a shock. Vietnam had been a war, after all. But she hadn't been expecting it. Not that, exactly. Now she did want to hear the whole story. "I'll tell you. I don't mind that. But you might not like it, that's all. It's not very nice." "That's all right. How could it be?" "You know," Bobby began, eyes staring into the middle distance, mind speeding on, "when I think of it again, and this is the first time I have in a long, long time, I can still see every moment, every step, everything, perfectly. Crystal clear, 3D. God, it was just a stupid little incident. Typical, almost a nightly occurrence there. I was based in Saigon. Not much action there since Tet, just small stuff. And this night, I had a 24-hour pass, which just means getting laid, getting drunk, and sleeping it off. At least it did to me then. And that's more or less what I did. More or less. Got some food in me, had a couple of beers, a long hot bath with a young lady, and another couple of beers. I was supposed to meet up with some buddies of mine around midnight in a bar. I left the place I'd stopped in, and I had a short 5, not even 10-minute walk ahead of me. But as soon as I'd taken a few steps, I had to take a leak. There was an alley just by where I was standing, and it was easier than going back inside. I wasn't drunk. I'd had only 4 bottles of beer and a cheap champagne. I know I wasn't even nearly mellow at that point. Anyhow, while I was standing there pissing against the wall, I heard this noise. A man's voice moaning, then talking in short bursts and moaning again. I didn't know what the hell it was. When I finished, I went farther down the alley, following the sound. Then I came around a corner to the back of the bar I'd been in. Dumb me. About 10 yards along the back wall was a soldier, one of our guys, getting BJ'd by a local. I nearly laughed out loud, but I'm glad I didn't. I hope it was the best he ever had, because he came just then, and as he relaxed, she stuck his bayonet into his gut and dug it right up his middle. He had his hands on his ears, and she got his own bayonet out. Shit. His insides bulged out like when you cut open a fish. But she was cool. She heard me coming and had his gun out. I'd never fought before, really fought, and I just kicked at her, and that maybe saved my life. She got one shot off and hit my ankle pretty good. You know I walk funny on that foot. Otherwise that bullet probably would have gone right through my throat. So I kinda landed on her, and we were scuffling around, and then I had the gun, and I just fired and fired. 4 shots. The first one blew her face apart, and the other 3 missed, but it didn't matter. I didn't know what was happening. I was just shooting, and bullets were zinging off the walls of that little courtyard back of the bar. And then it stopped. You know, I had one close look at her, and she couldn't have been more than 15, and then I was sitting there in the dirt with bits of her face spattered all over me, and blood, so much blood from her and the grunt against the wall. They never identified her. Turned out she wasn't a regular at the bar, which figured, because Charlie didn't usually operate that way. She was pretty much freelance, but obviously VC. Afterward, the guys I knew and worked with called her No Name. Annie hugged him. "You couldn't help it, Bobby," she murmured. "It just happened." "I know." "Did you mean it when you said you hadn't thought about it in a long time?" Ives said nothing. "Bobby, see what happens when I tell you things? Don't make a big deal out of it. Let it go. That was long ago." He held her close. "Bobby? It's all right." 6. A few days later, Ives had trouble on his way home. He had been to an afternoon movie and decided to walk back to his flat in Kensington. The film was lousy. The long walk would do him good, he thought, but it didn't work out that way. The air was very still, but within a few minutes cold sheets of rain swept down on the city and the rush-hour crowds. Ives hurried across St. James's Street and joined the dozens of other people taking shelter in front of the Ritz. It was a bitter, lashing rain, the kind that usually doesn't last long but utterly defeats you if you are caught in it. Bobby was drenched, hair pasted to his head. icy water streaming down his chest and back, soaking through his socks. The downpour persisted and even showed signs of getting worse. Every taxi was occupied. He could dash into Green Park Underground Station and take a train, but then if the rain held on, he would have an uncomfortable walk to Canning Place from either Gloucester Road or High Street, Kensington. It was too far to the nearest club he knew, and the pubs weren't open yet. Between the film and the rain, he would have been much better off staying at home today. He felt cold, wet, and foolish. The buses that inched past were all crammed with passengers, but eventually 3 number 9s came along and the last one had a few seats. Ives leaped aboard and sat down at the front of the lower deck. In the traffic, at this time of day, it would take half an hour or more to reach Palace Gate, but at least he was moving. Surely the rain would let up in that time. He closed his eyes and began to think of the hot bath he would take when he got home, and of seeing Annie later. Nearly everybody, at one time or another, feels unworthy of the love they receive. They tell themselves they are lucky to have someone giving them that love, and Bobby felt the same way about Annie. He was a moody and private person, not easy to get along with, but she handled it well. He didn't deserve her, he told himself again as the bus came round Hyde Park Corner. In the past, his relationships with women had been brief, glancing encounters. Emotions, at least his, had never been engaged, and in Vietnam, the only women he had known were whores. Too much of nothing? But Annie was true and good, and the fact that he felt that always, even when he was depressed because she wouldn't live with him yet, that had to be the best sign. She would come when he called. She was always there when he most needed her, and yet she made no demands of her own. The bus was full as it headed into Knightsbridge. Ives was pressed up against the window by a large elderly man who wore a wide-brimmed hat that dripped rainwater copiously. A small lake must have collected on it, Bobby thought, as he tried to squeeze himself another inch away. Through the fogged-over glass it was hard to tell whether the rain had slackened or not. Outside was just a blur of darkness mottled with neon. Ahead, Ives could make out a ribbon of taillights extending far into the distance. He realized that he no longer felt chilled. A few feet away, a fan heater blasted out waves of hot air, unnecessary with so many people in so small a space. If ever there was a case of people breathing each other's air, he thought, from one pair of lungs to the next with... Then he seemed to fall out of himself, as if all his blood were rushing to the center of his body and vanishing there suddenly. It happened in a couple of seconds, and he felt completely drained. His face an empty skin mask, his limbs devoid of all sensation. His brain appeared to be paralyzed, unable to register alarm. He couldn't even form coherent thoughts, as random words drifted in and out of focus like meaningless balloons he couldn't catch or understand. Catatonic. Faint. Migraine. Legless. Annie. Reach. Bend. Animal. Knightsbridge. The park. Crazy. Bend. Talk. What? Do. Go. Reach. Bend. Seizure. Heart. Tumor. Catatonic. Do. Go. It started to come back in his hands, the same burning sensation, but this time there was more to it. A strength seemed to be building in them, as if they were flaring into life for the first time. They felt new and strange to him, and the feeling grew through every part of his body. Then his arms lifted until his hands were level with his face, fingers spread as widely apart as possible. He had no idea what was happening to him, nor how long he remained in that posture. At some point, his head turned slowly and he saw the faces of other passengers. Most of them looked worried or concerned, but the large man with the wide-brimmed hat glared with total disapproval, as if Bobby were an adolescent playing with himself in public. Ives blinked, looked at his hands again and then jammed them into his coat pockets. The power, the surging fire within, had disappeared as quickly as it had come. Now he felt only weak and sick and nervous. He stared straight ahead, trying to make out where the bus was. Farther along the park. Another stop, no, 2, then the Albert Hall. but traffic was still moving at a crawl. The air was not just stale, it was aggressively unbreathable. The heat enveloped him and he thought he really would faint. Hold on. Hold on. Bobby put his head right down between his knees, as he had been taught to do in grade school, but it didn't help. Finally the bus stopped at a red light. Next would be the Albert Hall. Ives struggled to his feet. Were people making a special effort to get out of his way, or was he just imagining it? His head was spinning wildly, and he bumped into people and seats on his way down the aisle. The conductor, a black, regarded him with a calm, neutral expression. As the bus pulled into the stop, Bobby's legs dissolved at the knees and he sagged, clinging to the handrail desperately. He was dimly aware of a knot of people coming toward him. "Let him off first, please," the conductor's voice boomed out as he helped Ives step down. Then the people were buffeting past him and he saw he was stumbling into a larger crowd gathered around the front of the Albert Hall. Ives turned away, and it was only some minutes later, when he had made it across the road and into the park, that he recovered. "I've never felt claustrophobic in my life," he was saying. "I've been in crowded, sweltering places before and it's never bothered me." "So it was the first time," Annie said. "That's exactly what it sounds like, claustrophobia." "No, that was after, when I was trying to get off the bus." He swallowed another spoonful of honey. "It was like I was attacked or hit by something. That was the first thing. I was out, gone, like when you found me at Harrods." "Yes, but that's quite separate from the other thing. Okay, maybe I was a little claustrophobic or faint, certainly faint, but that wasn't the important part. Just like I know it wasn't a migraine at Harrods." Annie poked him gently. "Listen, silly. They both sound like migraine attacks to me. Both provoked maybe by being in a crowd. You've never had a migraine problem before, have you?" "No." "So you don't even know what it's like, Bobby. A bad migraine attack is a great deal more than just another headache. People lose their eyesight temporarily. They can't stand up. All kinds of things happen." "Well, you must see a doctor." "A doctor won't help." Ives scowled. "At least give it a try. You can do that much." He knew she was making sense, but the idea was almost more trouble than he thought it would be worth. He wasn't sure he could even describe adequately what had happened to him on the bus, in Harrods, and the times before. The times Annie didn't know about. "You have national medicine here," Ives said lamely. "I don't belong to that." "That doesn't matter. I'll tell my doctor and make an appointment for you. It'll be all right. You're a visiting foreigner." "Okay," he said after a while. "I'll do it." "Good." Annie hugged him. "I'll ring Dr. House in the morning." They were like that, you know. Helpful. During the day. Helpful, friendly, courteous, informative. Went out of their way to be of use to you, but just trying to keep you quiet. And then by night they were on the other side, working against you, picking you off, one at a time. Maybe not killing, but injuries and traps. Always traps being set for you. And they were doing it, the ones beside you, all day. Damn, damn, damn. "And don't make any jokes about his name. Everybody does," Annie was saying. "It won't do any good." Ives tapped the spoon idly on the palm of his hand. 7. Dr. House's office was in a line of typically snug but undistinguished brick homes that lined a quiet street in Chiswick. Annie had been right. He was an amiable and easygoing man in his early 50s, with a sympathetic and reassuring manner, the very image of the ideal family doctor, except for the slight aberration of a bouffant hairdo. Unfortunately, as Ives expected, their discussion led to no useful conclusion. After a brief exchange of questions and answers about his medical past, Bobby related as accurately as he could what had happened at Harrods and on the bus. Dr. House nodded and smiled continuously, as if he heard this sort of thing every week. "And those are the only 2 times it has occurred?" he asked when Ives finished. "Yes," Bobby lied. "I see. Well, I don't think it's anything more than a touch of the old migraine, perhaps some reaction to the crowds as well. But I've never had that before at all. Never." Ives was annoyed. He had already heard this from Annie, and if Dr. House had nothing else to say, Bobby was thinking he might as well have stayed at home. "That doesn't matter, dear boy. You can suffer a spell of migraine any time, regardless of any previous. Could it be a tumor?" It was the worst possibility Ives could think of, but he had to ask. Dr. House chuckled. He was used to patients who believed they were about to die horrible deaths, when in fact all they had was some trifling malady. "Not at all," he scoffed. "Nothing like that, I promise you. But tell me, do you eat and sleep properly? You look rather drawn and washed out, if I may say so." "I do eat, well, health foods, and I take plenty of vitamins, too." "Yes. Well, what exactly is a migraine?" Bobby inquired. "A pain in the head, put simply," Dr. House said, chuckling again. "Usually confined to one part of the head, hence the derivation of the word. Usually mild, but it can be quite severe. It comes and goes, and there isn't that much we can do about it. One of those vague afflictions. We get a lot of it in this country. Some people call it the British national disease." "What happened to me? Would you say that was mild or severe?" "Fairly mild, I should think. I'm sure it didn't seem mild to you at the time, but you don't seem to have experienced really intense pain." "No, not intense at all," Ives said, pondering the fact that he had actually felt no real pain as such. "But you're not completely sure it was migraine, are you?" He was determined to pry something definite out of the man. "It does sound like that to me," Dr. House replied evenly. "But it wasn't just part of my head. It was all of me. Yes, I think the best thing is to take it easy, look after yourself, and avoid similar situations. Have you ever seen a psychologist?" Ives admired the way Dr. House slipped the question in nonchalantly, almost as an afterthought. "You mean a psychiatrist?" "No, a psychologist." "It doesn't matter. I've seen both." "Recently?" "A few years ago." Dr. House blinked slowly, as if he were testing to make sure his eyelids worked. "Do you think it would be a good idea for you to speak to someone in that field again now? I can—" "No." Dr. House repeated the blinking operation and then, apparently satisfied, smiled. "Why not?" "This is a physical thing." "Yes, indeed, but you must remember that the physical and the mental are completely interrelated. A person's psychological state has a direct bearing on his general health and well-being. Now I honestly don't think it would help me for me to see a shrink again," Ives asserted. "The circumstances, everything was different when I did a few years ago. I know you think it might be useful now because of the claustrophobia element, but I don't think it's that big a part of it, at least not yet. If there are repetitions, then—" Ives lost the end of the sentence. "If there are repetitions, do ring me. Come around and see me again," Dr. House offered. "If it happens again and gets worse, what would you do? I mean, normally." "I can give you some medication. If it became really bad, we could run some tests. But I'm sure it won't come to that." "I hope not," Ives said. "Thank you, Doctor." 8. Bobby and Annie walked arm in arm through Soho. They had met at one of his clubs for a drink and were now on their way to dinner. They rejected several places which looked too crowded, but then they came across a small Chinese restaurant with more empty tables than customers. They went in, sat down, and ordered. It had been a week since Bobby's visit to Dr. House, a week without incident. Annie had come up with the idea of going away for a few days. She thought it would be a good thing if Bobby got out into the country, if only for a long weekend. He was agreeable but not very enthusiastic. "I've been in cities most of my life," he said. "I think I'd look kind of silly there, surrounded by all that nature. A park is wild enough for me." "If you don't like it, we can spend all our time in the hotel room." "Is that a promise?" "I'm sure you'll like it, Bobby. Do us both a lot of good to get away from London, as soon as the weather is a bit milder." "Whatever you say." Ives shrugged. "But I don't know where to go." "I'll pick a place. The Cotswolds, perhaps. I've never been there, and it's supposed to be lovely. Annie mentioned other possibilities, weighing up their attractions for Bobby's benefit until the meal was served. As they began to eat, he interrupted her. "There's something I have to tell you." "What is it?" "Well, it's kind of complicated." "Yes?" Annie regarded him seriously but calmly. "It's something that happened to me a few months ago, right after I arrived in London. I didn't tell Dr. House about it because he'd think I'm crazy, and I didn't even want to bother you with it, but now I think I should tell you. I want to tell you." "For heaven's sake, what is it, Bobby?" "I want you to listen to it all first. If you want to say something or ask any questions, wait until I've finished. It's a rather involved story." "All right." Annie picked steadily at her food, but she hardly took her eyes from Bobby. "Okay. You know how I've talked to you now and then about reincarnation," he began. "Well, I'm positive that I've lived before. Sometime in the past. I mean it. I've had at least one other life. I know who I was and what happened to me, but I don't understand what it all means. This wasn't a dream. It was more like a realization, a flash that came to me when I was walking around Hyde Park one morning. This started flashing in my head, bits and pieces at first, like lights going on and off, then more. It went on for almost an hour, and at the end the picture was complete, like a revelation. No, that's not exactly right. More like a sharp memory, like some incident from childhood that surfaces in your mind decades later in clear detail. It just happens for no apparent reason. Maybe something you don't notice triggers it off. That's what happened to me that day in the park. But it wasn't a childhood memory. It was a completely different life. My life, in another time. I don't know why, but it picked up at a point when I was on a very old ship at sea. I don't know anything about my past before that moment. I must have been about 20 years old. My name was Robert Versipel. I don't remember much about the journey itself, except that I tended to keep to myself and that it seemed a very long voyage. But why I was on the ship, where I was traveling to, that was a mystery to me. Where had I come from? Where was my home? I didn't even know what port we'd left. Then one morning, there was a great deal of bustle and excitement on board. We'd reached our destination, or rather, my destination, for the ship was only stopping over for 2 days. It was an island called Guadeloupe, and we docked at the town of Pointe-à-Pitre. I saw my belongings unloaded, a few suitcases and one small trunk, and I knew they were all I owned, and that I must have come to this place to stay, but I had never heard of it before, and I couldn't imagine what I would be doing there. 2 black men greeted me by name. They took my baggage and led me to a coach, little more than a one-horse cart with a flimsy sunroof. It was a very hot day. My clothes were drenched with sweat. I felt nauseous and thought I would faint. But more than that, I was frightened. Who were these people and where were they taking me? The older man sat in the back of the cart with me. I could see, as we rode along, that he was quite thin and unhappy-looking. Almost at once he started mumbling, talking to the floor as if he were afraid to look at me. Conversation was difficult for both of us, but at length I discovered the following facts. We were going to the house of my brother Charles. I didn't even know I had a brother, but that seemed to explain why I was in Guadeloupe, to live with my brother. However, as if that surprising news were not enough, I learned that Charles had died the very night before, of some unknown tropical fever. I soon learned more. Charles owned a mining operation in the hills several miles from Pointe-à-Pitre. He lived in a large, airy house near the mines. A few dozen blacks worked for him and lived with their families in simple huts on his land. The servants moved me into the house and attended to my meals and other needs, but I could get little useful information from them. Their English was poor, and unlike Charles, I didn't understand a word of the local dialect. Charles had been buried within hours of his death, a practice not uncommon in that climate, especially with a diseased body. I found one photograph of him among his effects. It was the face of someone I did not recognize, and yet, evidently, he had been my brother. In the days that followed, I met many people, none of whose names I can remember. A doctor, a policeman, a lawyer, the mine foreman, workers and others. Charles had known he was dying, and he had hoped only to live long enough to see me again. You can imagine how strange all this sounded to me. He left a simple will bequeathing everything to me, the house, the land, the mines, and his money. Not a vast sum, but a handsome inheritance nonetheless. I hardly knew what to think. Suddenly I had been projected into a remarkable situation. Everything that had belonged to Charles fell on me like a cloak of identity, and it all seemed to fit. I could forget about the mystery of my past, and begin at that point on Guadeloupe as a new person with both a present and a future. I couldn't mourn Charles, because he was nothing more than a puzzling picture in a dresser drawer, and a corpse buried in the forest, but I was grateful to him. Then I amazed myself. I became completely absorbed in the business, learning it from scratch, studying it even to the extent of ordering numerous textbooks on mining and geology from overseas. I could have lived a relatively easy life there, as Charles had apparently done, merely supervising the business and socializing with a handful of other expatriates on Guadeloupe. Instead, I chose to become a businessman and a student. I went into Pointe-à-Pitre only when it was necessary. As I mastered the business, I became something of a recluse at the house. Even my contacts with the people working for me diminished. From the first, I found the blacks to be quiet, withdrawn, evasive, and even fearful in my presence. I didn't know why. I just assumed that was the way they always were with whites. I'd been told they were superstitious, but as far as I was concerned, they could believe anything they liked, provided it didn't interfere with their work or the peace of our little community. They were quite satisfactory workers, and production was as good as could be expected in a tropical environment. Gradually the house changed, even as my new position and sense of purpose changed me. I accumulated a large collection of mineral samples and gemstones, the fruit of my geological investigations. I built a small laboratory, and I began importing books and equipment by the crate-load. My brother's guest room was turned into a library. My interests extended naturally to the biological sciences. Tropical fish of many fascinating varieties were to be found in the mountain streams, and tropical insects were even more abundant and diverse. The house was soon cluttered with water tanks, specimen jars, and all the other paraphernalia of my studies. My first inclination was to devote all my time to research, but I set aside time every day to look after the mining operations. This wasn't really necessary, as I had a good foreman and an honest accountant, and things ran smoothly enough. But I wanted to keep myself informed and involved, partly out of a sense of obligation to Charles, and also out of a respect for the business itself, which afforded me the time and economic freedom to pursue my scientific work. But all was not perfect by any means. I had difficulty with the family of servants who looked after the house and my personal needs. They went from treating me with deference and respect to behaving in a fearful but surly manner. Perhaps my white man's science alarmed them. Perhaps it was the fact that they were gradually losing domestic control of the house, because I barred them from cleaning or otherwise disturbing the rooms in which I worked. Whatever the reasons, my relations with the household staff grew increasingly strained. What still bothered me, however, was my inability to learn anything about my own past or that of Charles. In spite of my work and activities, the mystery of my arrival nagged at me, and I could never entirely exclude it from my thoughts. I read through dozens, hundreds of files, letters, and papers, but Charles remained a blank, his past as unknown as mine. In spite of the house, the land and business, all the science, I was still a man alone. At times I became morbid about this, but usually I could shake it off and turn my energies back to work. But even then the questions remained. I don't know how long I was there. That's another point. I had no sense of time. I was young when I arrived in Guadeloupe, around 20. but after those first days of settling into a strange new environment, I seemed not to grow older, as people do, but to be older. The nervousness and shyness I originally felt were replaced by a sense of calm and control, at least regarding the physical aspects of my life, and by a new ability to deal with those people I came into contact with. I guess I was growing up quickly, but the fact remains that I had no real sense of time passing. Were the sweltering afternoons unusually long, as some people have reported? I don't know. Did the tropical night fall abruptly like a curtain of darkness? I have no idea. Time passed, as it had to. Then the trouble hit. 9. A dome of silence hovered over the table as the waiter poured Annie another cup of coffee. Ives refilled his glass with Perrier and watched it fizz. One evening after dinner, he continued, I was sitting with some papers, making notes and preparing another list of books and materials to order. I enjoyed having a drink and spending money on paper before going to bed. But this evening was different from others. It just felt wrong. The weather was particularly hot and humid, so that it was uncomfortable even when you were sitting perfectly still. The air was so close, you felt you were gasping for breath all the time. This was unusual because I lived in the mountains, where it was almost always cool and breezy after the sun set. Also, I could hear music and people singing somewhere in the distance. I had heard these sounds before, and just assumed it was some of my workers holding one of their religious ceremonies. Voodoo. The other expatriates always mentioned it whenever I met them, but it never interested me. As long as they didn't cause trouble, why should anyone bother them about it? This night, however, there seemed to be an urgency to the music and something anguished in the voices I heard. With the heat, the drink, and the noise, I couldn't concentrate on the papers I held, so I put them aside and stepped out onto the veranda. The air was no cooler there, but I could hear the sounds more clearly. I was annoyed with myself for not having taken the trouble to learn more words of the native language. I could make out certain distinct phrases, but had no idea what they meant. Loa was the one word that was repeated often. I don't know what it was, but for the first time since I had arrived in Guadeloupe, I was curious about the people and their activities. I put down my glass and set off in the direction of the music. The light cast by the house lanterns soon died away, and I was caught up in the great blackness of the tropical forest. I picked my way carefully, although I knew my way around quite well, because I didn't want to disturb the natives when I found them. I was soon drenched with sweat and moisture from the thick vegetation. I don't know how long I prowled about. The sounds seemed to be everywhere in the air, and impossible to pinpoint. But finally I saw a brief flash somewhere ahead of me. I moved closer and saw it again. A small fire, flickering perhaps 50 yards away. I inched forward until I could distinguish figures in the dim light. A handful of people swayed back and forth, chanting softly but clearly. Probably my people, but I was still too far away to be sure. Not that it mattered. I was only interested in seeing what they were doing, not who they were. In addition to the group singing and moving rhythmically, I spotted a few other people huddled on the ground. I couldn't see what they were up to until they stood, several minutes later. Then the music and their movements seemed to speed up. The men who had just risen joined in the dancing. I still could not see the source of the music, but there must have been other people outside the immediate circle, in the shadows. By now I had stooped down on all fours and crawled forward for a better view. One man, the last to stand, passed around pieces of something to each of the others. But what was it? Again I moved closer, but then stopped short. A needle of fear lanced through me. They were holding chunks of raw flesh, and I could see the lacerated carcass on the ground. Animal flesh, but that was bad enough. It struck me as a thoroughly revolting communion. I turned to leave as quickly as I could, having seen more than I cared to see. I wasn't sure which way I'd come. but I knew that if I followed a general downhill course, I would sooner or later come across some part of my property that I would recognize. Later, I would learn that they had engaged in a rite called manger mort, a feast for the dead. Feast indeed. As I made my way home, I wondered what, if anything, I should do about it. My first instinct was to lay down the law and ban any such activities, but then I realized that was probably a typical white man's first reaction, and that it would be unlikely to achieve anything beyond stirring up resentment. I stopped for a moment and leaned against a tree to catch my breath. I was still trembling. In fact, I was so disturbed that as I rested my head against the rough bark, I thought I could hear the music, that voodoo music, in the tree. More than that, the tree itself seemed to have a booming heartbeat. I jumped back and looked at it. It was just a tree, and I felt ashamed and cursed myself for being so spooked. But even as I did so, I heard another sound in the night. A tropical forest isn't always what you expect it to be. The popular image of it as being full of chattering monkeys and squawking birds is generally false. Although lush with flora and fauna of all kinds, it is more often than not a place of close, sullen quiet. It's an unnatural stillness, almost menacing, that unnerves people the first time they experience it. I had spent hundreds of hours in the forest, and only on a few occasions had I heard the tramp of a wild boar or the noise of a dead branch falling from a tree. But the noise I had just heard was not a sound natural to the forest. It was stealthy, deliberate. I knew I had already moved a considerable distance from the voodoo rite. Their music was still audible but faint. If someone had followed me from there, I would surely have noticed before now. And if I had arrived at a spot near the village, where one of my workers might be walking about, then I would see lights and hear other familiar sounds, like that of a baby crying. It wasn't possible that I could have wandered much off my course. I waited a few more moments. Then I heard the sound again. Someone was definitely nearby and moving closer, but this time it came from the other side of me, as if I were being circled. I almost called out and demanded to know who was there, but this reaction was immediately overwhelmed by the instinct to run. I had heard enough stories about white men murdered mysteriously in the forest, and I had no desire to find out if they were true. It's impossible to run, actually, in that kind of country, but I moved quickly, ignoring the branches that slapped across my body and face, tearing away from the swampy patches and vines that seemed to hold me back. I must have made a lot of noise in my flight, but at the same time I thought I could hear sounds that were not my own, sounds of pursuit that spurred me on. I knew I was not dreaming because in a dream, when you are trying desperately to escape from something, you find all movement futile. You can get nowhere. But I was covering ground, half running, stumbling, crawling through the dense undergrowth. Then I suddenly tripped and sprawled into a clearing. I lay there panting for several seconds, unable to move from pain and surprise. When I did stand, I saw two things. There was a light in the distance, and there was the figure of a man striding toward me. I thought I had reached the house, and that one of my servants had come out to greet me. But I saw at once that there was something wrong with the way he walked. As he came into the clearing, I could see by the light of the moon that he was a giant of a man, perhaps 7 feet tall. His clothes were tattered rags, his face and arms covered in filthy, putrescent sores oozing blood and pus, his matted hair alive with worms. During the 2 or 3 seconds in which all that registered, I noticed something else about the creature. His eyes, showing white all around, the eyes I had seen in a photograph. The eyes of my dead brother, Charles. Then he fell on me, his huge arms crushing me to his chest. The stench of rotting death filled my nose and mouth, making me gag as I tried to scream out. I struggled, but it seemed to have no effect. The horrible creature kept clawing at me, beating my head and tearing at my shirt as if he were trying to get at my throat. My hand found a rock, too large and awkward, but a weapon nonetheless. I began slamming it against his head, and it made a dreadful crunching noise. He pressed his face to my chest and tore away a piece of flesh. I screamed wildly and thrashed about, pounding the rock with both hands against his skull until it must have been a caved-in pulp. But then I saw nothing and heard nothing, and my hands fell to the ground. I thought I was about to die. I awoke in my bed late the following afternoon. The servants had heard my last scream and found me lying alone and unconscious. I had, after all, been within sight of the house. My body was covered with cuts and bruises, mostly superficial, although the chest wound was particularly nasty. I had also fractured my ankle falling into the clearing, and not surprisingly, I was suffering from shock. The doctor came every day for the next 2 weeks because he feared the chest wound might turn gangrenous, but his vigilance was rewarded, and it healed without further complication. Although I was up and around with my foot in a cast, I did nothing but hang around the house, brooding over the incidents of that night. I no longer trusted my senses or my memory. How could I have seen my brother? What connection could there be between him and the pagan ceremony I had witnessed on the mountain? I could not bring myself to believe that ghosts exist, but even if they do, why should Charles attack me? What about the tree that had seemed to be alive? That surely showed I had been so upset that my own impressions could not be taken at face value. But I had a body racked with injuries that needed explaining. Was it all nothing more than my imagination and the effects of my hysterical flight through the forest? Perhaps I had only gouged my chest on a sharp branch. Perhaps I had only dreamed the terrible creature with my brother's eyes. Certainly Charles could not have been 7 feet tall in real life. I wanted to believe it was all a product of feverish imagination, aroused by the voodoo rite and fueled by the shock of physical injuries. But the memory of that abomination was so vivid, so real. I sat in the house day after day, doing nothing but brooding. I couldn't shake the mood this time, no matter how I tried. I left the business completely in the hands of my assistants. I virtually abandoned my research, unable to look at a written page for more than a few moments. I must have become disturbingly morbid, because from that day on my servants and workers were much more fearful and uneasy in my presence, acting like skittish animals, anxious to get away as quickly as possible. In turn, I began to despise them more, associating all of them with the spectacle I had observed. As a result, the business began to fall off. Production declined, and the bank started sending me notes asking for appointments which I refused to acknowledge. Customers complained about poor service. All these communications I would look at once and then throw away. I couldn't concentrate. I couldn't care. In a few weeks I began to feel sick, physically ill. I had the doctor in to see me frequently, but he could diagnose nothing. I had violent headaches and stomach cramps, and my limbs felt as if the muscles were on fire. None of the medicines he supplied were any help. None of the tests he made revealed a cause. At first he must have thought I was a hypochondriac, but later I could tell by his air of melancholy resignation that he knew all along what it was, the same disease Charles had. When I put it to him, the doctor nodded sadly and told me there was nothing he could do for me except administer morphine when the pain became too great. He said I might last another 3 months. I ran blood tests on myself, trying to understand what I was infected with, but I learned nothing. I was only an amateur scientist, entirely self-taught, and the limits of my knowledge closed around me like a steel fence. I didn't know what to do. I was incapable of even writing out my own will. Who was there to give everything to? No one I knew well enough or cared about. I dreamed of closing down the mines, even dynamiting them as an act of revenge against the people I blamed for my condition. Let them find work elsewhere, or, better still, starve. As my illness grew worse, I started carrying loaded pistols on my person at all times. Every day I remained indoors, saving my strength so that I could walk around the property at sunset, like a man on patrol. I secretly believed my workers were somehow conspiring against me, and I hoped it was true. I hoped they would try something. I'd be ready for them. If they managed to kill me, so much the better. I'd be spared the final horrors of the fever. And I'd take a few of the devils with me. But they stayed well clear of me on my nightly excursions and avoided the house altogether. Now and again I thought I sensed them in the bush, or I would catch a glimpse of movement in the shadows. Sometimes I would even fire off a round or two just to let them know I was alert. They must have thought I was mad. Perhaps I was. One morning I woke to find sections of my skin all puckered and ridged. The disease had entered a new and more frightening phase. Was this the start of what I had seen on the creature that night? A mass of open sores, bleeding and oozing constantly? Within a few days my fears were confirmed, as these horrid pustules grew alarmingly. I could scarcely leave my bed, and I twisted and turned in excruciating pain. I would thrash about until exhausted, lapse into a fitful sleep for a couple of hours, wake up screaming, and so continue the cycle. The doctor came again, administered as large a dose of morphine as he dared, shook his head, and left quietly. The drug brought me some peace as I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. I woke, feeling much better. My appetite seemed to have returned, suggesting that I had perhaps slept for a full day or longer. My arms and legs were heavily bandaged, but I felt only minor pain. Had the disease passed the critical stage? Would I, by some miracle, survive? I could hardly bring myself to believe it, but anything might be possible in that strange place. I went into the front room. According to the clock, it was nearly 1. In the morning, I could see, from the darkness outside. Then I heard it, that music again. They were at it once more in the hills. Anger flared in me, but subsided almost immediately. I was too overjoyed at the improvement in my condition to let the blacks upset me. If anything, I wanted to tell them, "It's all right now. It's all over. I'm free of that cursed illness." I stepped out onto the veranda and let the door swing shut with a thump. As I stood there, enjoying the night air for the first time in months, I heard someone moving about the room I had just left. Then one of the male servants appeared in the doorway. He looked at me, his eyes widening, and he let loose an ungodly shriek, and then vanished back inside. I was so startled by this behavior that I neglected to say anything to him before he was gone. But just a few moments later, he came rushing around the side of the house, carrying a lantern. He took another brief look at me, wailed again, and fled down the path to the workers' village. I waved and tried to call to him, but he was gone in an instant. Silly fool, I thought. I'd better go fetch him back. Otherwise he'll stir them all up and they won't get any work done tomorrow. Annoyed, I set off after him. The village was about half a mile away. I needed no lantern to get there. As I made my way along the path, I heard noise, shouting from up ahead of me, mingling with the music from the hills above. This would be an excellent opportunity for me to reassert my authority and take charge of the business again. Lights flickered in the distance. Then I saw them, a group of 10 or 12, carrying lanterns and gleaming silver machetes. I stopped and swore. I had left my guns behind. There was nothing to do but face them on the spot and talk them down. I had no doubt I could do it, for they were never any good at arguing with white men, even sick ones. For a few moments we stared at each other across the darkness, and then they began to advance, slowly. They were mumbling something in unison, and it became a low chant. I was about to speak, but as I recognized what they were intoning, I became paralyzed with fear and horror. Zombie, zombie, zombie. I tried to shout, but no sounds came from my mouth. It was as if I had been struck dumb and could only gesture uselessly. Zombie, zombie, zombie. As in a cruel joke, awareness flooded into my brain. I had already died. Like my brother Charles before me, I had arisen from the dead, a half-human creature with no voice, no purpose. Undead, a zombie, even as he was that night he attacked me and passed on the curse. The workers knew. They had understood what was going on long before I did. They loomed in front of me, and I could see the charms and figures they wore about their necks, figures of dogs and snakes and bird-like animals. And then, like a jet of cold fire, their silver blades flew into my heart. The last thing I heard was the music. Some time later I saw my body lying on the path in the grey light of dawn, flies buzzing around my head. My chest had been slashed and stabbed countless times, but there was no blood. Dead bodies don't bleed. You need a pumping heart for that. Anyhow, it ended at that point, the visual image of myself there. Then I was alone, alive again, in Hyde Park. 10. Friday afternoon. A cold February sun growing colder as the sky begins to slate over. Ives, alone, on the low rail fence that runs around the Speke Monument. Not necessarily the most private section of the park, but with its barren obelisk and untended grass, certainly one of the most forlorn. People tended to take other paths. Poor old Speke, whoever he was. Something about Annie worried him, the way she had responded to his narrative in the Chinese restaurant. She was now familiar with what had previously been his sole territory, a locked-up corner of his mind and life. He almost regretted having told her. Was that selfishness on his part? An unwillingness to open himself to her and share? He felt vaguely irritated by the whole thing, and he wasn't sure why, which only made matters worse. He picked up a handful of grass and squeezed it in his fingers, letting the blades fall back to the ground, 2 or 3 at a time. It felt cold and wiry. When something like that happens, it's got to be important, she had said. I know. That's what I think. People have daydreams and fantasies, but nothing like what happened to you. It sounds incredible, but just from the way you told it, I know it isn't. I believe you, Bobby. It's true. It did happen to me that way. That's spooky. I can see now why you worry and brood sometimes. A story like that, it's not a story. It's my past life. Well, that was it. Annie had hesitated at that point, impressed, but still not yet willing to go along with the idea of reincarnation. That was what worried Ives today. She had responded strongly to the Guadeloupe incident, but wasn't her sympathy a little too controlled, her comments a little too carefully reasoned? It was as if she had been trying to soothe and reassure him, not really accepting what it was all about. I don't think you should take it so literally, she had asserted. These things are supposed to be symbolic. In dreams, yes, but this wasn't a dream. This really happened. It might still work the same way. A mirage isn't a dream either. Hallucinations, visions, they're all in a person's head, right? I know the difference. He turned away from her. You're an only child, aren't you, Bobby? Yes. That's why your brother in the vision was a complete stranger to you. The brother you never had. Then why would he attack me? I don't know, Annie admitted. That was it. She didn't know. Not about that or any part of the experience. She was just reacting in what she thought was a kindly manner. Natural, well-intentioned and innocent, but no good to him. They had talked about it for hours after they left the restaurant, and Ives had become increasingly depressed. Finally, he ended the conversation. The logical conclusion of Annie's approach would be for Ives to go and visit Dr. House's on-tap shrink, and he wanted no part of that. He'd had enough psychology, amateur and professional, in the past. He knew that Guadeloupe meant something else, something much more important and direct, something that related to his life right now. The names Versipel and Charles meant nothing to him, but they had to. He had gone to a bookshop after the incident in the park and found out that Guadeloupe was one of the Leeward Islands, out on the edge of the Caribbean, and that Pointe-à-Pitre is its main port. So it did exist, but it meant nothing to him. Afterthought. Only that I died there once. It would tell me something about myself now, if I let it, if I find the way. He had fractured his ankle in Guadeloupe. The same ankle was broken in Vietnam. He had died in Guadeloupe. He had died in Vietnam. He had returned from the dead in Guadeloupe. He had been officially made alive again in Vietnam. Wasn't the soldier he had been confused with the one who had really died? Wasn't he a kind of brother, an unknown twin with the same name? The coincidences seemed too great to explain away, but to Annie they only indicated that Bobby's Vietnam experience still loomed large in his subconscious mind. Maybe, but he knew their significance was more immediate. They had to connect in some way with his sudden violence toward Platt and the attacks of whatever kind in Harrods and on the bus. Ives walked until he came to the Serpentine, then lingered there for a few minutes watching the changing textures of the water's surface. He had heard somewhere that the Serpentine was fed by a small underground river. It was a pleasing thought, and it changed the nature of the place for him from that of static duck pond to a living body of water, always the same, but always transforming itself subtly, a place with its own special secrets. It will, if you. But what? 11. Saturday morning, Annie came to the flat to wake Bobby. She made breakfast and they ate in the small kitchen. It was a bright and unusually mild day for February, and Annie insisted that they spend it outdoors. "You waste too much time cooped up here," she said. "I'm going to see that you get out more and do things. Put your energy to good use." "Yeah? How?" "I'll think of something. Wait and see, lover." "I don't mind," Ives commented, "but there's nothing I especially want to do." "That's your problem. You're just lazy and it gets you down. But you don't do anything about it." "Well, we're going to change all that. Today we'll run around town until we're exhausted, and if the weather's good, we'll do the same tomorrow." First they went to Camden Town, where they browsed through the fresh food market in Inverness Street before moving along to Camden Lock. They spent nearly an hour among the stalls there, looking at second-hand books, records, clothes, jewellery, antiques, and other items on sale. Bobby bought a loaf of whole-grain bread and 2 jars of honey. Annie bought 7 buttons made of jet. "What are you going to do with them?" Ives asked. "Now that I've got them, I'll have to sew something to make use of them. Maybe I'll make myself a blouse, a silky, sensuous blouse." Holding hands, they walked along the canal until they came to a bench. They sat in the sun for a while, dipping their fingers into the honey and chatting happily. They took a taxi back into the West End, went to a film, and then to a small Italian restaurant for dinner. They lingered over the meal, Annie talking again about places they could go for a few days to get away from London. Bobby listened attentively and even asked questions about names that meant nothing to him. Rye, Scarborough. Is that the one in the Simon and Garfunkel song? Great Yarmouth. The New Forest. Later they went to a pub in South Kensington, a hot, smoky, crowded place that featured a band playing traditional jazz. In spite of his initial fears and the close atmosphere, Ives enjoyed himself. He was particularly pleased with Annie. By bringing him there, she was trying to show him that he had nothing to worry about. Maybe she's right after all, he told himself. "Did you have a good day?" she asked as they strolled along Gloucester Road. "Sure." "All right. It was a lot better than sitting around your flat all day, wasn't it?" "Sure." Bobby stifled a belch. "And you're going to spend the night with me, aren't you?" "Sure," Annie said, hugging him. "All right." In the flat, while they were sipping a nightcap, Annie suddenly began rummaging through her handbag. "I almost forgot," she said. "I've got something for you. Here it is." She handed him a blue leaflet entitled Focus on Migraine. The word migraine was printed in shaky lettering, as if to suggest double vision. "Where did you get this?" Ives asked, chuckling. "The Migraine Trust. I know it hasn't been bothering you for a while, but I thought you might like to read up on it anyhow. I went into their office yesterday. I hope you don't mind." "No, not at all." Bobby flipped through the leaflet. "I still don't think I have migraine, though." "Check the warning signs. There, that page." Ives read down the list with interest. Double vision, difficulty in focusing, temporary partial blindness, dazzling displays of colored lights, spots or lines, dizziness, nausea, hallucination, numbing, tingling sensations, sensitivity to noise or light, depression, and so on, to vaguer symptoms like yawning, trembling, talkativeness, pain in neck or shoulders, and noticeable increase in weight. "Well, I don't know," Ives said. "Most of these signs could mean anything." "Including migraine," Annie added, "and hallucinations. Couldn't that explain the Guadeloupe?" "No. I know what hallucinations are like. I had plenty of them back in my mescaline-eating days. Guadeloupe was no hallucination. It really happened." "What does it say about treatment?" Ives turned a page. "Here it is. Treatment. Analgesics, common pain-relieving drugs, aspirin, etc. What a joke. Iced water and glucose, and ergotamine tartrate, whatever that is. You take it by mouth, inhalation, injection, or—" Ives erupted with laughter. "Or suppository. Wouldn't that be something, me slipping a suppository up my ass while stuck on a number 9 bus?" 12. Sunday morning, Annie was up and dressed early. Bobby stirred, aware that her warmth was suddenly not there. "Going for the papers, and then I'll make you a nice big breakfast," he heard her say, just before the door clicked shut. "Okay." He put his head back on the pillow and closed his eyes, but he wasn't able to fall asleep again, and after a few minutes of trying he gave up, rose, and washed. Sitting by a window, Ives picked up Annie's lighter and began to play idly with it, flicking it on and off, turning the flame up and down. It looked all right outside, not as sunny as yesterday, but nice enough to do something. He smiled at himself, pleased that the idea pleased him. He set the lighter flame at its highest and cupped his free hand around it. Surprised, he let the flame touch his fingers. Nothing. No heat, no pain at all. "Shit," he muttered, running the flame all over his hand. Still no feeling. Something was very wrong. He remembered how rock-hard his hands had felt when they bashed Platt. What was going on? Hands were supposed to be fragile, loose sets of bone and cartilage wrapped in a thin layer of flesh, highly sensitive parts of the body. But now his hands had no sense of feeling at all. Was this the numbness mentioned in the migraine booklet? He had heard somewhere that the inability to feel pain was a symptom of leprosy, but that was impossible. He put the lighter down and slammed the back of his hand against the sharp corner of the windowsill. He felt the solid contact, but no pain. Again, and the same. He was still sitting there, staring at his hands, when he heard Annie's key in the door. After breakfast, and a long, slow wade through the papers, they went out for lunch at a hamburger restaurant. "What are we doing next?" Bobby asked. "Want to see the dinosaurs?" "What dinosaurs?" "At the Natural History Museum. Have you ever been there? It's just around the corner." "I've never been in a museum in my life," Bobby said, perking up. "Let's go." Annie laughed and squeezed his arm. "Sometimes you're just like a little boy." "It sounds good." "The dinosaurs or being a little boy?" "Both." But the reconstructed skeletons were neither as large nor as impressive as he had expected them to be. His image of dinosaurs as enormous, powerful, earth-shaking creatures was diminished by the sight of so many wired-together displays. Even the brontosaurus, in whose massive hip bones a fully grown man could be cradled, seemed merely pathetic and forlorn. If a mystery vanished there, Ives found real delight in the collection of fish fossils. No chip of bone, no tiny remnant of fin, only the delicate, spiny markings left in primordial mud, suggesting fantastic creatures of unimaginable form. How had they died, to leave such remarkable messages for man to dig up so many millions of years later? Upstairs they wandered into the long room full of rocks, minerals, and gemstones. Bobby stopped inside the doorway, his mouth opening slightly. He felt as if he had just been given a terrific electric shock. He knew he had reacted visibly, but Annie didn't seem to notice, so he forced himself to move down the first aisle of glass cases. Every identification card was a signal from the past, surging into his conscious mind. Hematite, plumbago, succinite, hornblende, chert, pyroxene, olivine. Names he didn't know but which sounded completely familiar the instant he saw them. Names from Guadeloupe, where, as Robert Versipel, he had collected and studied these minerals and ores. He had just stepped into another room in a museum, but at the same time he had stepped back 100 years. Even the air was special. It seemed to hold a subtle fragrance that calmed him and made him feel at home. The mathematical precision of crystal structure, the juxtaposition of minute color shadings, the cool certainty of inorganic science. When Ives came to the uninteresting stones, diamonds, sapphires, amethysts, and so on, he began to think about Annie, who was standing a couple of aisles away. Twice in 2 days she had tested him. Yesterday she had taken him to a crowded market and an even more crowded pub. Today, here. Did she realize what she was doing? She must. Yesterday, when he had thought about it after they had left the pub, he was glad she had taken him there. But now he wasn't so sure. She could be trying to help him exorcise a demon, or she could be trying, if unconsciously, to provoke. No. Fuck it. I'm getting paranoid. And if I start worrying about Annie, I'm lost. Stop thinking. Just take things as they come. That night, as Annie was getting ready to go back to Turnham Green, Bobby picked up her cigarette lighter. "Don't forget this," he said, handing it to her. "Thanks. See you tomorrow for lunch?" "Definitely. On me." 1 o'clock at El Camino. "Great. It was a good day," Bobby said, embracing her. "A good weekend." "Right. And tomorrow will be a good Monday." She kissed him, smiling. "And then we'll see what we can do about Tuesday, and the day after that. All right?" She kissed him again. "You are." "I am what?" "Trying to make a tourist out of me." "No, lover, not a tourist. Just a human being." 13. Monday. Cloudy and cold. More like February again. Ives woke early, partly because he was alone, but also because his hands were bothering him. They looked perfectly normal but felt swollen and inflamed, extremely tender. He ate his ginseng, vitamins and honey, and spent the rest of the morning walking around Hyde Park. If he walked with his hands hanging naturally at his sides, the raw air was like a rain of sharp glass ripping at them. But to put them in his pockets, where they would rub against the rough denim, was equally painful. Most of the time he held them tightly clenched to cut down the amount of skin surface exposed, but still they felt like balloons full of screaming nerves. How could they have felt no pain a day ago, and now be so hypersensitive? Perhaps he should go back to Dr. House. It might have nothing at all to do with a migraine. It might be a localized ailment. But the fact that his hands looked all right must mean something. If the condition was serious, surely it would begin to manifest itself outwardly. Ives sat down on a bench along the Serpentine and stared at his hands, as if waiting for them to flash him a sign. Within a few minutes he noticed that his feet were also sore. It could be the result of too much walking and the cold. He wore only thin loafers and lightweight socks. Pressed against the ground, his feet felt spongy, as if they had been pumped up with air bubbles, stretching and cramping the flesh. No, his imagination was taunting him. That had to be it. He stood up and rocked on his feet, testing, but the sensation was there. Not too painful, but insistent. Ives sat down on the bench again. Suddenly he felt alone, far away from anyone and unnerved by whatever illness it was he seemed to have. He had learned before that when something goes wrong physically, the body can do surprising things, riding its own course. When that happens, all you can do is hold on and take what comes. A feeling of helplessness closed around him. In his previous life, on Guadeloupe, he had contracted some kind of disease, one that eventually killed him. No one then knew what it was or how to treat it, but it did involve a fever. Could he now have some rare type of fever, localized in his hands and feet? It didn't seem possible, but he could believe almost anything. Ives looked at his watch. If he started walking now, he would get to the restaurant near Soho Square just about on time. Although his hands and feet hurt, he preferred to walk. Annie didn't appreciate it as much as he did, but walking was his favorite activity. The entire body engaged in the deliberate expenditure of energy at a controlled rate, the mind free to take in as much as it wanted from the outside, or to roam freely in itself. If his hands and feet still ached after lunch, he would go home and try soaking them in warm water. That might help, and if it didn't, he would make another appointment with Dr. House. But by the time he reached Berkeley Square, Ives found that neither his hands nor his feet hurt any more. They merely felt cold. He had timed his walk well. Annie arrived at El Camino while he was taking his coat off by the door. She looked breathless, rosy-cheeked, beautiful. "Now then, what are you doing with yourself today?" she asked after they had ordered. "This morning I went to a bookstore," he said. He had intended to go to a bookstore, but now he didn't want to bother Annie with the story of his hands and feet. "I wanted to read up on those fossils we saw yesterday, but they didn't have anything at the shop I went to, so I'll try another this afternoon. Then I think I'll go back to the museum for another look around. I like that place." "Good," Annie said, spearing a prawn. "I'm glad to hear you didn't just sit in the flat with the curtains drawn listening to Ballad of a Thin Man 85 times. No. I was thinking, maybe I can take a course somewhere here in London. I'd like to know something really well, just one thing." Annie nodded encouragingly, pleased to see him enthusiastic about something for a change. There was fire and life in his eyes, reminding her of the opals she had seen at the museum yesterday. After lunch, they walked slowly toward Tottenham Court Road. Annie was working in New Oxford Street, and Bobby was going to look in the bookshops on Charing Cross Road. They agreed to meet for a drink at 6 o'clock that evening. But as they crossed Soho Square, he began to feel very edgy and uneasy. His feet were acting up again. They felt as if they weren't attached to him at all, as if his legs ended above the ankles and he was walking on air. He put his arm around Annie and held her close. She smiled at him and he managed to smile back, but his head was shaking, something he had experienced only once before when he had gone for a job interview and had been too nervous to look at the interviewer. Now he was shivering all over, but it was more than a reaction to the cold day. Walking through the crush of people in Oxford Street, Ives felt his hands grow hot. Within seconds they became like flares of white heat from the elbows to the fingertips. "Oh, please stop." He hugged Annie tighter, but he felt almost nothing. "It's happening again. It's worse than it has ever been," he told himself. He could feel it building in him. He definitely had to go back to Dr. House. "I'll walk you to the store," Bobby heard himself say, the words sounding odd and strained. "Good," Annie said. "Are you all right, Bobby? You look very pale." Ives nodded, unable to speak. They waited to cross at the corner of Oxford Street and Tottenham Court Road, a cluster of other people bunching up around them. Bobby held her, stroking her arm and hair with his hand, hoping desperately the attack would subside. But it grew worse, swiftly. The air burned in his nostrils, and his vision became sharper, so that all the colours around him seemed vibrant, even shocking. He closed his eyes, held his breath, and pressed his lips to the back of Annie's head in a kiss. She leaned back gently against his chest, smiling to herself. Then the feeling in his hands changed completely. It was a dreamy sensation that made him think he could reach, like a spirit, through Annie's clothes and skin, into her body, to touch her heart, to feel the beating centre of her life, her love. He felt a sense of awe overwhelming him. A bus sped through the intersection to beat the changing lights. Bobby reached for Annie's heart, touching her back, and she seemed to fly into the air, head rearing back, arms windmilling slowly. "All wrong, "Oh, please, Annie." There were screams. The bus driver didn't have time even to reach the brake before impact. Where did all these people come from? So light. Disappearing. Stop. Stop it. Stop it happening. Oh, please. The howling beast on the borderline that separated you from me. He thought his brain was atomizing like a nova, that he would lose himself forever if he didn't hold on to every fragment and somehow drag it all back together. Like a thing on wheels, he spun into a pub, found a vacant stool, sat down and ordered 2 doubles. The bartender studied him, unsure whether to feel contempt or concern. Evidently settling on contempt, he served the drinks. In the mirror on the wall behind the bar, Ives saw his face. It was a wreck, bathed in a ghostly sheen, and looking as though it was only skin collapsed over skull bones. He emptied the first glass in a rush. Then the fragments within began to draw back toward the center. His hands still shook, but not so badly. He was aware of the bar stool slat on which his feet rested. Energy back into mass. He was a whole body again, but no longer the same, never to be the same again. Something was trying to get his attention, something enormous, but he couldn't make it out, and he didn't want to know. Something looming there at the edge of his conscious mind. The borderline that... He turned away from it and looked at his hands. What had Annie said about them? The fingers? No. The lifeline. What? They just looked like hands. Then something began to make a noise. At first, it wasn't clear, but then it commanded his attention. Words booming in his head. Annie. Annie. Annie's dead. The sound blotted out everything else, thundering within him until he felt physically sick. Ives sat still and closed his eyes. Eventually the words diminished in volume, then stopped altogether. The molecules of his body were heavier and metallic, meshed together with a new tightness. He felt calm. Slowly, carefully, he made his way across the bar. The hard linoleum floor felt spongy and treacherous beneath his feet, but he reached the men's room. Empty, thank God. Bent over the toilet bowl, hands clutching dingy, damp porcelain, nothing would come. Standing at the urinal, no piss even. Yet his whole body felt like a bag of warm, turbulent slush. He leaned, letting his forehead press against the wall, moist with condensation. What have I done? What's happened? Then it started up once more. Annie, Annie, Annie's dead. A ghoulish sing-song, caught unwanted in his brain. Only the sound of someone coming cut it off, enabling Ives to return to the bar. He looked around. There weren't many people in the pub now, all gone back to work. The bartender read an afternoon paper. Annie's dead, and I killed her. Murder, manslaughter at least, or temporary insanity. Were English laws the same as American? Now these were ordinary thoughts. Ives walked to the new Riverside Club. He played several games of pool, shooting well, and drank heavily, but it seemed to have no effect on him. After 7 in the evening he left the club and walked back to Kensington. His legs, firm and strong, he ran up all the stairs to his flat. Inside, he kicked off his shoes and ate some honey. He listened to the radio until he heard the news. But Annie didn't make the 60-second roundup. Murder, nonetheless. Yet he didn't feel anything. What had really happened to him in those moments at the street corner? He tried to remember exactly, but the entire incident had become dreamlike, impossible to pin down, a mist of images, but still very real. Even now Annie's dead body was stretched out somewhere, cold and crushed. Would they paste her together? Try to make her presentable? Wax and putty and wire mesh? Oh, Annie. The next morning he found short items on the death of Miss Annie Cooper in 3 newspapers. They all described it as accidental. No hint that she might have been pushed. No suggestion of suicide. The accident had caused traffic problems for nearly an hour. Police were not ruling out the possibility of charges against the bus driver, a Mr. K. Ghosh. Poor bastard, Ives thought, tossing the papers aside. Would the police come looking for him? She could have told several people she was having lunch with him yesterday. The restaurant staff could place him with her only a few minutes before she died. Her parents undoubtedly knew his name, and probably his address, and how many had seen him hugging her at that corner. What about the funeral? Her family, who had probably heard a great deal about Ives over the past few months, would expect him to attend and share their sorrow. Maybe the police would wait for that, and it would look suspicious if he didn't show up. Too bad. He would just have to take that chance. He couldn't bear the thought of sitting around mourning with the Cooper family. If the police came along, he could handle that. He could handle anything. It only required confidence and consistency. Ives put on a cassette and sat down to a breakfast of pills and honey. Annie had been right in her own way. He was too reclusive and self-absorbed, but she hadn't known how to deal with that in the right way. What had been right for her wasn't necessarily right for him. He didn't need to do things, not in the way she had. He didn't need other people or a social life as she had. He needed one person to live with him and accept him as he was, completely. That was love. Unfortunately, she hadn't been that person. In a way, her accident, was he calling it that now, had been fortuitous. They couldn't have lasted much longer. Perhaps it was better that she should have died still deeply in love. Not many people were so lucky. Had she felt his hand against her back, propelling her into the path of the oncoming bus? Had she realized in those few seconds what was really happening? No, Ives hoped. Give her that much. How it happened. Bobby went over the whole thing again and again, but he couldn't make sense of it. Something was wrong with his hands and feet, especially his hands. If he didn't do something about it soon, no. That was out of the question now. All he had to do was to go to a doctor about some strange uncontrollable illness and then have it slip out, have the police learn about it. Then he'd be in trouble. Whatever was wrong with him, he would have to deal with it himself, as best he could. Could it be a nervous disorder, or pinched nerves, for that matter? It was possible, he supposed, but it seemed unlikely. It couldn't be an infection or inflammation. Such ailments simply didn't behave that way. Which vitamins affected the limbs? He would have to check again, but he took a good daily dose of vitamins already. Trace elements. That was a possibility. Because he didn't eat much food, he could be deficient in something like manganese or cobalt. The body only needed minuscule amounts of trace elements, but any deficiency could produce unusual symptoms. That could be it. As for Guadeloupe and Vietnam, no diet would be able to cure the past. Ives washed, dressed, and left the flat. He went first to the health food store for a mineral supplement. It might turn out to be irrelevant to his illness, but he had to give it a try. In any event, it wouldn't hurt. Later, he walked aimlessly through the residential streets between Kensington Gardens and Holland Park. The high street was busy and noisy, but here, literally just around the corner, it was peaceful, hushed. Kids at school, father at the office, mother shopping. Neat, expensive houses, trendy flats, virtually no litter, trees of all sorts and little plots crammed with flowers, even in February. Ives looked in the windows as he walked along, reluctantly admiring the elegant interiors. Magazine-style living rooms, magazine-style dining rooms, and kitchens, French provincial, Old English farmhouse, space-age microwave, and even New York deli deluxe. People who probably couldn't even cut a proper steak still had to have a genuine butcher's block in the kitchen. In Camden Hill Road, he stopped by one house, peering through the ground-floor front window. It was a perfectly ordinary kitchen, not too fancy, not too immaculate. The spice rack contained store-bought jars, not the fashionable mock apothecary ones with ornate lettering. On the table was a box of cereal, the kind only a child or a very desperate adult would eat. There wasn't much else to see because that side of the street was in shadow and the room was unlit, but something held him for a few seconds longer. A shape moved, then disappeared. Ives suddenly had the disturbing impression that he was seeing something of importance. A woman came into view. She went to the sink and put a cup and saucer into it. As she turned away, she noticed Bobby through the window. She wore a plain housecoat that made her look shapeless. Her hair, which might have been streaked with blonde or grey, was pulled back. She had a slightly worn, 40-ish face. The woman, having hesitated a moment, passed out of sight, leaving Ives to stare at the box of cereal. No, Annie had been wrong about that. He didn't regret the fact that he had missed out on a normal, healthy childhood. Besides, broken families were almost the norm. There had been a time once, years ago, when he really had worried about it. He had spent money, too much, on fat psychology books, and hours, too many, trying to read them. He learned about the childhood deprivation syndrome, but it had done him no good. In the end, he had decided that psychology was a rip-off and that he didn't miss his non-existent childhood. But that cereal box, something held him. The woman returned and looked directly at Ives. Her face showed a trace of uncertainty and perhaps worry. He chuckled, figuring she had been standing just out of sight for the past couple of minutes, wondering about him. Good for you, lady. There are a lot of strange people on the street these days. She blinked once, a rapid, thought-confirming motion, and disappeared again. Now she'll call somebody, Ives thought. A husband, a neighbor, a cop. There's this fellow peering in my front window. Ives took a last look at the cereal box and then moved on. 14. By the time he was back in his flat, Bobby felt unwell. His hands and feet began to throb and burn again. He lay stretched out on the bed with his feet propped up on pillows, but it brought no relief. In a couple of hours he was sweating so much the bedsheets were soaked through. His stomach was in a knotting, twisting turmoil. His eyes hurt and his head ached. Ives alternated between periods of giddy consciousness and fitful sleep. It caught up with him that second night. Once he jolted himself out of sleep and bed, screaming, "Annie! Annie!" over and over again, until his throat was as raw as peeled flesh, and his voice a grotesque, hoarse wail. He shuddered uncontrollably like a man with malaria. Where was he? What was happening? He huddled on the floor by the bed, pulling himself into the fetal position. What have I done? Oh, Annie, please, no, dear God, Jesus, not dead, let me be wrong. Not Annie, so good, so lovely, I wanted you, yes, I loved you, what happened to us, to me, then, forever, God, help me, I am heartily sorry for Annie, not dead, not true, let me be wrong, this time, not again, not another, not a girl, not her, not Annie, please, no need for it, where are you, God, Annie, no name. The words like blades in his throat until the feeble croaking sound he made finally died, and sleep overtook him again for a while. Much later he woke up feeling as if he were going to explode, spewing his insides all over the room. But he had eaten nothing in a long time. He stumbled into the bathroom and turned on the light. It was like a blinding rain of fire assaulting every part of him, and he slammed the switch off. He hunched over the toilet bowl, his body racked with violent, dry heaves. Eventually he rose and took a large towel back to bed with him and fell into a deep sleep, clutching it tightly to his face like a baby's blanket. It was nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon when he awoke. Ives stared at his watch for several seconds, amazed at how much the attack had exhausted his system. He did feel better, but still weak and queasy. Ives took vitamin, mineral, ginseng, pollen, and propolis pills, and ate half a jar of honey washed down with spring water. Yesterday seemed so long ago. He had been out, asleep, for almost 20 solid hours. What is happening to me? Take control and act positively, he told himself. That's the important thing. He had to talk to someone. There had to be somebody. One person, somewhere in London, who could help him. Not a doctor. Not a shrink. The idea seemed ridiculous at first, but Ives crossed the room to a pile of magazines and started sorting through them, carefully scanning the classified ads. Among notices offering acupuncture, art therapy, confidence building, martial arts, bioenergetics, kundalini technique, and much more, Bobby found what he was looking for. There were several possibilities offering expert forecasts about love and money, but he decided on the least aggressive one. Miss Tanith, clairvoyant, perceptive, psychic readings. Ives phoned the number given and spoke to an elderly-sounding woman with an Irish accent. Yes, Miss Tanith could see him at 4:30. The price was £10. No, this wasn't Miss Tanith speaking. The woman then gave him an address near Marylebone High Street. Bobby sat studying the telephone after hanging up. Did he really want to go and see this woman? It was probably a waste of time and money. Clairvoyants who advertise must be rip-off artists. He wasn't even sure he believed that anyone could have clairvoyant powers. But he had to do something, and he had an instinctive feeling that he had done the right thing by calling, by merely seeking the woman out and making the appointment. At least there was a chance she would say something pertinent. A physician or psychiatrist would know nothing about his previous life on Guadeloupe, but a clairvoyant, if she had any genuine psychic ability, should be able to recognize it in his past, perhaps even without being told. Yes, he had done the right thing, and if Miss Tanith turned out to be useless, he would try someone else, and keep trying, however long it took. 7 minutes early, Ives found the address, some rather shabby basement premises. The woman he had spoken to on the telephone greeted him. She was short, round, and full of smiles. Bobby followed her into the front room. "Would you like a cup of tea?" she asked. "No, thanks." The woman hung his coat on a rack, relieved him of £10, saying, "Miss Tanith will see you in just a few minutes," and disappeared with her smiles. Ives looked around, feeling uncomfortable. The room was almost completely devoid of character. 3 plain chairs, a sofa, a coffee table with no magazines, a worn, colourless carpet, and an unwashed window that looked up through iron bars to the street. No curtains. The signs were not encouraging, he decided. Just as Ives had settled grudgingly in the grey gloom, the old woman returned. "This way, please," she announced. Ives was led to the 3rd room along a dark corridor. Inside it was small and equally dark, lit only by one shaded lamp on the table in the centre of the room. The walls were covered with floor-to-ceiling curtains. Maroon, perhaps, it was hard to tell. Meant to create a simple but suggestive atmosphere, he told himself. At least there isn't a crystal ball on the table. "Sit down here, please," the woman indicated. "Miss Tanith will be right in." Ives did as he was told, and the woman left the room, closing the door behind her. Only a few seconds later Ives heard another door click, and then Miss Tanith stepped out from behind the curtains. She wore a dark caftan or robe. She came directly to the table and sat opposite Ives. Her hair was cut short, and her features were clear but blank. What struck Ives in particular was how young she was. She looked about 18, certainly no more than 20. He had expected a plump old hen along the lines of the other woman, a matronly reader of tea leaves. Instead, he found a girl who might still be in school. "Hello, Mr. Ives," she said. "Hello. Why have you come to me?" The question was so even and neutral in tone that Ives was a bit surprised by it. "To see if you can tell me something about myself," he replied. Then he cleared his throat. "Try not to give anything away with your comments and reactions," he remembered. A poker face. Make her earn her money. "Is there something specific you wish to know?" Miss Tanith asked. Her eyes never left his face. "A relationship?" "No, not that, nor my finances," Ives said sharply. "But there is something." Ives remained silent, staring at the dark fabric of the girl's dress. "You must tell me the truth," Miss Tanith went on. "There is something, I know it. I can feel it." "Then tell me what it is," Ives said, his voice suddenly sounding like a plea. "Lean forward." Ives did as he was told, his eyes locking onto her clear, childlike expression. She seemed at once both innocent and all-knowing. The dream combination, he told himself. It shouldn't work, but he could tell he was giving into it. Miss Tanith cupped his face with her hands and moved her fingers back and forth lightly over his skin. "Don't move, please," she said. Her fingers roamed across his forehead and eyes, as if brushing dust from a precious manuscript. Her touch and the depth of her eyes held him. Several times she traced his eyebrows, nose, lips, cheeks, and the line of his jaw. She seemed oblivious to him as a person, her features revealing only the concentration of a search. Ives was now more than a little entranced. In the dim light, Miss Tanith looked luminous and angelic. Her touch was so delicate, but it also communicated intensity. No one had ever looked at or touched him this way before, not even Annie. Miss Tanith took her hands away. "Please remain as you are." She rose from her seat and came around to the same side of the table as Ives, standing behind him. He was aware of her presence very close to him, although she had not yet touched him again. "Please undo the top button of your shirt," she directed. Ives did so, and Miss Tanith gently pulled the shirt collar away from his neck. She tilted his head forward slightly. Her hands were soft and warm, reassuring and relaxing him merely through contact. He could just feel her breath on his skin. As she studied the back and sides of his neck, he let his eyes close. Then she raised his head back toward her, moving his hair about to examine the skin along his temples and around his ears. Ives wondered if he was only imagining that sensation, the back of his head brushing against her breasts. He realized he had an erection. Miss Tanith returned to her seat. Ives started to adjust his collar, but she stopped him, raising her hand an inch from the table. "Not yet, please," she said. "I would like you to tilt your head back onto your shoulders slowly, until the movement stops naturally. Don't arch your back at all." Ives carried out her instructions. He saw a small black spot marked on the ceiling directly in his line of vision. "Neat," he thought. "Thank you," the young woman said after a few moments. "You may button your shirt now." Ives watched her face as he did so, but it still told him nothing. "Perfect eyes she has," he told himself. "You can read as much or as little as you want into them." "Now please rest both of your hands on the table, palms up. You should feel comfortable. No stress on your arms." "That's it," she said, nodding with approval as Ives again did automatically as she told him. When the hand lies open, the fingers curl back toward the wrist slightly. Like a figure from the Middle Ages working over scrolls, Miss Tanith pressed the fingers down, first one hand and then the other, following lines and creases, all the while peering intently, repeating the process over and over again. Ives was fascinated but also a little worried. The trouble had begun in his hands. Would she see something no physician could recognize? His palms were a little moist. "Please relax," Miss Tanith said, responding quickly to the flicker of tension in him. She didn't even look up, but the two words took effect immediately. At last she turned his hands over and examined their backs, but she spent very little time at this before sitting back in her chair and looking at Ives. He gave her a few moments to see if anything else was going to happen, or to let her collect her thoughts. Then he ventured to speak. "Is that it?" "Yes," she replied promptly. "I don't use birth charts, horoscopes, tarot cards, or other such devices unless I am specifically requested to do so." She paused for a long moment, until Ives was about to speak again, but then she continued. "I don't think you will come to see me again, Mr. Ives. You asked me to tell you something about yourself, something important, but about which you know little or nothing at all. That is a difficult order to carry out, because you are a very troubled person, and further sessions are indicated, but they would be painful, and either you would stop them or I would." Her words came smoothly, easily, but with a quiet force that left no doubt in Bobby's mind as to their authority. He gave himself completely to the sound of her voice. "I have given you 4 readings, Miss Tanith went on. Each is based on and part of an old and proven science. Each is a key to personality and thus destiny. They are divination by physiognomy, by moles and other skin marks, by metoposcopy, which refers to the lines on the forehead, and by chiromancy, which refers to the hands. Any one of these, understood and used properly, is a strong source of knowledge about the past, the present, and the future. Taken together, they are extremely powerful. In spite of all this, I don't think I can give you what you want, or, more accurately, what you need. Your trouble runs very deep, far too deep for me to follow its course in a few minutes, if at all. I can see it, perhaps, more clearly than I would wish. It is in the signs on your face and neck and head and hands, signs that were born with you. The lines along your wrist I have seen only once before, in a woodcut by Bartolomeo Cocle from the 15th century. I am sorry, but they are lines of evil and sickness. They indicate a person in difficulty with himself, and even more so with others. The course will not change for the better. Probably it will get worse. I must tell you that. And here, she said, taking his hand, you can see that the fourth line is incomplete, unfinished. Ives had no idea what that meant, and Miss Tanith evidently decided not to elaborate on it. The single most important feature for you, she resumed, is here. She pointed to another line. Your life, your destiny, is to be found here more than anywhere else on your hand, from the middle finger to the wrist. As you can see, the line is shattered and broken, and in places, here and here, it almost stops or goes off in other directions, yet it reaches very far. This is a rare combination. It may be that you will live a long life, but it will be full of unhappiness, even disaster, or it could end any time. There are too many suggestions and possibilities in that line, but one thing governs them all. Trouble. That is certain. She released his hand, pausing again. The mole on the back of your neck is another bad omen. The ancients believed that a mole in that position predicted violence and death by decapitation. It is a sign of Saturn, the planet of great misfortune. In your case, I would take it to signify great mental distress, perhaps illness. I cannot say whether or not the literal physical implications of death apply. It is bad enough that the sign is there. Your other moles are so located as to suggest a larger than usual appetite for self-gratification. No stability is indicated, no compensating or balancing signs. All is in one direction. Your nose has the slight curve that shows anger and aggressiveness, although it is not pronounced. Your teeth are slightly spaced and protruding, again only to a small degree. At best they refer to garrulousness and arrogance, at worst an irreversible tendency to complete breakdown. Your hair is rough and dry, your eyes small and withdrawn. These too are bad signs, indicating anger, suspicion, and malice. You can see what an unhappy picture is forming. If I could interpret these marks any other way, I would do so. The lines on your forehead fall into two groups. You may hardly even notice them in the mirror, but they are there and will become more visible in time. The first group consists of 3 lines running horizontally in the lower zone. They point to trouble in the form of physical violence, a struggle of some kind. They are lines associated with murder. Miss Tanith's voice hadn't changed in tone at all, but a bomb thundered in the back of Bobby's mind at her words. The second group, she continued, has 2 vertical lines, one arching like a parenthesis over and around the inside of your right eye, the other short and angled above your left eye. In metoposcopy, they forecast one thing only: violent death. As I said before, any one of these sciences can tell you a great deal. Together their message is unmistakable. Violence, pain, mental anguish, death, perhaps your own, perhaps that of someone else, perhaps both. I have never seen or heard of so many of these signs converging in one person, but the signs are with you. That is my reading. Ives was stunned by her remarks. and although the spell began to dissolve, he didn't know what to think. Later, probably he would have many questions, but now everything was swirling inside him. He looked into Miss Tanith's eyes, hoping to find some doubt or reservation. They shone darkly, but gave nothing. 15. Afterward, back in his flat with one drink inside him and a second in his hand, Bobby tried to understand what had taken place. The girl, Miss Tanith, was as genuine as any clairvoyant he was likely to find. Of that he was certain. Many of her phrases and comments were deliberately ambiguous, but there was nothing ambiguous about her overall message. It had not been a gimmicky reading. It had been serious and unpleasant. She had even spoken the word, murder, and in doing so had shocked him. What else had she seen and perhaps not mentioned? She had said there was something too deep to follow, and Ives wondered if that was an allusion to his previous life on Guadeloupe. Although she had spoken for only a few minutes, she had given him a great deal to think about. And yet, still not enough. Not the one vital missing thing. Ives felt tantalized and annoyed. She was genuine and she had seen into him, but she had not gone far enough, and she had ruled out further sessions. That, too, had surprised him. Perhaps there was no more for her to see. Perhaps that violence, the murder of Annie, was the sum of it. But no, there were the signs, the marks, and the lines. Were they permanent, or did they change in the course of a person's life? Ives found himself thinking about Miss Tanith, as well as her words. She was not beautiful, but she was attractive, young and girlish. How that apparition-like face contrasted with the sombre, assured tone of her voice. He couldn't deny that he had been won over to her quickly. The combination of her face, her voice, the dark room, her sexually arousing touch, all had turned him into a willing participant. Had they impaired his ability to judge the experience accurately? He wanted to find fault with Miss Tanith's performance, but he couldn't, only that the reading had not gone far enough. He spent the rest of the evening listening to music and rerunning the visit to the clairvoyant in his mind. Every time he seemed to reach a conclusion, it failed to hold up. Perhaps her psi powers were not so great. He had probably exuded worry and the trouble she spoke of from the moment he had walked into the room. A good professional, even one so young, could start from that point and build on reactions as she went along. But no, she hadn't done that. She had read him and then delivered a verdict. Perhaps he should go to another clairvoyant if Miss Tanith wouldn't see him again. But what were his chances of finding another so perceptive? Perhaps he should go back to her. But she had been firmly against his return. Why? Perhaps. Around midnight he went to the high street for a hamburger. The noise and crowd made him feel uncomfortable. He ate rapidly and, after wandering about a while longer, returned to the flat. There he drank a small glass of spring water and fell asleep. It was dark outside when he awoke, feeling completely alert and refreshed, just after 5 in the morning. Sitting in the silent flat in the silent city in the winter's pre-dawn hour, Ives felt more alone than at any time he could remember. What was he doing in London? Nothing. Vegetating. He knew no one now, with Annie dead. He had buried himself here alone, cut off from other people, haunted by some unknown illness or problem. He wondered if he should return to the States. Somewhere there, perhaps, was the thread to be picked up, the health to be regained, the life to be resumed. Admit that coming to London was a mistake, an idea that just hadn't worked out. Admit it, pack up, and leave. He wanted to. He could almost do it. In the absence of any other solution, change looked attractive, even simple change, physical or geographical. Then was there a thread, a life to be found? The same strained relationship he had left behind would still be there. Would a few months have changed them? Not likely. He would be back in America no better off, telling himself he had gone to live in London, had killed a girl he had loved, and then left. Oh no. Ives dressed, took his daily dose of pills and decided not to think about it any more. He would ignore the whole swampy problem as much as possible. Annie was right about his thinking himself into a mental pit. It was time to concentrate on health, physical well-being, more than just pills and honey. He would get himself back into shape. As he walked through the dark streets, Bobby began to develop the idea. What was called for was an exact regimen, a regular amount of sleep. He would have to put an end to keeping erratic hours. Up in the morning and to bed at night. That was the first thing. He would learn exactly how much sleep he really needed, and then make sure he got it every night at the same time. Establish the natural optimum, then stick to it. Next, food. He would have to revise his attitude to this, too. The vitamin supplements, tablets, and honey were fine, but he was neglecting the rest of his diet. Good food, predominantly fruits and vegetables, every day. That was essential. Then, activity and exercise. He would do exercises every day in the flat. And running. As he approached the flower walk in Kensington Gardens, he realized that the park was an ideal place to run, and now was a good time to begin, before many people were out and about. Yes, a daily run and exercise would be just the thing. But perhaps he should go to a health club or gymnasium a couple of days a week as well. There must be many of them in a city the size of London. Surely he could find one that wouldn't wreck his government-financed budget. The idea had appeal. Not only would it reinforce his own regimen, but he would also meet other people. Pleased with himself, Ives began to trot along the path. He had the wrong shoes on for jogging and a cumbersome overcoat, but they didn't hinder his movement. He would dress properly tomorrow. Today he just felt like running for the pleasure of it. He gulped in cold, damp air, exhaled clouds of mist. The wrong time of the year to start this, he thought, but that didn't seem to matter either. His legs pumped easily, almost effortlessly, and he felt as though, in a strange way, he were flying. He heard the clear, solid click of his feet on the cement, but hardly felt them touch, a sensation that reminded him of hitting a baseball just right as a young boy. When the ball and bat met perfectly, the whole body absorbed the shock of contact without the slightest tremor. It was an exquisite feeling. The morning air caused tears to form in his wide-open eyes, and he slowed to a walk as he reached the ring. There was hardly any traffic on the road yet. Rubbing his eyes, Ives thought he could now see even more clearly. The expanse of parkland on the far side of the road, all the way to the Serpentine, was quite clearly visible in spite of the darkness. He let a car with its headlights on pass, and then he crossed to Rotten Row. Although he had run a considerable distance wearing his coat and sweater, he hadn't worked up a sweat. Nor was he out of breath, he suddenly realized. Maybe I'm in better shape than I thought. Bobby walked a little way along Rotten Row, and then began to lope across the field toward the Serpentine. There were no other people in sight. The ground was rough and hard from winter, but Ives didn't miss a step. His feet seemed to feel the earth right through the soles of his shoes. In a few moments he reached the water's edge and stopped, looking around. Flotillas of ducks ferried by. In the distance a couple of swans cruised along. Ives thought he could hear the murmurings of all the animals there. For several minutes he stood there enjoying the privacy and peace. The aloneness he had experienced briefly back at the flat was now completely erased by the much greater sense of being in and belonging to a particular place, this place, the park, and its body of water. He felt almost as if he were a part of it, and it of him, as if in both person and place there were a shared echo from an ancient and dimly understood source. This was, after all, where he had received the vision of his previous life. What other past lives were buried here in the park? The executions, the communal graves during the Black Death, and how many countless others. And he was a part of it. Only in the hour or so before the city awoke, and in the hour or so at night before it closed. But still, he was there now. The place belonged to him, Bobby Ives. He turned away from the Serpentine, walking across the field in the direction of Knightsbridge Barracks, but he had only gone a few yards before he stopped. Yes, he could sense it, a presence in his kingdom. At the Park Lane end of the Serpentine, a jogger came into sight from behind a line of tall shrubs. Although he was still quite far away, Ives could distinctly hear the faint slap of the jogger's tennis shoes on the walk. He stood by a tree and watched as the small figure grew larger, proceeding smoothly along the edge of the water. Ives was amazed that he heard the fellow's movements at such a distance, and now, already, Ives could hear the sound of the man's breathing. He was a pudgy specimen, all right, Ives noted, evidently trying hard to keep the flab within tolerable limits. Reddish-brown hair, smartly cut, mid-30s. A young executive? Yes, that was an Adidas label on the breast of the man's tracksuit. Bobby's senses had become so sharp and instinctive that everything appeared super-real to him. He was there, and intimately a part of every sound, sight and smell, the feel of earth and air, the taste of morning. As the other man approached, Ives drew back behind the trees, leaning into the shadow until his face pressed against the cold, wet bark. Inhale, pace, pace. Exhale, pace, pace. In spite of his bulk, the man moved well, maintaining an even rhythm. He stared ahead blankly, caught up in the exercise. When the jogger had passed, Ives turned and walked steadily after him, unhurried, unthinking. When he reached the ring road again, Bobby saw that the other man had taken the northwest path, which went past Temple Lodge toward Bayswater Road and Queensway. Ives began to jog. The man in the tracksuit was now well ahead. Bobby increased his speed and moved off the paved walk onto the rough ground. The thought crossed his mind that it would be amusing to catch up with the other fellow and pass him by. Ives grinning in his heavy overcoat and awkward shoes, and avoiding the easy path. Now he began to open up. His body responded instantly, hungrily, as if encouraging him onward. The gap between the two men closed as Bobby's stride lengthened. The coat and sweater and shoes were no hindrance. He didn't even notice them. The man in front hadn't slowed at all, but now he seemed mechanical to Ives, like a pathetic puppet thing trundling along in pursuit of some banal destiny. A triumphant sneer formed on Ives's face as he gained ground, and felt even more certain that he would overtake the man. Every time he quickened his pace a little, it seemed no exertion at all. He thought of a car racing without hesitation from 0 to 60 miles per hour in a few seconds. The image flashed by and was gone, immediately replaced by that of a great bird, an eagle streaking down a long trajectory toward Earth. Yes, his run was that easy, that fast. His nostrils flared as he detected something. The man's sweat? It must be. Like a thin beam, a ribbon of warm scent. Spoor. Ives laughed aloud without interrupting his breathing. He felt smooth and polished as an eagle's beak, no trace of sweat around his forehead, neck, chest, back, or arms. He even felt stronger and faster than he had when he had first started running earlier that morning, along the flower walk. His legs felt like rockets, jets of energy. His arms seemed to claw the very air away with each stride. The jogger had no chance now. His smell filled the air. The sneer on Ives's face grew deeper, more pronounced and expressive. Ives hadn't even reached his maximum effort, and he was only 10 yards away from the man. He started to laugh again, a guttural chuckling that welled up inside him and turned into sound. The tracksuit broke stride slightly, looking back. What he saw there caused him to stumble, his eyes widening, his mouth opening to call out. Suddenly the run, the entire long movement, from the first round at the Serpentine to this second, declared its truth to Ives as intuitive, unworded, blood knowledge. He hit the other man body to body, tumbling through the air and across the ground, snarling in rage and contempt, his hands working in a frenzy, slashing, clubbing, ripping away at the jogger's face and body. At first his victim tried to fight back, kicking wildly, fending off blows, gasping out protests, but he was hit too often, his face and throat torn, and he was dead, or at least unconscious, within a few seconds. Ives lay against the cold earth, breathing deeply. He rose to a crouch, then ran off several yards, huddling against a tree. Nearby was the Speak Monument. He felt exultant and terrified, and he clung to the tree tightly. He took a step backward. Awkwardly, his hands shaking, he unzipped his trousers and urinated. Then, thrilled but uncertain, he hurried away. Home. He looked in the bathroom mirror and saw blood all around his mouth. 16. Ives decided to wait. In a few minutes the pubs would close for the afternoon, and at the same time the new Embassy Club would open. He'd go there for a drink. He made his way toward Leicester Square. Days had passed and nothing happened. No one had telephoned about Annie. No one had come around to see him. They were stupid, and he was invisible. Bobby had inquired at several health clubs but found them all to be rather expensive and geared towards specific programs, weight loss, bodybuilding, and so on, which didn't interest him. Then, by chance, he came across a small, shabby-looking gymnasium near Golden Square, the Eldorado Athletic Club. After a quick look around the place, Ives paid the modest fee for the first quarter and signed up. He was free to use the gym 6 days a week if he wanted, but for the time being he was content to work out there on Tuesdays and Fridays, and to exercise daily at home. Walking into Leicester Square, Ives looked around for a spot to sit. A few minutes before, he had bought a paperback, Philip K. Dick's The Man in the High Castle, and he intended to read for a while until the new embassy opened. The square was crowded for February because it was a mild and sunny day for a change. Ives found a bench being used by only one other person, and he sat down. He was staring at the back cover of the book, but the words weren't getting through to him. There was still an edge of worry in his mind about the flabby jogger in Hyde Park. The man turned out to be an accountant named Rowan, and he had been found shortly after Ives had left the scene. Rowan died at the hospital from a massive loss of blood and other injuries. There had been a great deal of noise in the papers about the incident for a couple of days, but then the story receded to the back pages before disappearing altogether. One worrisome point. None of the reports Ives had seen, and he had checked very carefully, ever mentioned whether or not Rowan had regained consciousness at any time before his death. Were the police deliberately withholding that information? Perhaps the man had spoken. Perhaps he had even been able to give the police a description of his assailant. Ives wanted to believe that wasn't the case. The police usually broadcast such descriptions far and wide. Besides, Rowan had probably never regained consciousness, and even if he had, he was probably incapable of speech after an assault like that. Ives dimly remembered the terrible damage he'd inflicted on the man's throat. There was nothing to worry about, he told himself. Nonetheless, he'd thrown his overcoat into the back of the closet, never to be worn again. He looked at his watch. There was no point in starting to read now. After 2 or 3 pages it would be time to go to the club.
"Have you any money?"
Ives turned his head. The girl sitting on the other end of the bench looked at him nervously.
"Can you give me some change?"
she asked. What for?
"Something to eat."
Ives reached into his pocket and found a large coin with a milled edge. When he gave it to her, she didn't thank him. Instead, she looked at the 10-pence piece forlornly, and then back at Ives. He grabbed the rest of his coins, about 60 pence worth, and handed them over to the girl.
"Thanks,"
she said, still managing an air of indifference. "Haven't you got any money?" Ives asked. The girl shook her head. "Well, where do you live?"
"Around."
She shrugged. "Do you have any friends?"
"I know some people."
"Don't they help you out?" Ives pressed on, not sure why he was bothering. "What about your family?" The girl shrugged again. Her face was slowly working into a frown. She stared sullenly at the pavement. Her fist, holding the coins, tensed and relaxed in a steady rhythm. Her hair was bright blonde, almost white, and cut very short, spiky. She was thin in face and, apparently, body, although it was hard to tell looking at her from the side. She wore black trousers and a light jacket over a flimsy t-shirt. "Do you just, panhandle every day?"
"Sometimes I steal,"
the girl answered with a trace of pride.
If you ask people for money, they're usually rude and act like you're some kind of animal. It's better to steal from them.
Really?
Yeah, course.
What sort of things do you steal? The club was open now, but Ives was intrigued.
Anything. Radios, clothes, pocket calculators, anything small and worth a few quid.
And where do you get rid of it? The frown was back.
Thanks for the money, mister.
She rose to leave. Wait a minute, Ives said. Where are you going?
To eat.
Hang on. I'll treat you to a meal. Christ, what are you getting into now? The girl turned to look at him. On her right cheek, a small swastika had been marked with a red felt-tip pen. A razor blade, real as far as Ives could tell, dangled from her earlobe. He tried to show no reaction.
Where?
She looked dubious. Kensington.
All the way out there?
She made it sound like the Pacific Ocean.
Then I have to pay to get back here after, don't I?
I just gave you money, Ives exclaimed. I'm crazy.
That was food money,
the girl replied evenly. Okay, I'll give you the bus fare back, all right? She shrugged again.
Okay.
On the way to Kensington, neither of them spoke a word. When they reached Bobby's house, the girl hesitated a moment and then spat loudly on the pavement before following him inside. 17. Come here. Bobby was lying back on a cushion against the wall, his legs stretched out on the floor. The girl was prowling around the room examining things. She would pick up a record or magazine, glance at it with a bored expression on her face and then toss it down, moving on to something else. They had eaten quickly, talked a little. He still didn't know her name, nor she his. Come here, he said again.
What for?
She didn't turn to look at him when she spoke. Because I don't like trying to talk across the room to you. Just come here.
No thanks.
What's the matter?
You want to fuck. That's why you brought me back here. That's what you were thinking, wasn't it?
No, not.
Why don't you just admit it? I don't care,
the girl went on sharply.
I'm saying it for you, but you're so screwed up inside you can't even say it yourself.
We were talking.
I don't care. I just got my period, mister, so it'll be pretty messy, but who gives a shit?
She stood with her back turned to Ives. He waited a few moments, but she apparently had nothing further to add to her sudden little outburst. How to approach her now? It was like trying to speak to a furious child, one whose hostility was broad and unfocused. Where are you staying? He asked finally.
Nowhere special.
She flipped through a paperback as if looking for pictures. Stay here, then. There it was, spoken aloud. Long as you like. Free. No trouble. What am I looking for?
Why should I?
She tried to make it sound like a sneer, but her voice faltered for a brief second. Christ, you just said you have nowhere to stay. I'm offering you a place. What the hell do you want? If you don't like it, just get lost. The girl sat down and hunched over until her head was only a few inches above the floor. Ives crossed the room and crouched down beside her. Listen,
leave me alone.
No, I won't. Ives grabbed her chin, forcing the girl to look at him. Her eyes were large with fear and anger, and he could feel her shaking. Listen to me. You can...
Get away from me, you bastard!
She twisted away from him and was crying now, her face pressed to the floor. Look at me, damn it. Ives pulled her up and slapped her roughly on the side of the head. You're staying here now, do you understand? He hit her again and she cried out. Why? Shut up and listen to me, do you hear? I'm trying to tell you something. He pulled her t-shirt, and the fabric ripped away like paper in his hand. Everything seemed to be happening by itself now. He hit her in the face with his fist clenching the torn cloth. That's your shirt. Do you see it? Can you feel it? It's nothing.
Please,
He slapped her.
Please.
A whimper. Another slap. Harder. I'm trying to get through to you, but you don't understand anything, do you? Ives snarled. Do you want it all to end now? He pinned her to the floor with one knee on her chest, one hand swatting hers away. With his free hand he yanked open her pants, and inserted his fingers violently into her vagina. "Do you think that's all I'm interested in?" His voice almost a shout, his hand thrashing in her. "Stupid goddamn bitch, that's not what I'm talking about. Do you understand?" He withdrew his fingers, stained blackish red. "This isn't what matters," he said, poking her arm with the fingers. "This isn't it at all." Ives unpinned the girl. Sitting on the floor, he hauled her up forcibly until she was on her knees. "Now look at me." Her face was red and covered with moisture, but she was no longer crying, and for the first time her eyes met his. "Now stand up." As she did so, he pulled her pants and briefs down to her ankles. "Stand over me," he directed. She moved, straddling his stomach, eyes half shut, mouth slightly open. Ives removed his sweater and shirt in one sweeping move. Then he brought his face up until it touched her pubic hair. "Don't move. I'm not afraid of you, child. Don't be afraid of me." His hands came around to the small of her back, his fingers reaching down over her buttocks. His mouth opened and he took her, tongue working slowly, comprehensively inward, until it could reach no more, until her taste filled him and he could just breathe. Then he came back to find her clitoris, sucking, pushing, prodding for long moments as a finger moved in deeper behind, until her whole body was shaking around him. Many minutes later he lay back, breathing heavily. Her eyes were closed, and she still trembled. "Down," he said. She came to her knees, almost sitting on his belly. "Forward." He pulled her gently so that she was on his chest, knees up against his armpits. Her eyes remained closed, as he wanted. She was gone, all there. "Now let yourself go," his voice whispered. "Float. Cut your mind loose from everything. The space of the mind and the space of the body are the same thing. Find it. Every molecule, every atom in you. Feel them. You can feel them all. Let go of everything that has tangled you up. Let go. Into yourself. Bleed. Bleed on me. Now." The girl began to shake again, her head back on her neck, hands gripping ankles. Ives held her hips, feeling the bones, his hands absorbing the tremors from her body. Then he was aware of hot liquid on his chest. First a trickle, then a few large drops. It seemed to burn into him like molten metal. He pressed the palm of his hand against it and smeared it over his mouth. Then he rubbed his hand on his chest again until his fingers were all wet and sticky, and he smeared them over her breasts. "It's you. What's lost, flushed away, forgotten. The nothing, the worse than nothing. It's you." She watched as he carefully licked her menstrual fluid from the palm of his hand, and when he held his dark fingers to her face, she accepted them, tonguing, sucking, tasting herself. Then she leaned forward and hugged him. Some time later he rolled her over onto her back. He caressed her face gently, kissed her eyes and ears and throat and breasts, teasing the small nipples alert again. His hand moved lovingly over her body and settled between her legs. He tasted warm, salty liquid, and then he saw blood. He had cut his mouth on her razor blade. He ran his open mouth along the line of her jaw, and was pleased to see more of his own blood, merging with the reddish streaks already on her face. Then they kissed for the first time, a long, slow meeting. He took his hand from between her legs and raised it for her to see. He put the thumb in his mouth and sucked it clean. She took the other fingers and repeated the ritual. As she did so, he let his face trail along her body, kissing, playing with her breasts, exploring her navel, following the pail down to her abdomen into her crotch. He raised the girl's body at the hips and buried his face in her, turning her onto her side. Thighs clamped around his head, and in a few moments he could feel all of her trembling, and he heard weak sounds coming from her. It was as if he were trying to suck her dry, or to force himself into her and disappear. When he finally looked up, gasping, he saw that she was crying openly, tears washing down her face, forming reddish trails. Ives let her roll onto her back, and then rested his head on her belly. Her legs still embraced his upper body. She reached down and cradled his head with her hands, holding him tightly there. It was dark when Ives sat up. He had dozed, and the girl was probably still asleep. He went to the window and looked out at a few lights in other buildings, street lamps, a distant sign. He could hear the diesel growl of a taxi in the next street. He held his watch to the light and saw that it was almost 9. With no shirt on, he felt the cold coming through the window. After a while, he heard the girl stir. He stayed where he was, hands braced on the sill, peering at the city. Then he felt her hand snaking up his thigh. She was on the floor, between his legs, unzipping his jeans. She took him into her mouth, and he quickly filled it. Ives let his eyes close and smiled. He would have come in a few more seconds, but he reached down and brought her up standing. He turned her to the window, spread her legs, and entered her from behind. At first she was tight and gritty, and she let out a small cry of pain as he pushed. But then it was easier. Ives huddled over against her back, his face in her hair and along the side of her head. The two of them, faces at the window, rocking, thrusting, finding their rhythm. He thought his prick was a heavy piece of solid crystal shattering into a million prismatic fragments inside of her. Now, only this third time would she have him. Ives left the girl at the window, her head resting on her arms on the sill. He went to the bathroom and switched on the light. It was too harsh, so he draped a hand towel over the top of it, reducing the glare to a soft yellow radiance. He turned the hot water tap on full, the cold on just a little, and poured in twice the normal amount of bath salts. The water became clear green and sudsed up. He threw a large towel on the floor beside the tub. He went through the kitchen and into the big room again. She was on the floor beneath the window. Ives picked her up and carried her into the bathroom. There he removed her jacket so that she stood naked, looking at him. He couldn't begin to read the expression in her eyes, but it seemed all right. He put a hand on her shoulder and she stepped into the bath. "Sit back, close your eyes and relax," he said. "Take in the heat." Ives sat on the towel beside her. When the bath was full, he turned off the taps and took a face cloth. The water was very hot, the room steamy. Slowly, gently, he washed her. Feet first, then legs, crotch, torso, arms, shoulders, neck, face, and hands. She rolled over and he repeated the process. A serene smile formed on her face as she enjoyed the experience completely. When it looked as if she might drift off to sleep, he made her sit up so that he could wash her hair. Then she got out and he sprinkled talc all over her body, rubbing it in tenderly and, finally, toweling her dry. She did the same for him, and he kept his eyes open all the time, watching her, studying her body as if he were only now really seeing it. She was thin, almost boyish. Small breasts, long, slender legs, a little too slender. A good face, not immediately pretty, but good. When she finished drying him off, he said, "From today, your name is Angel." They slept in their bodies, arms and legs, all mixed up in each other. The next morning, while the sky was still dark, they talked quietly in bed under the covers. Talked of how her mother had died of cancer a few years before, of the fights at home, how she had left, and how she had lived in London for 5 months, going from one place to another, day by day, and more, the words tumbling out of her until there were none left. "I'm your father now," Bobby said. "I know." He burrowed his head down between her legs to where he most wanted to be. 18. It was after 4:30 when Ives left the gym. Each session was a little bit longer than the previous one. By the evidence of his own senses and his demonstrated ability, he knew he was now in excellent physical condition. The daily exercise courses had increased 2, 3, 4, and in some cases 5-fold, all very quickly. He felt right. He was living right. That created its own discipline and demands, but they seemed entirely natural, even welcome. It was as if he had turned a corner in his life. There were still doubts and uncertainties, but now he was beginning to feel that he had them in control rather than the other way round. Whatever kind of person he was, he could accept it, and the world would have to accept it too, because he was a part of the world. Bobby knew that was a simple, self-justifying argument, but he also believed it held a basic truth. He was his own truth, whether he fully understood it or not. At the new Riverside Club, he read through the bar copy of an afternoon paper. No news, nothing happening. That fellow in the park had been completely forgotten, like Annie before him. So sad. Goodbye. Ives sipped his drink, feeling pleased. They would never find him out. How could they? No motive, no connection, nowhere to begin. He was anonymous, a shadow in the dark, the city's shadow. The question of why he had killed that man so savagely and Annie so abruptly still surfaced in his mind every day, but he could cope with the lack of an answer. Both incidents had happened automatically, by themselves. He hadn't thought about doing those things in advance. He had planned, only moments before, to meet Annie later that day. He had thought only of passing the jogger by and so demonstrating that he was in better shape. There had been nothing premeditated about those deaths. They had simply happened. Ives had another drink and watched the game of pool in progress on the table. He was tempted to put down his money and challenge the winner, but he decided against it. He wanted to go back to the flat and fuck with Angel. Up her cunt, up her ass, in her mouth, in her hands. To eat her until she moaned and cried and all but passed out. To finger fuck her until she couldn't even sit up or say a word or hear him speak. To watch her work on him for an hour or more, loving him, worshipping his body, always differently, always true and effective. In a couple of days she had come alive with him. He was good for her, he could see that, and she was good for him. They understood each other instinctively, without words, in ways that he and Annie never had. Angel. Yes, he had been right. It was just after 6 and completely dark outside when he finished his drink and left for the flat. There was a gentle drizzle in the air, what the English call a mist, Ives thought. Nonetheless, he decided to walk home. Rush-hour traffic was too heavy for the ride in a cab or on a bus to be anything other than exasperating. Besides, he enjoyed the light rain. Ives crossed Park Lane via the pedestrian subway at Alford Street and set out through his territory, Hyde Park. The ground was soggy and slippery as a result of the day's rain, but as before, when it had been hard and crusty from the cold, Ives never missed his footing. He deliberately avoided the path. He stopped for a moment and looked back at Park Lane with the satisfaction of one viewing a disaster from an impregnable sanctuary. The ribbon of traffic from one end to the other, locked in 2 directions, the cars, the lit-up bus cages, the buildings, thousands of people stuck en route. They're in their place, and I'm in mine, Ives told himself as he continued on his way. At Serpentine Road, the restaurant just a few yards away, a whim overtook him, and he doubled back toward Hyde Park Corner. But shortly along the way he turned right in the direction of Carriage Road. That should be an interesting route home, one he seldom took, on the edge of the park. The path swept down with the earth's natural depression. This little pocket was the Dell. Ahead, cars inched onward, while others buzzed into the city, enjoying the uncongested eastbound lanes. Halfway across the Dell, Ives stopped. Now he knew why he had come this way. He had seen it before, of course, but never this closely. Just off the path, surrounded by shrubbery, stood an enormous stone, a megalith that dwarfed a man. It loomed in the shadows like the sole surviving remnant of some ancient primitive shrine. Ives wondered if it had belonged to the place, if it had originally been raised on this site, or if someone had come along more recently and stuck it up as a decoration. The former, he hoped. Ives went and stood by the stone. He reached out and touched the cold, wet surface. It was rough and grainy, as he had expected. Primordial rock. Even in the darkness he could see its features clearly. Broad, sweeping plains, worn considerably with age and exposure, but as old as the planet itself, perhaps. He ran his fingers down the stone to the ground. Crouched in the shadows, he then felt the earth. It was cold and still a bit resistant, but the rain had loosened it up somewhat. Leaning against the immense stone, he pushed his fingers into the soil as far as he could. He felt as if he were gripping the entire planet, as if electricity shot from the earth through him to the stone and the night air, uniting him with them in a special rite. Ives threw his head back and let the rain wash over his face. Cool, clear rain. Then he felt another kind of moisture on his chin, trickling down his neck, warmer, thicker. He brushed himself with his hand and saw bubbly liquid. He was salivating, like a dog. And then he noticed his hands again, the palms rough, as if edged with tiny beard bristles, the backs hard as horn. A charge roared through every particle of his being, but his fingers seemed to have lost their mobility. They were stiff and crooked, and the hands were dark from more than the dirt they had just held. Ives attempted to push his sleeves back, but found the movement difficult. He had to slide his clumsy fingers under the fabric of coat, sweater, and shirt, and then pull them back. As he did so, his nails raked sharply along leathery flesh. It went on. The nails, like razors, actually tore the shirt and sweater. What is happening to me? Like a galaxy of 10 billion stars in the rhythm of vast spaces, the rhythm that never repeats itself, his mind wheeled into a new reach. It was wordless, biochemical language, a music of body and elements. He understood. The woman appeared from nowhere, the tap-tap of her heels puncturing the core of Ives's communion. She was bent over slightly in the rain with a small umbrella, and she walked right past him without even noticing. But he came up out of his crouch in one leap, snarling, arms sweeping around her throat and waist. He lifted her easily off the ground and hauled her back into the shadows. She kicked and struggled furiously, but her movements were only mild, pleasant shocks to him. Shrill, stifled sound vibrations broke from her mouth, through his hand and arm, flaring like fireworks in his face. Deeper into the darkness he crawled, dragging the woman along. Her umbrella lay in the grass just off the path. Bobby felt as though every bit of him were on fire. Not burning in the normal sense, but in active exchange with the woman, with the movements, with the air. But it was no good. She was dangerous, a threat. He hit her, his arms stiff as clubs, again and again and again. Anger welled up within him. The moment could have meant so much, could have been so beautiful. Would she have realized and understood? Again. She was pretty, and still. Ives slashed at her coat, and buttons popped into the air. The blouse and skirt came partly away, exposing her midriff. With one quick movement of his hand, the woman's flesh ripped apart in a gaping, spurting wound. Ives put his face to the jutting blood, allowing the hot liquid into his nose and mouth. His hands reached deeper into the woman's body. "Who's there?" Ives froze. "I say, what's going on there?" a sharp voice demanded. Trembling all over, Bobby rose and turned. A man in late middle age stood on the footpath a few yards away. He held a walking stick, half raised in an aggressive defensive stance. Then he recoiled a step. Suddenly Ives was running, tearing past the stunned fellow as fast as he could move. He heard the man shouting, but he didn't look back as the sound told him he wasn't being chased. On Rotten Row, out of sight, he slowed to a brisk walk and swung north to Serpentine Road. They would expect him to flee the park as quickly as possible. Instead, he was moving deeper into it. He stopped only once to splash rainwater on his face and hands to wash the blood away. His heart was pounding dreadfully, and he was still shaking with fear, but he forced himself to walk. The man continued shouting in the distance. At the Ring, he turned north again, staying with the main drive to Victoria Gate. No police siren yet. He walked along Bayswater Road, then down to Kensington Church Street, and back to his flat. He was aware of the dark blotches on his coat, but no one he passed on the way took any notice of him. Ives was mildly relieved to find that Angel was out. Probably gone off to see a pub band, he thought. His clothes were covered with blood. It seemed to be everywhere, from his scalp to his shoes. He had removed most of it from his face in the park, but he realized he was very lucky not to have attracted attention on the street. He stripped and bathed quickly. Then he sat on the bed wearing only a robe and eating tablespoons of honey. He should have a proper meal, but he was still too upset to bother preparing it. What shook Ives was the fact that he had already, before this evening's incident, made the psychological adjustment of accepting himself completely. There was a nightmare of an unknown in his life, but all he could do was accept it. And this he had done. And yet he still had not the slightest control over it. When it surfaced, he was like a separate being, performing in accordance with some strange rhythm, the music of Guadeloupe. His mind numb and distant, as if watching a film through veils. It was not completely him. Not him. But it was him. Ives wondered at the words, tiny syllabled toys with no handles of meaning. His watch showed about 1 minute past 8 o'clock. He shook himself out of the trance and crossed the room to turn on the radio. The announcer's voice boomed out over the speaker system. "Of the young woman has been withheld pending notification of her family. This is the second brutal murder to take place in Hyde Park this month, and the Metropolitan Police have issued a warning to the public to avoid walking alone through the park at night. An unidentified man is helping police with their investigations." "What?" Ives said aloud. "Oh, the fellow with the walking stick. It'll be interesting to see if he gives them any useful information. Would the old man provide enough details for them to make an identikit drawing of him? Now that would be interesting. The police drawings of Son of Sam in New York were notoriously inaccurate, and also, Ives looked at the pale, light-haired flesh of his hands and arms. 19. The next morning, while Angel was still asleep, Ives bathed again. As he sat in the hot tub, he shaved very carefully. The small hand mirror he held steamed over, and he had to dip it in the water every few seconds. He scraped an extra half-inch of his sideburns away. His face seemed to be a bright pinkish white, a broad expanse of tender flesh. So much pale skin. Ives made himself a bowl of soup, then followed it with the usual assortment of pills. He took 1,200 milligrams of ginseng, twice his normal daily amount. Within minutes he could feel it taking hold, energy breaking, gears engaging within him. He had to do something today, and he had to be up for it. Taking care not to make noise or disturb Angel, Ives sorted through his closet. He took out his only suit, a dark brown corduroy, his only white shirt, and his only tie. He had worn them just once before in London, the day he stepped off the jet at Heathrow. For good measure he splashed on aftershave lotion, something he very seldom bothered with. Before leaving, Bobby went to the bed and kissed Angel. Her eyes fluttered briefly but didn't open. "I'll be back by noon," Ives said, but he doubted that she had heard him. He skipped down the stairs 2 at a time, slammed a fist on Platt's door as he passed, hit the street with a smile and a bouncy step. He felt good. Ives got into a taxi, gave directions and noted that it was just after 10 o'clock. Too early? Well, if it didn't work out, he would just have to go back another time. He had to see Miss Tanith. And although she had ruled out further meetings, she would have to see him, at least one more time. For no reason he could think of, Ives was sure he would see her this morning. He was sure she actually lived in the same basement premises where she held her psychic sessions, and if she did live there, Ives was determined to get to see her now, even if he had to wake her up. But there was no difficulty. "I must see Miss Tenneth," Ives said to the elderly Irish woman when she opened the door. "You don't have an appointment," she said rather than asked. "No, I don't, Ives stammered, "but I must see her. I've been here before. I don't mind waiting if necessary." He sounded terribly disjointed, but he relied on his air of urgency to get him through. "Please come in," the woman said. "Thank you. What is your name?" she asked, showing him into the front reception room. "Ives." "Right, Mr. Ives. I remember you now. Would you like a cup of tea or coffee?" "No, thanks. Are you sure?" "No, thanks, really." The woman smiled and said, "All right. If you wait here, I'll speak to Miss Tennant as soon as she's free." "Thank you." The woman left the room, closing the door behind her. What did that mean? Ives wondered. As soon as she's free. Was Miss Tanith working already? Or was she just sleeping, eating breakfast, or reading the morning newspaper? But if he came running around here first thing in the morning, so might other people. The room was every bit as drab as he remembered it. Too much damn ginseng, Ives told himself. He was a bundle of nervous energy now. He had to get his thoughts in order, but he didn't know where to begin. Why was he here? When he had awakened, the idea had been foremost in his mind. It had seemed the most natural thing in the world. He had to see Miss Tanith again, at least once more. But what would he say to her? "I killed somebody again last night. What now? Any further comment? You were right. Where do we go from here?" No, he didn't have to say anything to her. He saw that now. She had to speak to him. Now, more than any time in their previous meeting, she had to tell Ives something. A small wave of relief settled over him. It felt right. Instinct had brought him here, and now he understood why. She had to fulfill what had begun on his first visit. Ives almost knew what she would say, but he had to hear it from her. That was the most important thing. That was the reason he had come. The idea was larger, closer, truer than it had been in his mind before, but its final articulation had to come from Miss Tanith. Ride with it. Ride with it. Every time he had done that in his life, either consciously or not, the attitude had been proven right. He would be crazy to change now. If she said nothing, no, that could not happen. He wouldn't leave until she told him what he had to hear. Ives took a deep breath and sat back in the uncomfortable chair. He tried to force all thoughts from his mind. A complete blank. Be empty, open, relaxed. He studied the walls, the floor. He closed his eyes and tried to fill his head with music. He started to reconstruct the Allman Brothers instrumental In Memory of Elizabeth Reed from beginning to end in his mind. It is nearly 13 minutes of music, and he had only just begun when the door opened. Miss Tanith slipped into the room and shut the door. She had on a long, dark dress, similar to the one she had worn the last time. Her face showed no surprise at finding Ives there. She remembered him very well. Although the lighting was not good, it was much better than in the room where she had done his reading, and he could see that she was very pretty. She seemed even younger than he recalled, and her features had an almost doll-like beauty. Her hair was longer and wilder than his previous impression of it. In spite of the lack of atmospherics, Ives felt himself immediately drifting under the power of her presence. She sat on the edge of a chair facing him and peered into his eyes. "Why have you come back here?" "I had to," Ives declared. "I told you that I could not engage in further sessions with you. I'm sorry." The distance was still there, as if she was studying him through a microscope, but now there was something more. Her eyes seemed mournful. "I know, I understand," he said, "and I haven't come back because I want to continue with a series of readings." "What is it, then?" You know what it is." As soon as the words were out, he was sorry he had said it. It just sounded bad.
"Mr. Ives, I can't help you."
Listen.
I told you all I could the last time you came to me.
No. There's more."
"What?"
Bobby sighed. She controlled the flow and it was going against him. "What I mean is, I have a very strong feeling that something was left unsaid by you at the last meeting. I have a very strong feeling that I was right to come here again today, that I had to come again, so strong that I know it's necessary. And you must know it too."
"Why?"
"Why what?"
"Why have you suddenly had this feeling?"
Where had the words gone?
"There is a reason,"
she stated with certainty. Ives was just about to say that he didn't know, that it was just an overwhelming, instantaneous thing. But even as the thought formed in his mind, it died. He knew exactly what it was. The woman he had killed in the park last night. "Something happened," he said at last.
"Something I told you about."
"A bit, yes." Ives knew he sounded weak and hapless. Miss Tanith nodded her head slightly and looked a little sadder.
"There's nothing I can do for you, Mr. Ives."
It seemed as if she had difficulty saying it. "You must tell me."
"You still don't know?"
"No."
"Names mean nothing in this," she said. "Don't you understand? It will do you no good. Nothing will."
"It makes a difference to me. You must tell me."
"Mr. Ives, when you came to me last time, I saw something in you, something I was not sure of but did not want to pursue. I could have been wrong, which was why I told you no more than I did at the time, but because of what has happened."
Ives jumped as if he had been touched by a live electric wire. She couldn't know that. Not about last night. No.
"And the fact that you have come here again this morning. Now I know I was right in what I saw."
"What? What was it?"
"Lupus naturae. Loup-garou."
"What is that? What are you saying?"
Ives knew he was nearly shouting now, but he couldn't help himself. "You carry the sign of the wolf."
Her words clattered like coins thrown onto a table. "That's not possible."
"Oh, yes, Mr. Ives. Yes, it is."
20. "Do you like being here?" he asked. Angel replied in a deep, husky murmur. "I'm not like the other people you know." He blinked his eyes rapidly, tickling her nipple with his lashes. He thought he could see it grow a little.
"It doesn't matter, does it?" she said. "I'm happy here with you. They're just other people I met when I was on my own in the city, and besides, they're not so different from you."
"Really? How?"
"I don't know."
Ives thought for a moment, prodding the nipple with his tongue. He felt relaxed and lazy. "But you don't know all there is to know about me. In fact, you don't know me very well at all."
"So what? There's a lot you don't know about me. It doesn't matter. It was all before. I know you well enough now."
"What if I told you there was something about me you don't know? Something now, not just before?"
"You'll tell me if you want me to know."
The patient certainty in her voice amazed Ives. In a short period of time he and Angel had grown very close, but it was a closeness based largely on a peculiar and intense physical relationship. He wanted her close to him in more ways than that, but such considerations didn't seem to occur to her at all. She was becoming completely submissive and dependent, which was partly what he wanted, but her involvement was still far short of the complexity he felt was essential. Ives crawled on top of her and gently undid the safety pin in her ear, removing the razor blade that dangled from it. "How about if I slashed you, put a mark on your cheek where that ink is?"
"I don't think I'd like that,"
she said. He nicked her other earlobe. "You're bleeding."
"I feel it,"
she said, smiling. "Look." He held a large drop of blood in front of her. "Your blood." She sucked it clean. "You can cut my ear if you want," he offered, almost playfully. "Go ahead."
"I don't want to cut you."
"Why not?"
Ives licked the dark ruby bead from her ear. I like you as you are. Your ear is okay. Why do you let me cut yours? You wouldn't do it if you didn't want to. It's all right. She smiled again as if to say that anything he wanted to do was fine with her. Here, Ives said. He drew an inch-long, thin line with the razor along his left side, just beneath his heart. A ribbon of blood formed, and then began to trickle across his ribs. It looks pretty, Angel said. Now we're blood kin. She laughed. Blood kin. She liked the American sound of the words. But we already are, from the very first day together. This is just to remind you. It means a lot to you, doesn't it? Doesn't it to you? Don't you know? She pressed her mouth to his wound. Yes, he answered softly, holding her to his body. Angel sat up. Let me have that, she said, taking the razor from his hand. Let's have another look at you. Ives felt a thrill, sparked by the sudden brightness in her eyes. What would she do? I think I'll cut your hair, she said. My hair? Yeah. I couldn't believe the way you looked when you came back the other morning, wearing that suit and tie like a businessman or something. No wonder you were so down. What's that got to do with my hair? It's all part of the same thing. I'll cut your hair so you can't wear the suit again, at least for a while. That way you won't have to worry about finding yourself in it and feeling bad. Waiter. But Angel had already grabbed a handful of hair and hacked it off an inch or two from the scalp. There, she said. I've started now. You'll have to let me finish. Holy shit. Let me get a mirror at least and see what the hell you're doing to me. No mirrors. You have to wait and see the final result. No coaching from the side. What's the matter? Haven't you got faith in me? Not as a barber. Fuck barbers. That's just a racket. I can do as good as they do and it won't cost you anything. I know why, too, Ives said with resignation. It'll only be worse if you distract me. Angel worked on his hair with concentration, making it look as if she were engrossed in an elaborate, delicate piece of sculpture. To Ives, however, it felt as if she were simply chopping off clumps of hair at random. A razor, he muttered. You know, I grew all that hair myself. I feel attached to it. Don't ever get too attached to anything, Angel said. A few minutes later, she sat back and sighed. Ives managed not to say anything, waiting for a word from her. Don't move. Don't even touch it. Angel ran to the bathroom and returned seconds later with the hand mirror, a comb, and a small bottle. She poured a thick, clear liquid into the palm of her hand, and then rubbed it in his hair. She seemed to be moulding and shaping it, combing occasionally. Then she took the razor and sliced away a little more. There. There what? Ives asked. Look. She handed him the mirror. To Ives it looked like a drunken crew cut, with spiky tufts rising here and there. No part, no fixed pattern. The overall effect was not unlike her own haircut, only cruder. Still, it was not nearly as bad as he had expected. All that with a razor blade. Less hair made him look younger, and it changed the whole nature of his face. Anyhow, he could live with it. He would have to, for the time being. You look good, she said hopefully. It's all right, you little bitch. Ives threw her off the bed violently, and the air was suddenly dark and highly charged. Angel recognized the signal immediately, and responded to it without hesitation, curling up on the floor, tense and cat-like, self-protective. Ives watched her for a few seconds, then picked up his belt, which had been lying nearby, and swung it at her. She raised her arms, partially fending off the blow, but the buckle slapped against her cheek. He swung again, and again, and again, each time faster and harder than the last. A rhythm built up, and a kind of helpless mewing came from the girl as she couldn't keep the metal buckle from lashing her belly, breasts, and legs. When red welts formed, he dropped the belt and bent over. He ran the tip of his tongue along the bruises lightly, ever so lightly, knowing the ecstasy of pain and pleasure that would be flaring through her body. Then he rolled her over, opening her legs. Then, together, she making soft sounds, his mouth holding her bloodied ear. 21. The Roxy,
No bright lights, no marquee, just a shabby little doorway leading to a dark and dingy interior. The bar was tiny, and Ives was annoyed to find that the choice was limited to Colt 45, lager, shandy, and soft drinks. He and Angel had lager, which was unpleasantly warm. Reggae issued from the sound system as more people arrived, and the place began to fill up. Everyone seemed very young to Ives, but what impressed him most was the way they looked. Hair dyed yellow on one side, orange on the other, or dark red with a brilliant white streak down the middle, all short and choppy, like his own now, and Angel's. Most of the people wore black clothes and leather prevailing. Badges, pins, and chains jangled everywhere, from clothes, cars, cheeks, and noses. These were Angel's people, all right. She sat quietly, sipping her lager and watching Ives watch the scene, a faint smile on her face. She was showing him something new. "Where does the live music happen?" he asked.
"Downstairs. You'll hear it when it comes on. How do you like the place?"
Ives shrugged with his eyebrows. "Want another drink?" The beer was awful, but it seemed like a good idea to drink steadily tonight, help him relax in this uncomfortable club.
"Not yet,"
Angel replied. Ives elbowed his way to the bar. Where were all these people during the day? He wondered. He couldn't remember seeing anyone in this kind of gear in the street. Perhaps they dressed normally while the sun was up and then changed into these vampire-like apparitions at night. How long had all this been going on? It wasn't a scene that attracted him, but there was something he found himself admiring. These people made themselves up to look outrageous, even hideous, and they did it with deliberate pride. You could see it in the way they walked and talked together. It wasn't just a fashion thing or a fraternal emblem. There was an element of both in it, of course, but more than that, they were saying, "I am ugly and bizarre. Look and see." He mentioned it to Angel when he returned with another can of lager.
"It's not ugly," she disagreed. "It's just different, that's all."
A thunderous guitar chord boomed up from below. Bobby and Angel made their way downstairs. The place proved to be nothing more than a scruffy old Covent Garden cellar. Hardly any effort had been made to fix it up. The walls were painted black or just papered over with posters in a few places. The room was cramped and dark, with an incredibly small stage raised only about 6 inches from the ground. The band consisted of a guitarist, a bassist, and a drummer. Their shirts and pants were torn, and they all looked as if they had just turned 16. The music was extremely loud and painful, as Ives had feared. The singers screamed and spat out lyrics in an indecipherable frenzy. About 20 people made up the audience, standing directly in front of the stage, the rest having remained upstairs. Ives surveyed the room as his eyes adjusted to the dark. A cushioned bench snaked along the walls. Otherwise there was no furniture. The ultimate in simplicity, he thought. He and Angel went to the back of the room where they sat drinking and watching. When the first song ended, the group immediately launched into another one. Ives smiled. It sounded just like the last. Same driving beat, same time, same primitive chord progressions, same unintelligible shrieking. The song reminded Ives of some 50s and early 60s tunes, with its stripped-down directness, but anything resembling polish was entirely absent. This went on for half an hour. A few people clapped lazily in the second or two between numbers, but most of the audience stood waiting patiently, as if the show hadn't started yet. At the end, the guitarist and drummer looked as if they were ready to collapse from exhaustion. Faces were toweled, beer sipped, and breaths caught. Then the 3 kids lurched off stage, smiling as if they had successfully come through an important tribal rite of passage. They had a lot of energy, Ives said, turning to Angel. It was the only positive comment he could find.
"They suck,"
Angel sneered.
"Crappy support band, that's all."
Reggae resumed on the sound system, a welcome relief to Ives' buzzing ears. He went upstairs to the bar for more lager. The audience closed into tight circles of conversation. Ives felt more comfortable now. The informal, unshowy air of place, which could have been anyone's cellar, just about worked.
"Sorry you came?"
Angel asked when he returned. "No, on the contrary. I was just thinking I'm glad I came." I haven't ever seen anything like this before. It makes me feel very old.
Angel laughed. Why?
Unfamiliar with the groups and the music. It's not what I grew up on. And everybody looks like school kids.
Like me.
Like you, Angel.
How old are you?
Guess.
You look about 26 or 27, she said, studying his face.
Near enough.
Bobby smiled. That is old. Angel patted his thigh and let her hand rest there. The next band came on, 3 guys and a girl. Ives expected them to be announced, but it didn't happen. They just cut loose with high-velocity rock. Whoever they were, they performed much better than the previous group. That was apparent to Ives right away. The music was crisper, tighter, sharper, and more interesting. He could even make out some of the words. Nothing exciting. Boredom, anger, death, and other teenage woes, but at least the vocalist was more efficient. They projected an air of meanness and aggression that seemed real, not a mere pose. The rhythms and progressions were a little more sophisticated, touching on deeper, more visceral impulses, informing the songs with a kind of nervous, undefined menace, like a brooding storm that fills the sky and changes the whole nature of light and air, charging them with imminence and threat. The audience at the Roxy were plugged into this at once. They might have been a completely different crowd of people from the one which had witnessed the last band. Now they were dancing wildly in a knotted throng around the front of the stage. Arms held firmly to their sides, they leaped and twisted in the air like game fish on a hook, shaking their heads and bodies, cannoning off one another violently. The lead singer, who didn't play an instrument, unfastened his mic from its stand and stepped into the crowd, dancing with them and howling his words into their faces. Then he returned to the stage and the song crashed to a sudden shattering halt. Each song saw this pattern repeated, but with increased energy and tension, the room becoming more and more electric. Would there be a riot? Ives wondered. He never moved from his seat, but he was hauled mentally right into the experience. Something had to break here. He had never known music to convey such force and power. It was, he reminded himself, only crude, elemental rock and roll, but it was the real thing. There wasn't a riot, or any trouble. The band finished, threw their instruments on the stage and walked off to loud applause and shouts for more. Ives found himself at the edge of his bench seat, his feet sore from stomping the ground, afternoise ringing in his head. He leaned back against the wall. "All right," he said. "That was all right." Angel smiled. "I've just seen someone I know and I'm going to say hello to her, okay? I'll be back." Ives nodded and watched her cross the room, disappearing into the crowd. The reggae came on again, but now he thought it just sounded monotonous. He had been lifted by sheer musical aggression to a high pitch, and now he was floating slowly back down to earth. It was unlike any rock concert he had ever been to before. They all seemed polite and tame in comparison with this. He wasn't sure yet whether he really liked it or not, but he was impressed. It was trashy, rude, and painful, he thought again as his head throbbed, but there was something more vital about it. He was glad Angel had persuaded him to come along with her tonight. Where was Angel? She had been gone a few minutes now. Bobby felt a sliver of fear in his mind, telling him she could have left, just gone away, vanished from his life. That would be bad, very bad, and he told himself he had no reason to worry. But he decided to go up to the bar and look for Angel on the way. She found him first. "Oh, there you are," Bobby said. "Hi, were you looking for me or just running away?" Angel asked, smiling broadly. Ives put an arm around the girl's shoulder, both relieved and amused by her remark. "Looking for you and going to buy some more drink." "Bobby, I was talking to my friend," Angel said, abruptly serious. "She's not my friend exactly, but I know her well enough, and her boyfriend threw her out today, and she hasn't got any place to stay tonight. So can I tell her she can come and stay with us, please? Just for a night or two?" Bobby felt his face clouding over. Angel had blurted her little speech into his ear, and he wasn't sure how to handle it. "I don't think I'd like someone else in the room with us," he said. "She has nowhere to go," Angel stressed. "It's winter outside, bloody cold." Yeah. Okay," Ives said.
his resistance giving way. But just one person, and tomorrow she has to find some other place to live.
Definitely. I'll go get her. Thanks, love.
Angel returned in an instant with her friend, whose name was Linda. She was short, slim, fair-haired and young, similar to Angel in almost every way. Her hair was longer, more recognizably feminine. In addition, Linda was better looking than Angel, though her face was less interesting. You could see intelligence in Angel's face whenever you looked at it, but Linda, while prettier, wore a blank expression. After the introductions, Ives and his two young women decided to leave, because the first band had come on stage again. "Where are you from?" Bobby asked shortly after they had got into a taxi. "Working." Looking out of the window, Linda managed to say the word in such a way as to kill off any possibility of further conversation, for the time being at least. Back at the flat, Ives flopped down on the bed with a jar of honey. Angel slipped through a magazine briefly, and then changed. Linda had gone to the bathroom. "Is she going to sleep in there?" Ives asked after a few minutes. "I want to use it first if she is."
"No, of course not," Angel said. "Is it all right if she sleeps with us? You only have one extra blanket, and the floor gets chilly at night with the draft."
"I don't care." Ives found this predictable and faintly silly. "I didn't think you would," Angel said with a smile. So Bobby would sleep with two girls tonight. He had to admire Angel. She could do someone a big favor by giving her a place to stay and at the same time make that friend a gift to him. He could tell that was part of it, from the way Angel watched him, looking for signs that she was pleased. "Doesn't she have any clothes or things?"
"She probably still has a few things back at Brian's place."
"What did happen between them?"
"I don't know exactly. She just told me he threw her out. They must have had a fight."
"About what?"
"Ask her."
I've set the jar of honey aside, undressed and got into bed.
"I thought you wanted to use the loo,"
Angel said. "I just want to sleep." That would show her he wasn't overwhelmed by her scheme. He was surprised to find that he really was sleepy. "All that bad beer," he told himself. He didn't hear Linda return, nor did he notice both of the girls getting into bed. The lingering hum of music rode him to unconsciousness in a few seconds. The music had been good. The music. The music. In the morning when they awoke, still half asleep, they all made love together. Bobby and Angel, Linda and Angel, Bobby and Linda. They stayed in bed until early afternoon, drifting in and out of sleep. Ives was not fully awake when he finally went into the bathroom to wash and dress. Something nagged at him from the back of his mind. He couldn't figure out what it was, but he sensed that something was wrong, as if he were on a ship that had been blown slowly, imperceptibly off course. He had to think. He had to do something. 21. The Roxy. No bright lights, no marquee, just a shabby little doorway leading to a dark and dingy interior. The bar was tiny, and Ives was annoyed to find that the choice was limited to Colt 45, lager, shandy, and soft drinks. He and Angel had lager, which was unpleasantly warm. Reggae issued from the sound system as more people arrived, and the place began to fill up. Everyone seemed very young to Ives, but what impressed him most was the way they looked. Hair dyed yellow on one side, orange on the other, or dark red with a brilliant white streak down the middle, all short and choppy, like his own now, and Angel's. Most of the people wore black clothes and leather prevailing. Badges, pins, and chains jangled everywhere, from clothes, cars, cheeks, and noses. These were Angel's people, all right. She sat quietly, sipping her lager and watching Ives watch the scene, a faint smile on her face. She was showing him something new. "Where does the live music happen?" he asked.
"Downstairs. You'll hear it when it comes on. How do you like the place?"
Ives shrugged with his eyebrows. "Want another drink?" The beer was awful, but it seemed like a good idea to drink steadily tonight, help him relax in this uncomfortable club. "Not yet," Angel replied. Ives elbowed his way to the bar. Where were all these people during the day? He wondered. He couldn't remember seeing anyone in this kind of gear in the street.
Perhaps they dressed normally while the sun was up and then changed into these vampire-like apparitions at night. How long had all this been going on? It wasn't a scene that attracted him, but there was something he found himself admiring. These people made themselves up to look outrageous, even hideous, and they did it with deliberate pride. You could see it in the way they walked and talked together. It wasn't just a fashion thing or a fraternal emblem. There was an element of both in it, of course, but more than that, they were saying, "I am ugly and bizarre. Look and see." He mentioned it to Angel when he returned with another can of lager. "It's not ugly," she disagreed. "It's just different, that's all." A thunderous guitar chord boomed up from below. Bobby and Angel made their way downstairs. The place proved to be nothing more than a scruffy old Covent Garden cellar. Hardly any effort had been made to fix it up. The walls were painted black or just papered over with posters in a few places. The room was cramped and dark, with an incredibly small stage raised only about 6 inches from the ground. The band consisted of a guitarist, a bassist, and a drummer. Their shirts and pants were torn, and they all looked as if they had just turned 16. The music was extremely loud and painful, as Ives had feared. The singers screamed and spat out lyrics in an indecipherable frenzy. About 20 people made up the audience, standing directly in front of the stage, the rest having remained upstairs. Ives surveyed the room as his eyes adjusted to the dark. A cushioned bench snaked along the walls. Otherwise there was no furniture. The ultimate in simplicity, he thought. He and Angel went to the back of the room where they sat drinking and watching. When the first song ended, the group immediately launched into another one. Ives smiled. It sounded just like the last. Same driving beat, same time, same primitive chord progressions, same unintelligible shrieking. The song reminded Ives of some 50s and early 60s tunes, with its stripped-down directness, but anything resembling polish was entirely absent. This went on for half an hour. A few people clapped lazily in the second or two between numbers, but most of the audience stood waiting patiently, as if the show hadn't started yet. At the end, the guitarist and drummer looked as if they were ready to collapse from exhaustion. Faces were toweled, beer sipped, and breaths caught. Then the 3 kids lurched off stage, smiling as if they had successfully come through an important tribal rite of passage. "They had a lot of energy," Ives said, turning to Angel. It was the only positive comment he could find. "They suck," Angel sneered. "Crappy support band, that's all." Reggae resumed on the sound system, a welcome relief to Ives' buzzing ears. He went upstairs to the bar for more lager. The audience closed into tight circles of conversation. Ives felt more comfortable now. The informal, unshowy air of place, which could have been anyone's cellar, just about worked. "Sorry you came?" Angel asked when he returned. "No, on the contrary. I was just thinking I'm glad I came. I haven't ever seen anything like this before. It makes me feel very old." Angel laughed. "Why?" "Unfamiliar with the groups and the music. It's not what I grew up on. And everybody looks like school kids." "Like me?" "Like you, Angel." "How old are you?" "Guess." "You look about 26 or 27, she said, studying his face. "Near enough." Bobby smiled. "That is old." Angel patted his thigh and let her hand rest there. The next band came on, 3 guys and a girl. Ives expected them to be announced, but it didn't happen. They just cut loose with high-velocity rock. Whoever they were, they performed much better than the previous group. That was apparent to Ives right away. The music was crisper, tighter, sharper, and more interesting. He could even make out some of the words. Nothing exciting. Boredom, anger, death, and other teenage woes, but at least the vocalist was more efficient. They projected an air of meanness and aggression that seemed real, not a mere pose. The rhythms and progressions were a little more sophisticated, touching on deeper, more visceral impulses, informing the songs with a kind of nervous, undefined menace, like a brooding storm that fills the sky and changes the whole nature of light and air, charging them with imminence and threat. The audience at the Roxy were plugged into this at once. They might have been a completely different crowd of people from the one which had witnessed the last band, Now they were dancing wildly in a knotted throng around the front of the stage. Arms held firmly to their sides, they leaped and twisted in the air like game fish on a hook, shaking their heads and bodies, cannoning off one another violently. The lead singer, who didn't play an instrument, unfastened his mic from its stand and stepped into the crowd, dancing with them and howling his words into their faces. Then he returned to the stage and the song crashed to a sudden shattering halt. Each song saw this pattern repeated, but with increased energy and tension, the room becoming more and more electric. Would there be a riot? Ives wondered. He never moved from his seat, but he was hauled mentally right into the experience. Something had to break here. He had never known music to convey such force and power. It was, he reminded himself, only crude, elemental rock and roll, but it was the real thing. There wasn't a riot, or any trouble. The band finished, threw their instruments on the stage and walked off to loud applause and shouts for more. Ives found himself at the edge of his bench seat, his feet sore from stomping the ground, afternoise ringing in his head. He leaned back against the wall. "All right," he said. "That was all right." Angel smiled. "I've just seen someone I know and I'm going to say hello to her, okay? I'll be back." Ives nodded and watched her cross the room, disappearing into the crowd. The reggae came on again, but now he thought it just sounded monotonous. He had been lifted by sheer musical aggression to a high pitch, and now he was floating slowly back down to earth. It was unlike any rock concert he had ever been to before. They all seemed polite and tame in comparison with this. He wasn't sure yet whether he really liked it or not, but he was impressed. It was trashy, rude, and painful, he thought again as his head throbbed, but there was something more vital about it. He was glad Angel had persuaded him to come along with her tonight. Where was Angel? She had been gone a few minutes now. Bobby felt a sliver of fear in his mind, telling him she could have left, just gone away, vanished from his life. That would be bad, very bad, and he told himself he had no reason to worry. But he decided to go up to the bar and look for Angel on the way. She found him first. "Oh, there you are," Bobby said. "Hi, were you looking for me or just running away?" Angel asked, smiling broadly. Ives put an arm around the girl's shoulder, both relieved and amused by her remark. "Looking for you and going to buy some more drink." "Bobby, I was talking to my friend," Angel said, abruptly serious. "She's not my friend exactly, but I know her well enough, and her boyfriend threw her out today, and she hasn't got any place to stay tonight. So can I tell her she can come and stay with us, please? Just for a night or two?" Bobby felt his face clouding over. Angel had blurted her little speech into his ear, and he wasn't sure how to handle it. "I don't think I'd like someone else in the room with us," he said. "She has nowhere to go," Angel stressed. "It's winter outside, bloody cold." Yeah. "Okay," Ives said, his resistance giving way. "But just one person, and tomorrow she has to find some other place to live." "Definitely. I'll go get her. Thanks, love." Angel returned in an instant with her friend, whose name was Linda. She was short, slim, fair-haired and young, similar to Angel in almost every way. Her hair was longer, more recognizably feminine. In addition, Linda was better looking than Angel, though her face was less interesting. You could see intelligence in Angel's face whenever you looked at it, but Linda, while prettier, wore a blank expression. After the introductions, Ives and his two young women decided to leave, because the first band had come on stage again. "Where are you from?" Bobby asked shortly after they had got into a taxi. "Working." Looking out of the window, Linda managed to say the word in such a way as to kill off any possibility of further conversation, for the time being at least. Back at the flat, Ives flopped down on the bed with a jar of honey. Angel slipped through a magazine briefly, and then changed. Linda had gone to the bathroom. "Is she going to sleep in there?" Ives asked after a few minutes. "I want to use it first if she is." "No, of course not," Angel said. "Is it all right if she sleeps with us? You only have one extra blanket, and the floor gets chilly at night with the draft." "I don't care." Ives found this predictable and faintly silly. "I didn't think you would," Angel said with a smile. So Bobby would sleep with 2 girls tonight. He had to admire Angel. She could do someone a big favor by giving her a place to stay and at the same time make that friend a gift to him. He could tell that was part of it, from the way Angel watched him, looking for signs that she was pleased.
Doesn't she have any clothes or things?
She probably still has a few things back at Brian's place.
What did happen between them?
I don't know exactly. She just told me he threw her out. They must have had a fight.
About what?
Ask her.
I've set the jar of honey aside, undressed and got into bed.
I thought you wanted to use the loo, Angel said.
I just want to sleep.
That would show her he wasn't overwhelmed by her scheme. He was surprised to find that he really was sleepy.
All that bad beer,
he told himself. He didn't hear Linda return, nor did he notice both of the girls getting into bed. The lingering hum of music rode him to unconsciousness in a few seconds. The music had been good. The music. The music. In the morning when they awoke, still half asleep, they all made love together. Bobby and Angel, Linda and Angel, Bobby and Linda. They stayed in bed until early afternoon, drifting in and out of sleep. Ives was not fully awake when he finally went into the bathroom to wash and dress. Something nagged at him from the back of his mind. He couldn't figure out what it was, but he sensed that something was wrong, as if he were on a ship that had been blown slowly, imperceptibly off course. He had to think. He had to do something.
22. Truly it consists in a form of madness, such as may be found in most asylums.
Ives caught a number 9 bus into town. As it inched through traffic, he stared out of the rain-splattered window at Hyde Park on his left. Today it seemed to be just another drab and drear stretch in a dismal city. The grey winter light held no magic, no promise, no key to himself. Hardly a place that could be so important in anyone's life, least of all his. He argued with himself. Miss Tenneth had to be wrong. Nevertheless, there was a pit in his gut like a tiny black hole that sucked in all of him. It was the final truth, but it answered nothing. It was the one reality, and yet he could do nothing with it. He had to follow it to the end, even if it led to his death. What did death mean, anyway, in the light of Guadeloupe and Vietnam? One more station on the way. To be alive, to be a human being, to be even more than human. These were concepts he could no longer make sense of. He felt like a piece of baggage being transported somewhere unknown for no real reason. He had experienced moments of peace with Angel, peace and pleasure. He also enjoyed her company, and he didn't mind Linda, but they were no more than a temporary relief, to gratify the taste for human flesh, or through judgment of the gods in punishment for some great offense. The only times he had felt true, pure harmony with everything were when he had changed and killed. He had already tried to embrace the fact, even to exult in it, but he couldn't escape the simple fact that it terrified him. That infinite instant of power, of both being and doing, was perhaps the actualization of his entire existence, from now to Vietnam and Guadeloupe and beyond. But it wasn't good. The black hole he was flying into was sick, morbid, cruel and murderous. It couldn't go on. It had to end, full stop, forever. Not just for this lifetime. He wanted to disintegrate into scattered atoms that would never again reform as a conscious entity. "It's not my fault," Ives almost said aloud on the bus. "I have no control over who I am. Catch me. Stop it. Eradicate me. Stop it, please." Then a rush of contempt surged through him. It wouldn't happen. He was too smart to be caught. He would never allow that to come about. It was out of the question. If he killed, so what? Living or dying was inconsequential. He was caught up in something much larger. Maybe not the supernatural or paranormal as Miss Tenneth seemed to think, but a level of existence greater, higher than that of other people who couldn't even begin to understand it. Miss Tenneth, however wrong she might be, at least had some intimation of what Ives was about, but the others, like that doctor, knew nothing. He would ride it all the way, wherever it went, not because he was helpless, nor because he was incapable of stopping it himself. There was always suicide, which would certainly end this life, but because he wanted to go with it. Men are attacked with this madness chiefly in the beginning of the year, and become most furious in February. Ives got off the bus at Piccadilly and strolled to the Eldorado gymnasium. Working out was good, almost as good as sex. But, like sex, it was only a partial solution, a pale shadow of the real thing. Sex and exercise brought about a temporary mindlessness in their complete absorption with physical being. But those other moments, when his mind was transformed and enhanced, his perceptions sharper, his understanding increased, they were the total transcendental experience. He thought about that as he skipped rope, and a new idea appeared in his mind. It was going to happen again, probably soon. It had been several days, almost a week since the last incident had taken place. Now his brain was slowly gravitating around the subject, like space debris swirling into a star. For a couple of days he hadn't thought about it. Now it was reasserting itself, giving him advance warning. Could that be right? Please let it be. The pace of his rope skipping quickened. He was sure he had just learned something important. Was this the next step along the way? If so, it could mean that he might eventually be able to control it completely. It had happened only 3 times so far, but he thought he could see a pattern beginning to emerge. Now, if he could feel it coming, if he could anticipate each attack. Ives dropped the rope and sat down on a bench to collect his thoughts. If there were a genuine progression, then he could understand it, learn to deal with it, and finally control it. That's what the restless feeling while shaving earlier was all about, the first signal. There is a way. I can find it, through the blackest and densest night hole. Redemption. Why had that word formed in his head? Ives started on his push-ups. He hadn't heard the word in 15 years or more, since he had last been dragged into a church. Now it didn't mean a thing to him, and yet it had arisen in his mind by itself. Salvation, redemption, the normal terms of reference didn't apply. For him it could mean only one thing. Influence. No. Control. That's the word, again. Control of his own life, control over everything that he did. Yes, it would be a difficult path, but he would find his way along it. Salvage something of himself. Salvage, but not redeem. Nothing could redeem the 3 wasted lives he was already responsible for. Ives felt himself slipping into a swamp of moral questions, and he determined to avoid it. A trap, a useless bird's nest of contradictions and anguish that would eat away at him if he let it. Instead, he hopped on to the trampoline and surrendered to its buoyant play, because those inflicted with it believed themselves to be turned into wolves, dogs. Over a drink, later, 2 words seemed important to Ives. The words believed themselves. Did that mean the people did not actually undergo a physical transformation? That it was nothing more than a massive delusion? Of course. It would make more sense if he were talking to a psychiatrist than to a supposedly psychic nymphette in Marylebone. But a shrink was the last person he wanted to see. I'm not that far gone. I can handle it myself the right way, Ives told himself. What was wrong was his whole way of life. The long, solitary, obsessive walks in Hyde Park, and Hyde Park itself, a kind of historical cemetery. God only knew how many people had been buried there over the centuries, feeding his morbidity. The way he lived, from the park to the clubs to his den of a flat, 2 teenage girls feeding his fantasies. It was all wrong. Working out at the gym was a step in the right direction, but it wasn't enough. Today he had experienced a sense of breakthrough. He had to maintain that, to build on it until he had absolute control of himself and his environment. That was the only answer. Men are attacked with this madness chiefly in the beginning of the year, and become most furious in February, retiring for the night to lone cemeteries and living precisely in the manner of dogs and wolves.
23. That night, Ives was jolted twice. After eating, he sat down and read the Paris Herald Tribune. Angel and Linda had just left to go to Brian's flat. Linda had finally worked up enough nerve to collect a few items of clothing. Angel went along as support in case Brian started any trouble. If he was out, so much the better. Linda knew how to get into the place. Ives couldn't concentrate on the newspaper. He kept thinking he was reading the wrong one. When he finally realized what was wrong, he groaned aloud. He had forgotten to check the British papers after he had attacked that woman in the park. What a stupid ass he had been, letting it slip by. What had he been doing? Visiting Miss Tenneth, brooding, thinking, dreaming, and getting stupid, getting dangerously careless. Fucking hell. He wanted to rush out right away and scour the city for back copies of the papers to see if there was anything of importance to him in them. Oh, shit. It was a small point. It was insignificant, he argued with himself, as his mind tried to recover. But his insides felt as if they were dissolving. He had made a mistake. It didn't matter that it was small and probably inconsequential. It was a mistake, and it meant that he could make others. And he could conceivably be caught next week, next month, or tomorrow. If he couldn't even keep track of a little thing like that, how could he ever hope to exert any real control over the rest of his being? He had to take a bath, soak and steam and try to pull the pieces together again. He felt as if he had suddenly found bloodstains all over his face again. By the time he had reached the bathroom and turned on the water, he had calmed himself somewhat. It was a slip, he had to acknowledge that, and it was a bad sign. But it was not a disaster, and he could learn an important lesson from it. Nothing like that could ever be allowed to happen again. The oversight showed him just how close to prison, or worse, an asylum, he actually was. It's the little things that trip you up, then the big fall. He still couldn't believe it. To forget to check the papers for details. So goddamn obvious. What would he do if there was a next time? Drop his social security card on the ground at the scene? Careless, so damn careless. He felt sick and exposed, vulnerable. But he was determined to ride it out and make it work to his benefit. It was a warning, an alarm, and that was the one good thing about it. Mistakes had to be expected, but if you learn from them and just don't make one too many. Ives emerged from the bath feeling clean and tired. A kettle-drum headache had settled on him, and when he bent over to pick up his clothes, it sent searing bolts of pain across his forehead. Is this another part of it? He wondered. Another small indication that the next attack was near? If so, he was noting it, and he would deal with it cautiously. Ives opened the medicine cabinet and searched for aspirin. The second jolt. When he took out the green bottle, a small piece of paper, folded several times, fluttered off the shelf. Surprised, he picked it out of the sink and opened it, his fingers trembling. He recognized the antique beige paper, then the handwriting. Dearest lover, today has been one of the best days I've had in a long time, and I just wanted to leave this note for you to find some day to perk you up and remind you that someone loves you very much. Think of me. I'm thinking of you. XXXX. Annie. The aspirin bottle crashed to the floor as one hand reached out for the support of the sink. The piece of elegant notepaper crumpled in the other hand. Everything welled up inside him and Ives curled over, vomiting violently. For several minutes after he had emptied himself, his body was still convulsed with heaving spasms. 24. It happened a few days later. Bobby had grown increasingly restless with anticipation, as though he were approaching some kind of major test that he had to pass to save his life. Perhaps, literally. He had become less communicative with Angel and Linda, and a less than enthusiastic partner in sex with them. He felt like someone in training, but he had no idea what form the confrontation would take. Angel and Linda had gone to a pub to see a group they liked, and Ives had decided against joining them. He wasn't in the mood for a hot, stifling, smoke-filled room and loud music. Instead, he listened to more subdued sounds on his stereo system, tried to write a letter to a person he hadn't seen in 2 years, and finally dozed. He had just become involved in a dream that had him back in America when the tape deck clicked off, waking him. It was nearly 10 o'clock. He knew he should stay in, but he felt hungry for something more substantial than what he had in the kitchen. Nothing human, he thought wryly as he dressed to go out. He bought cod and a large portion of chips and walked idly back to Kensington Gardens. The cold didn't bother him, and the sky was so remarkably clear for London that he wanted to sit out under it for a while. The food was also good, throat-burning hot and tasty, giving off that greasy but wonderful smell. Ives let the unwrapped clutch of newsprint sit in the cool air for a few moments. If I could name the stars, he thought, staring into space. Astronomers use names, don't they? It isn't all numbers. Everything should have a name. Everything should be known. 2 policemen came along, looked at him once and walked on. Here I am, Ives mentally told them. Take me. I'm sitting here waiting for you. I'm telling you straight. Not my fault you aren't telepathic. Actually, Ives was glad to see them. The park was probably crawling with police on patrol now. It was a point to bear in mind. They'd be keeping an eye on stray types hanging around, anyone alone. But of course he didn't look at all like the hairy madman described in the papers. Ives had gone back and checked, by the lone witness, the last time. Thank you, Angel, for the haircut. Now I look just like any other addled punk. Perhaps I should dye my hair. No, that might worry Mrs. Jackson, and I wouldn't want to do that. The old lady seldom ventured up beyond the ground floor, and as far as Ives knew, she wasn't aware that he had 2 nubile teenage girls living with him. Bobby finished his meal and walked along the path, looking for a litter bin. By the time he found one, he had decided to walk on north to Queensway, rather than turn around and go home. He knew he shouldn't do it, but he felt fine, confident. He was interested in seeing if there were many more policemen in evidence. From Queensway he could take a quick tube back to Kensington High Street. The park was really deserted. See what you can do? Change the behavior pattern of a whole city. Thousands of people frightened by one person, adjusting their plans and steering clear of Hyde Park's many acres. One skinny person. Ives found the idea amusing and almost laughed aloud. If only it were that simple. If only I could send a message to the people of London. Hyde Park is mine, so stay out. Trespassers will be prosecuted, without warning. Yes, that would be fantastic. Robert Ives, custodian, keeper of the crypt. That's what it was, Hyde Park, a vast crypt. How many dead lie here beneath the grass and footpaths? From the plagues, the fires, the hangings, centuries of dead. Count the skulls and bones, keeper. As many as died at Belson or more, in this, one of the most popular spots in London. These are my children. Do this in remembrance of Christ. Bobby stopped walking for a moment. He felt dizzy. Relax. All those crazy dreams rolling around the brain. Sit down. He got to a bench. It's trying, he thought. It's trying hard, stirring up things inside. I shouldn't have come here at all. But it is the one place that feels right. Peaceful, quiet, natural. Ives shut his eyes. He hadn't touched a drink all day, but his mind seemed to be swirling within his skull as it did when he was sometimes very drunk. He opened his eyes again and concentrated on a tree in the distance, forcing himself to settle down. Then he felt better. He ran a hand across his face and saw that he was sweating heavily. The barest smile formed. It was all mental. It was all just in his head. The thought began to grow in him. Perhaps he had been right to come to the park after all, to learn this. If he could ward it off like that, learn the signs and then keep it at bay, then there was really an answer, a way out. He felt weak and shaky. Then he realized he was shivering. Shit, like a damn junkie on withdrawal, he thought. It doesn't matter. What was happening was an extension of what he had felt at the gym a few days before, that it could be mastered, even tamed. It's all me. It's all within myself. Bobby wanted to jump and shout. There had been a real skirmish, and he had come out on top. He wanted to run back to the flat, laughing all the way, have a drink, and fuck Angel and Linda all night long. For a minute there he had nearly been gone, but he had held back against it, held back and won. It would happen again. It might even be worse, but now he knew he could resist. A tiny triumph, perhaps, but another move in the right direction. Ives froze. Breath held. Radio static, his brain told him. It came from maybe 10 yards away, behind him. Most likely a police walkie-talkie. He tried to calm himself, but his body remained tense. For several long seconds he sat still, but then he had to move. Just walk away. Calm, casual. No problem. As he rose and turned to leave, he saw 2 policemen standing nearby. He stopped and stared at them. Both men were young and looked nervous. In that instant, Ives wanted to say something to them, but the impulse died as soon as it had come. The policeman caught sight of his face and reacted at once. "It's him. It has to be." Bobby was momentarily puzzled. He looked at his hands, and they seemed all right. No, they felt heavy, and his fingers were stiff and bunched together. Then a silver thread of saliva trailed into his line of vision. His head snapped up. Fear and confusion were immediately drowned in a wave of anger. He heard a deep noise growing in his throat. The policemen were keeping their distance, but the taller one, who had an ugly baton in his hands, was circling around carefully. The other was fumbling with his radio, trying to keep one eye on Ives and sound the alarm at the same time. Ives was not thinking now, but he knew that this second man posed the greater threat, and he sprang at him. His own strength thrilled him as he seemed to fly through the air. The policeman was shouting and stumbling backward when Ives hit him, slapping the radio away and tearing into the man. His huge, paw-like hands rocked the policeman's head, ripping away bits of flesh and hair. Ives felt a small splash of hot blood on his face, further exciting him. Everything was jarred out of focus with a dull boom as the other policeman hit Ives on the head with the baton. Then it came again, and Ives reeled away from the blows, knowing he could be hurt. He staggered to his feet and turned around in a half-crouch, but the policeman was still with him, gamely pumping the baton in Bobby's face. Howling in pain and rage, he leaped forward, sinking his powerful teeth into the man's neck. The struggling figures fell to the ground, Ives snapping and clawing until the policeman lay unmoving. Ives rose, trembling in the sudden shock of silence. The 2 bleeding policemen were sprawled unnaturally in the winter grass. The one who had used the radio groaned, moving slightly. More noises began to filter through to Ives. Feet running on the pavement, voices calling out, a siren in the distance. The alarm had been sounded after all. Lights from electric torches fanned out in a rough line across the darkness and, like fires from the Middle Ages, burned steadily closer. Ives turned and ran east, into the center of the park. He accelerated effortlessly, leaving his pursuers well behind. He felt supremely strong and in complete control of the situation. They wouldn't touch him. The truth of his being, clear and certain to him at last, would overcome any danger. His new confidence was not diminished when a second line of lights appeared on his northern flank. Ives stopped by a tree for a moment. He had to think. He could run the police in circles all night, but there wasn't any point in doing that. He had to get himself out of the park. His park. He snarled in anger at this violation of his territory. To the south, another uneven line of torches flickered into sight. Every cop in London must be here tonight, he thought. Big doings. Ives looked back and saw the net sweeping closer. He could hear their voices, feel the wall of their scent growing thicker around him. Directly ahead of him was the ring road, brightly lit but the only way to go. Ives reached the curb in seconds. He spotted a cluster of policemen standing by the south gate, blocking that exit. A chorus of shouts told him he had been seen.
He started to cross the road but stopped when he saw two police cars approaching slowly, one along the Serpentine, the other by Rotten Row. Bobby still felt no fear. They had him boxed in on all sides now. He loped along the ring toward Bayswater. The northern arm of the police net loomed up in front of him, just as expected. He grinned at them. He had reached the bridge over the Serpentine. With a nod to the police, he jumped. The icy black waters stunned him. Ives rolled and drifted in the shadow of the bridge, wondering what had happened. Was it just freezing cold, or had he hit the bottom? Whatever, he dimly realized that a change had taken place. He floated, gasping and shaking violently. Now he felt trapped and afraid. The air was full of lights and voices. Bobby saw one group of policemen hurry down to the water's edge. It was difficult to think straight, but he knew that if he did nothing, they would get a couple of boats and fish him out. He swam away from the lights, but he didn't know where he was going. Give up now and end it all. It's mad. It can't go on any longer. His winter clothes weighed him down, making progress slow. He wriggled out of the overcoat and moved on. Querying voices were raised, and Bobby knew that the police had lost sight of him momentarily. He made his way nearer to a part of the land where no police torches burned. A dark stretch of bushes and trees, spilling over the water. Ives turned over, resting, and floated into the bank beneath the bushes, discovering he was in only 2 or 3 feet of water. Teeth chattering, Bobby huddled in the darkness, looking around anxiously. There was no way out. Even if he evaded the immediate crowd of police, he would still be caught in the park, which had no doubt been completely sealed off by this time. His feet were numb and clumsy to move. He was exhausted and freezing. "Give it up," a voice pleaded inside him. Police voices drew closer. Ives forced himself away, half crawling, half swimming, moving farther along the bank under cover of the dense shrubbery. A different sound stopped him, a tiny rush of noise. Running water. It didn't make sense. The Serpentine flowed at a stately, silent pace as far as he knew, if it flowed at all. Bobby glided quietly in the water until he found the source of the sound. It was a small tunnel-like opening in the earth into which water was passing. He explored it with his hands. A natural opening, apparently, about 5 or 6 feet across and not more than a foot deep. Another river. Of course. The Serpentine was fed by one of the old underground rivers of London. He remembered now, and suddenly he was filled with hope. He didn't know where it went, the Thames, or even if it would prove passable, but if it could be done, he would do it. Imagine how humiliated the police would be. An underground river would never enter their thoughts. Ives hurriedly swung himself around in the shallow water. He was going in feet first, so that he would be in a better position to withdraw, should that prove necessary. The airspace between the surface of the flowing water and the roof of the passage was a scant 3 inches, forcing him to crawl on his back like some kind of strange crab, with his face pressed to the earth. Just as he got completely into the channel, he heard voices nearby. They had faded. "Tough luck, boys. You won't find Bobby Ives." His body was shrill with pain and cold. Bits of gravel, soil and roots got into his eyes, nose and mouth. The streaming water covered his ears, splashing over his face frequently, causing him to choke and cough, and when he spat out water and grit, it seemed to come right back onto his face. His hands, which held him above the waterline, were so numb he could hardly feel the riverbed. Ives inched along awkwardly for what seemed a very long time. Probably only gone a few yards, he thought. At least the passage wasn't narrowing on him. Finally he paused to catch his breath. Terrible thoughts began to dance across his mind. He would die there, in that underground stream, from exposure or drowning. He would join the thousands of other corpses in Hyde Park, the only difference being the novelty of his method. Buried forever, without a marker, in his own kingdom. Some kingdom. His face felt as if it were alive with crawling things. Insects, alive here in February? Waterbugs, spiders, and other slimy creatures he couldn't name, probing his skin. They would inherit his flesh. Ives sank down, letting the river wash his face. Then he took a deep breath and resumed his tortuous journey. After a while, Bobby noticed that the passage was roomier. He was able to roll over onto his belly and prop himself up on his elbows. He remained in that position, breathing warmly on his cupped hands until some sensation began to return to them. Then he moved on. Where was he? Still within the park or under the streets of London? Near the Thames? Too soon. He wanted to stop, curl up and cry, until consciousness mercifully left him. Sometime later he found he could get on his hands and knees and crawl forward. He sighed gratefully and scurried on with renewed energy. He was going somewhere. He would get there. When the tunnel became large enough to stand up in, Ives almost managed to smile. He was still in total darkness, but the walls felt as if they might be man-made. It didn't matter where he was. He walked a little farther but then sat down. It was a relatively dry spot. He was asleep at once. A metallic clang woke him. Ahead he saw light and rushed for it. He came to a grid mounted in the wall. On the other side was a train platform. He saw a familiar sign announcing the name of the station, Sloane Square. Ives rested his head against the grid and laughed deeply to himself. He had made it. Another distant noise brought him to. Was the station closing, or could it be morning? He couldn't see or hear anyone on the platform. How long had he been there? His clothes were nearly dry, but his shoes remained soggy. Ives pressed his ear to the grid again and listened. Nothing. Time to move. He had to kick the grid 11 times before it snapped loose on one side. Cautiously he nosed his head into the opening and peered down the length of the platform. 2 men stood at the far end, but they looked like passengers and they weren't facing in his direction. "Morning," he whispered. According to the platform clock, it was a few minutes before 7. Ives quickly climbed through the opening, dropped to the ground and dashed out the nearest exit. Before leaving the station he located a men's room. He washed his face and hands and combed his hair roughly with his fingers. His clothes were very dirty and rumpled, but he couldn't do anything about that. The ticket collector regarded him with suspicion, but he volunteered a large fare and got through unquestioned. When he reached the street, he stopped and stood there, savoring the daylight. 25. Angel and Linda were sleeping when Ives returned to the flat. They looked like innocent children lying there together, breathing gently. Bobby sneered at the thought. Lost, perhaps, human debris on the fringes of the city's life, but not innocent, no more than he was. In the kitchen he took 2,000 milligrams of vitamin C and 800 of ginseng. He took a bowl of rice crackers with him into the bathroom and ate all of them while having a bath. Half an hour later, as he dried himself, he felt clean and restored, but still tired. He slipped quietly into bed with the girls and fell asleep immediately. Bobby awoke when Angel and Linda did, a few hours later. He was rested and alert, but the events of the preceding night rushed into his mind with startling clarity, as if he was just beginning to understand what had transpired, and it shook him to the bone. He held the girls tightly, kissing them both over and over again, trying desperately to lose himself in them. Linda thought nothing of his intensity, but Angel could tell that Ives was driven by something else, and she went into the kitchen to make some coffee and let him work it out with Linda. When she came back a few minutes later, Ives was sprawled on his back, eyes half open. The edge was gone. Linda had rolled away and was curled up beneath the covers, apparently sleeping again. Bobby and Angel sipped coffee silently for a while. "What's the matter, love?" she asked finally. She had seen his muddy clothes in the bathroom. "Nothing." Ives couldn't begin to explain to Angel what was happening, the uneasy, restless feeling that was already creeping back into his system. If you touched any aspect of the problem, you had to go all the way to its core, and he wasn't willing to do that with another person. At least not yet. Perhaps sometime in the future, if there were a future, he would be able to discuss it with Angel. He would like that.
She was closer to him than anyone, but still not yet close enough. Bobby went into the kitchen and poured out a handful of ginseng tablets. He started chewing them as if they were gumdrops. He could feel a major depression building up, and he wondered how to handle it. Things seemed to be speeding up, as if his mind and body had shifted into a higher gear. What to do? What to do? The words drumming like a challenge in his brain. Ives wandered back into the large room. Linda still sleeping. Angel with coffee and cigarette. She looked up at him but said nothing. He put on his bathrobe and sat by the window, staring out. Another observation was forcing its way to the front of his mind. What had really taken place last night? Not an accidental encounter, nor a daring escape. The change had come on him without his being aware of it. 1 minute he had been sitting on a bench, telling himself he had just gained an important psychological advantage, and then, when he stood up, the message was all too clear. He had been hopelessly optimistic. He was losing, not gaining, control of it. It was growing, evolving within him, becoming more natural. Ives felt stupid and helpless, like someone barely hanging on in a hurricane. The thing was driving him on, and the future could only be death or imprisonment. Angel could do nothing for him. Ives decided not to involve her in it if possible. He was motivated by a desire to protect, but also, more than that, by a glimmer of fear that she might respond the wrong way if he did talk to her about it. She might even want to join him, aggravating the problem rather than helping to resolve it. That touched on what Ives thought was the most frightening point in the situation. Something more than a physical change was taking place in him now. He was becoming a different person altogether. Not only violent and vicious, but brutal, arrogant, truly evil. It made a perverse kind of sense. He would be naive to assume that the changes were limited to his body alone. On Guadeloupe, his personality had changed considerably toward the end. He had turned from being an industrious, open administrator to an eccentric recluse, obsessed with his amateur science. Wasn't that an obvious parallel to what he was going through now? When did it start? 100 years ago in Guadeloupe? A few years ago in Vietnam? Or a few weeks ago when the moon phased and the month became February? Is it genetic or supernatural? Or merely psychological? Truly, it consists in a form of madness. It didn't matter. Miss Tanith had been right when she had told him that there was no answer, no explanation, no real understanding. Even if you thought you had found an answer, you couldn't do anything with it. One thing was clear. He was becoming somebody or something else. The original Bobby Ives was a rapidly diminishing echo. Sooner or later, he could imagine, he would disappear altogether. Still Bobby Ives, but at the same time, no longer Bobby Ives at all. The change complete. Angel, naked, crossed the room and sat by him. He thought she had never looked more attractive. A sleepy woman who came for no other reason than to be near him. He kissed her ear. "Tell me a story," she murmured. "Anything special?" "Just anything." She rested her head on his thigh and put an arm around his waist. "Okay, let's see. This happened a long time ago in some other country. There were no big cities, just villages and lots of countryside. In one of the small villages was a beautiful young girl named Jessica. Although she had her choice of all the young men, her sweetheart was an ambitious fellow who ran the farm he had inherited from his father, and also raised horses. On her 18th birthday, they were married. Everyone thought they were a beautiful couple and would always be happy. And they were happy for a while, but that soon changed. Things began to go wrong with the farm. Some of the animals took sick and died. Her husband grew sullen and quick-tempered. A couple of his farm workers left and refused to come back. Although she tried very hard, Jessica couldn't understand what was happening, and her husband wouldn't discuss it with her at all. A cloud had settled over their lives. One day, when Jessica was walking through the woods gathering mushrooms, she suddenly heard a noise behind her. She spun around and saw, only a couple of yards away, an enormous grey wolf. All the villages had problems with wolves. The animals drifted down from the north with the changing seasons, looking for food. But this wolf was much larger than any she had ever seen. The farmers killed the wolves and dragged their bodies through the village. It snarled and jumped for her. Jessica dropped her basket of mushrooms and started to run, but the wolf hit her in the air, knocking her to the ground. Fortunately, she carried a small kitchen knife with her, and she was able to stab the wolf in the shoulder and foreleg several times. That was enough to send the beast running, howling with pain. Nearly hysterical with fear and shock, Jessica rushed through the woods to her home. When she got there, she found her husband standing by the fire. She was about to throw herself into his arms, sobbing, when she noticed that his shirt was half off. Jessica suddenly screamed at the sight of stab wounds in his shoulder and arm, the same places she had stabbed the wolf. Her husband made no move other than to turn his face away from her. Filled with terror, she ran into the town to get the sheriff, but when she told him what had happened, he just laughed at her and sent her away. Jessica then went to her father and begged him to let her stay there. He was a stern man and he wouldn't hear of it. A woman's place was with her husband. She would disgrace the family's name if she returned home so soon after being married. Finally, in a state of despair, Jessica went back to her husband. She hadn't heard his story. Perhaps she had been wrong, her mind unhinged by the wolf attack. Her husband could have been injured while working. Why should she assume that he had attacked her? Maybe the sheriff and her father were right. Maybe she was just being silly. She tried to compose herself as she reached the door of her house. But that was the end of Jessica. 3 days later, behind a barn, workers found her body torn apart and half-eaten. Her husband was never seen again.
"That's a terrible story," Angel said. "What made you tell it?"
"Just came to mind," Ives said. "What do you do if you're the only person who knows a truth? A dreadful truth that no one else will accept." "Watch it," Ives reprimanded himself as Angel sighed. "You're going to talk too much. You're going to drag her in if you're not careful."
"What would you do?"
Angel asked. "I don't think you can do anything." The sad expression on Angel's face lingered briefly, but then cleared up as she put the problem aside.
"You never said what the husband's name was," she remarked.
"I don't know." 26. The first part of the end came in the afternoon a few days later. Looking back on it, Ives couldn't remember what the girls had been doing at the time. Without warning, he had suddenly gone into a fury, slamming something to the floor. Angel and Linda had looked up as he stormed out of the room. In the kitchen, he grabbed the box of ginseng tablets and a jar of honey. Then he went into the bathroom, slammed the door and locked it. He was so upset, he trembled violently as he tried to get the lid off the honey jar. It wouldn't come. Whining, cursing, he threw the glass container against the sink and saw it shatter. Then his fingers were scooping up gobs of honey from the mess to his mouth. The broken fragments of glass didn't worry him. With his other hand he pulled the ginseng box apart, but the rage had become so great that he flung the plastic strips of tablets into the air. He pressed his hands to his head as if he were trying to crush his own skull, and a strange, half-weeping, half-wailing sound came from his throat. "Do it. Do it. The best way." The next flash, he was back in the kitchen now, tearing some book to pieces, snapping its binding, ripping the threads away, scattering loose pages about. The noise still around him, in him, the ferocity a white jet burning from the back of his mind. To understand, you know too soon, there is no sense. The self-crippling indecision, the myopia, they were over now. He was beginning to see and feel things as a new reality. He was breaking through to...
"Are you all right, Bobby?"
Ives swung around, hitting Angel full face with one smooth move. Flesh was gouged from her cheek as the girl rocked against the wall. As she sagged to the floor, he struck her again, this time so hard that he could feel the side of her head give way with a sickening crunch.
2 seconds had elapsed, too fast for her to know, to see it coming.
Angel.
The word paralyzed him momentarily. His mind was a sea of confusion. What was he doing? Angel on the floor, her face bloodied and her body still.
Yes, Angel No Name. Oh, no. No. I gave you your name at last. It was all right, but now...
Hey, you guys, what's going on?
Linda called from the other room. The words which had been breaking loose from some buried part of him were now lost at once. As if a switch had been thrown within, Ives looked up and moved in the direction of the voice. Linda was tying a shoelace when he walked into the room toward her. She looked at him, moaned once, and all but fainted. Ives lifted her from the floor. Child. His mouth opened with a roar, and his teeth plunged deeply into her throat. 27. When it was over, Ives paced the length of the room, back and forth, burning nervous energy, muttering, "Oh Christ," and shaking his head as though he was disagreeing with someone. At some point he abruptly ran into the kitchen, looked at Angel on the floor, and ran back to continue his pacing in the large room. He huddled by a window, but as soon as he sat down he jumped up again. Much later, he picked up an apple absently and began eating it. That settled him. Part of his brain was working again. The bodies would, he knew, stiffen. Something had to be done. Carefully, tenderly, he pressed their arms and legs together until each body was roughly in the fetal position. He found string to hold them that way, then 2 large plastic refuse bags. First Linda into one, then Angel into the other.
Oh, Angel.
He tied the ends tightly and hauled them into the closet. 28.
You've got to help me. Please. You're the only person who can. I'll do anything you say. Anything, but you must help me. You knew what it was before I did. You told me and you were right. You understand this. What's happening to me? I'm destroying. You've got to help me before something more terrible. Please.
His voice was breaking into incoherent, hoarse sounds. His eyes were red and puffy and his whole body shook. Miss Tenneth, deliberately sitting several feet away, stared fiercely at Ives, as if she was trying to see his very soul.
As I told you before, Mr. Ives, there is nothing—
Bobby shook his head vigorously, unwilling to accept her words.
Nothing I can do you for.
Don't say that, Ives pleaded. It's not true. I know you can help me. I know you can.
Miss Tanneth grimaced. I have never encountered a case like yours before. I know a little about it, but only a very little. Until I met you, I wasn't even sure such things could really be. Now I know it's true. But if I ever said anything to suggest to you that I have any special knowledge or practical answers, then I am sorry, because I do not. Miss Tanneth was as still as an oriental figurine, her hands hidden in the voluminous sleeves of the robe she wore. Ives was frantic, barely able to contain himself. His voice wavered wildly now, like that of a man on the verge of a breakdown, becoming a shout at times.
You know what I am, he argued. You know what I have done to other people, and yet you allowed those things to happen. How could you?
For the first time the young clairvoyant looked away from him, and her face was momentarily troubled.
It's very difficult, she began. I could not bring myself to notify the police. The police and their doctors. They would not know how to handle you. What would happen to you at their hands? I could not be responsible for that.
But isn't it better that I should suffer, one person, rather than who knows how many others?
This is a decision you alone will have to make,
Miss Tanneth said, again fixing him with her relentless gaze. Ives slumped back in his seat. He would never be able to turn himself in to the authorities. Part of him would never give up like that. The growing part, the night part. Alone, he lacked the strength and courage to overcome its will. It had taken considerable effort merely to return to Miss Tanneth, and this, he felt,
was his last chance. Soon he would be incapable of trying to stop himself. He wouldn't care. The line would be crossed. Perhaps it already had been, and he just didn't know it yet. Too late to... Mr. Ives. Yes. I can suggest something to you. She hesitated, thinking perhaps that this was a mistake, but then she went on. I don't know how much good it will do, but I'm willing to try. Yes. Please. Anything. Ives was back on the edge of his seat. Very well. You must agree to do exactly as I say at all times, without question or argument. Yes. You will surrender yourself to me, and you will stay here in a room I have at the back. It has no windows and it is small and uncomfortable, but you will stay in it. You will leave the room only when I say you can. Yes. You will be a prisoner here, Mr. Ives. That way no more people will be hurt. You will kick and scream and beg me to let you out sometimes, but I won't. You will hate me and want to kill me. That's the risk I take. It will be extremely unpleasant for both of us, Mr. Ives. Anything is better than not trying, Bobby said. I'll do my best. I swear I will. I believe you. I believe you really do want to overcome your condition. Yes, I do. If you ever break loose from here, Mr. Ives, then I will tell the police about you. Even if you kill me, I can make sure that they get you. There are certain measures, some of which I have already taken, as I thought you might come back to me. I am very serious, Mr. Ives. Once you surrender yourself to me, there will be no going back. Are you sure you want to go ahead with it? Yes, definitely. Very well. Miss Tanith nodded with an air of finality. There is one more thing I want to tell you now. Her delicate hands appeared from within the folds of her robe. They held a long ivory-handled blade. This is a solid silver knife. It will do more than cut you. It will kill you instantly. If I have to, I won't hesitate to use it to protect myself and Mrs. Murray. I understand. I want you to remember that at all times. Miss Tanith hefted the knife in her hand. I will, Ives said soberly. Solid silver. It looked beautiful but nasty. Be sure that you do. The knife disappeared within Miss Tanith's robe. Now we must talk about money, she announced. Oh, right. You tell me. It will be expensive. I don't know exactly, but you will be living here day and night. Food, care, the time and work involved. Can you pay £75 a week? Yes, Ives said, doing a quick mental calculation. I can give you checks. My income goes directly into my bank. Yes, that'll be all right. If I find the costs are less, I will adjust my charge accordingly. It was expensive, Ives thought. Damned expensive. But he would give up his flat if he had to. This was necessary. His last, only chance. As it was, he could afford to keep the flat another month. After that, well, that was too far ahead to think about. And also, he remembered, Miss Tanith was putting her life at risk. Hers and that of Mrs. Murray. Considerable risk. Maybe it wasn't such an expensive charge after all. What will you do with me? Ives asked. There's no procedure as such, Miss Tanith said, at least none that I am aware of. We will have to learn together, but I have one or two ideas. First, to slow you down. You have so much confused energy and power within you, I can almost feel it, just sitting here. Part of that can be dealt with through diet and herbal therapy. At the same time, your physical activities will be restricted to that room. I do exercises, Ives offered. Good. Either the room will win, or you and I will both lose. If you adjust to the situation, perhaps over a period of time, the transformations will recede. She had to give him some faint word of hope. Yes, Ives said, but if it did work that way, would it mean I'd have to spend the rest of my life living like that? I don't know. The first step is to control the lycanthropic spells. Then we can see what follows from there. Ives laughed uneasily. I don't suppose an exorcism would do any good.
I'm afraid not, Miss Tanith said. You see, you aren't possessed, in the strict sense, by any outside spirit or demon. Only by yourself. Some of the powers that are part of lycanthropy, the physical transformation, for instance, are supernatural. But think of the word supernatural. It doesn't necessarily mean an omnipotent external force of either good or evil. Those terms are more of a hindrance than a help. No, exorcism would be a waste of time. We have to start at the simplest level, containing the physical change, then seeing if we can actually control it. Ives thought sadly of the times before, when he had been sure he was beginning to control the thing, only to find that it was always dominating him, pushing him on to new extremes after each period of quiet. Could it really be any different under Miss Tanith's regime?
Do you think it honestly could work?
He asked. If we keep you from harming more people, that will be something, won't it? That same day, Ives paid his landlady the rent for March, threw some clothes, pills and honey into an overnight bag, locked the flat, and left. A vein of nervous uncertainty opened in his mind, but he felt better about things than he had for a long time. At last he was taking some kind of positive action. At last someone else knew and was trying to help. It would be a long and difficult process. She had made that quite clear. But they would learn together, and that was the best that could be expected at this point. She could play down the prospects all she wanted, Ives decided. He knew she was capable. She had been ahead of him this far. If anyone could lead him out of the nightmare, Miss Tanith was the person. Together they could do it. Somewhere down the road was a way into the clear. He believed that completely. He had to. Mrs. Murray had been briefed, and she greeted Bobby in her usual cheerful manner, as if he were just another person wanting to know whether the signs were right for a divorce or an investment. She and Miss Tanith led him to the back room. The door opened into the corridor rather than the room, and Ives smiled wanly at the sight of 6 heavy-duty bolt locks, obviously new, mounted on the outside. Miss Tanith was prepared for trouble, which, in view of his past behavior, certainly made sense. The room was smaller than he had expected, with bare walls and a dingy linoleum floor. The cot bed looked rather uninviting, and the other furniture comprised a dresser, a plain wooden chair, and a wobbly table. Perhaps it had been a pantry or a junior servant's room long ago, Ives thought. Not that it mattered. Now it was a prison cell. His very own. Miss Tanith examined everything in Bobby's overnight bag. She left the clothing and the 2 paperbacks, but she gave all the jars and the bag to Mrs. Murray to take away.
Why are you doing that?
Ives asked. Because I will decide what you eat.
But those are only vitamins and honey and health foods. They're nutrients.
I know they are, Miss Tanith explained patiently, but you must let me determine everything, including diet.
No problem. I was just curious.
If you want more books or any magazines, just let me or Mrs. Murray know. Reading will help you through the boredom.
Thanks.
You will be allowed to use the toilet 3 times a day, morning, afternoon, and evening. I hope, for the sake of your own comfort, that 3 times will be enough because that's all you will get.
I can live with it.
Ives smiled. The door shut, the lock turned, the bolts slammed into place, and he was alone. The room wasn't even large enough to walk around in. Any reasonable person would get very edgy after a short while in such confined quarters.
I will work out as much as possible. Read and think. See it through the hard way. The only way. 1 minute, 1 hour, 1 day at a time.
Ives stripped down to his underwear, put the chair and table on the bed, and went through a routine of exercises. Later, although the bed was as hard as it looked, he had no trouble falling asleep. 29. Bobby stopped winding his watch. When it ran down, he simply threw it into the dresser drawer and forgot about it. The 4th day there, he went out for a walk with Miss Tanith, but after that he declined her occasional invitations. He wanted to remain in his cell at all times.
He would combat the problem of time by doing away with it altogether. Day and night would merge into a featureless blur without end. Only when he used the bath and toilet adjacent to his room did he sometimes glimpse the light or dark outside. He was turning his isolation into a point of strength. There were incidents, oddly hallucinatory, in which he tried to force his way out of the room. Not frequent, but regular. Always the result was the same. The door held like solid rock, and Ives lay on the floor, howling in agony. Later he would notice the blood and cuts and bruises on his hands. The door had hundreds of scratch marks on it. "Don't be upset," Miss Tanith said when they discussed the first occurrence. "You know it will happen." "But I was hardly aware that it was happening," Bobby said, worried. "Does that mean it's taking more and more control of me?" "I don't know." "You will tell me. I mean, you won't keep anything back from me." Miss Tanith nodded. Ives found her special diet easy enough to live with, although the servings were small. Raw vegetables, rough bread, tea, always herbal, yogurt, an occasional egg, fish, and a very occasional piece of overcooked meat, and the salads, containing nothing he recognized except bean sprouts. Herbal again, no doubt, but not unpleasant. He ate everything dutifully. Miss Tanith looked in on him as often as she could. The pattern of her coming and going suggested to Ives that she had many clients. A successful young clairvoyant, with something strange in the back room. At least once a day she would sit down and talk with Ives over a pot of tea. He quickly grew fond of these regular sessions. It seemed very English to him to be sitting quietly, partaking of a warm, fragrant beverage and conversing rationally, even about irrational things. Ives told her the story of Guadeloupe, and also what had happened to him in Vietnam. Her eyes widened slightly at one point, but she let him finish his narratives. Then she said, "Guadeloupe is undoubtedly a reinforcing sign. Especially your name there. You said it was Versipel, didn't you? Versipel. That is one of many old French words for a person afflicted with lycanthropy. Yes, an incredible link. It could well mean that the seed was in you that long ago, lying dormant. All the more so, because we don't know for a fact that you did become a zombie. Only the reaction of the natives led you to that conclusion. But they could have been taking a kind of preventive action against you, anticipating a terrible change that had not yet happened, but was soon to come over you. They attacked with knives, but a zombie is already dead. I don't think you were dead until they killed you. If you accept the whole Guadeloupe incident and its logic, then it is possible to see lycanthropy as a kind of ongoing curse in you, or your whole family, something that didn't quite surface in you at Guadeloupe, but has now. A psychiatrist would tell you it was all a dream from your subconscious, a part of racial memory, a profound psychological seizure. But that's beside the point. Anything that large, that vivid, that true, is real. It did happen to you. And the link, that name, Versipel, is so strong. Evidence. I don't know if it'd be possible, I've said, but do you think we should try to check actual records there? I don't think that will be necessary, but I'll think about it. Miss Tanith poured more tea. As for Vietnam, both of those incidents were obviously very disturbing, but I'm not sure how they might fit in. The first thing that occurs to me is that lycanthropy may need something to trigger it off within a person. We know so little. In the old stories, lycanthropy came about through a pact between an individual and the devil, and I'm sure that's what many people believed, absolutely. Because it is such a terrible thing, to become a wolf-man creature. But if you take the devil away, why couldn't the seed still be there in some people, perhaps everyone? Manifesting itself, growing, taking control only after something or some set of conditions triggers it. Perhaps Vietnam did that to you, those two shocks. But that was a couple of years ago, I've said. We don't know how long it could take. We just don't know. Ives allowed himself an impossible thought. Maybe he hadn't murdered Annie. Maybe it was only an accident, but the final trigger, He wanted to believe it. "Why are you doing this?" Ives asked. "What?" "Having me here. Everything. Why did you change your mind after telling me we couldn't have any further sessions that first time?"
"I've thought about it a great deal," Miss Tanith said. "There are several reasons. You kept coming back, seeking my help. I was moved by that, and I couldn't send you away a third time. Also, I must share some of the responsibility for the people who died. If I had done this," she said, looking around the room, "at the beginning, then perhaps they would still be alive. And then there is the challenge, the opportunity to learn. This is something that dwarfs my usual work."
Ives stared at her, admiring the cool, matter-of-fact way she could tick off her personal motives. He had never been able to do the same, not at any time in his life. She looked like a child, but she was a remarkable young woman. "Why didn't you do all this the first time I came to you?" Ives couldn't resist asking.
"I was afraid."
"Are you sorry now?" he asked.
"Not at all," Miss Tanith replied at once.
"Have I surprised you in any way?"
Miss Tanith considered for a moment and then said, "Yes. I still had doubts the first day you moved in here, but I don't now. You are making a great effort, and I admire that. Also, the attacks have not been as bad as I expected, though they might seem horrible to you. I was sure they would be worse. And now they almost seem to be tapering off." She was saying too much, she realized, and immediately added, "For the moment."
Ives remembered all too well that moment in the park when he had been sure he had it beaten, only to have it all collapse when the two policemen arrived, but he grabbed every note of optimism he could. "We are getting somewhere," he said a bit too insistently.
Miss Tanith smiled kindly. "Perhaps. Only perhaps."
Bobby wanted to reach across the table and touch her hand. Every time he saw her, he wanted to touch her, with affection, or seeking comfort, or sexually. But he never made a move, and he was proud of his restraint, sure that everything would be jeopardized, if not ruined, by such an act. But it was difficult to maintain his distance. Ives began to wonder if he would ever again be able to establish normal human contact with another person. Or was he to spend the rest of his life in this hole, bothered by dreams of Angel and Linda, masturbating on a leathery cot? The feeling that things were improving grew steadily. They didn't discuss it again, as if a mere spoken word could snap the spell. Ives stubbornly stuck to his room, refusing the chance of even a short walk outdoors. "See it through the hard way," he kept telling himself. "It's working." The attacks were diminishing in intensity. The illness seemed quiescent, but it hadn't gone away. Ives knew that. He could feel it in him, like a part of his will that ran by itself. It crossed his mind that he was going through a period of consolidation, gaining confidence and strength of mind, learning how to use them so that he would be ready, edging closer, day by day, to the time when he would be clear and free forever. It was almost within his grasp now, he felt. But there would be one last struggle. He could tell that the other part of him was gearing itself for the moment. When it came, even if it only lasted a second or two, his fate would be decided. He had to be ready. Rest, eat right, exercise. It reminded him of his trips to the gym, the short-lived resolve he had known before. But this time, he had Miss Tanith on his side. It began awkwardly, a little shiver of nervousness. Ives had just returned to the room after using the toilet. The door was locked, the bolts slid back into position, and suddenly he wanted to speak to her again, just a breath of air through the open door, a bit of chat. He knocked on the door, then again more urgently. "Miss Tanith, just a minute, please. Can I see you?" Nothing, but he knew she was there. He could feel her presence on the other side of the wood. "Listen to me. It's important." He knocked again, harder. Just a few words with her would be enough to steady him. He was sure of it. Outside, Miss Tanith had a hand on the first bolt, but didn't move. Fear and uncertainty crept over her. She wouldn't ever consider opening the door when he was having one of his attacks. She knew the signs,
the knocks turning to a dreadful pounding, his voice pleading, begging, sounding reasonable but then becoming strained, his words changing to ugly, brutal curses, then the fury. This was just another attack. But something bothered her. They had been making progress. Good progress. Was she mistaken this time? Perhaps he really did need only to talk with her. Nothing more than that. Perhaps it would calm him down. He's bound to get edgy and tense in that claustrophobic little room. Miss Tenneth! The voice, a whine ending in a snap. Please help me. I need to talk to you. I can beat it, but I need you here to help me. Please. Ives was frustrated and worried and increasingly angry. What was she doing out there, the bitch? She could hear him. She knew he was in a little trouble. She knew he couldn't win by himself. So why was she doing nothing out there? Damn, damn, damn. He slammed his fists against the wood. Am I starting the attack by not going in and talking to him? She wondered. No, don't let that be true. The idea made her sick at heart. Oh, dear God in heaven, please help me. Don't make me lose it all now. Ives shrieked in agony. It was now. He knew it. Slipping out of his hands. Miss Tenneth jumped at his cry, then reached for the bolt again. She had to, but then Ives slammed his body against the other side of the door with a furious, bestial roar. It was on him now. She backed down the narrow hallway, not knowing whether she had played some part in setting it off within him. Her vision blurred, and she shook her head, and waited. Outrage seared through him. If only this had come on a few seconds earlier, while he was still out in the hallway or the toilet, with its window. He stormed like a thundering sea crashing against the earth. He smashed the chair against the door, then the bed, shattering its cheap headboard. Again he hurled himself at the exit. 2 hinge screws loosened with a painful noise. Ives attacked the weak spot with increased energy, pushing, clawing, battering at it until the lower part of the door snapped free. The upper hinge and the 6 bolts still held, but Ives leaped at the opening. On all fours he crammed himself into the gap, grunting with pleasure as he felt the heavy barrier give way grudgingly at the force of his body. As he was struggling through, he looked up. The hall was lit only by a single bulb at the far end. Miss Tenneth was coming toward him, her movement accelerating into a rush as she saw him emerge. Ives wriggled wildly. If she caught him, pinned there on the floor, he was dead. Although she held it in the shadow of her body, the silver knife gleamed as if lit by a fire within itself. No! Bobby roared, twisting his head as the blade streaked toward his neck. The lunge nicked him without breaking skin. It might have been the handle, but his face felt as if it was erupting in flames as a result, and his head was filled with such a dreadful cacophony that every nerve end in his body shrieked. Miss Tenneth had immediately pulled back out of his reach, but now she was coming again, the knife aimed at his eyes. Bobby's right arm was suddenly free of the door and swept up in time to fend off the thrust and push her away. In doing so, he brushed the blade edge again, and, though he wore a shirt, his arm was shocked by the flash-fire sensation. His fury fed by desperate fear of the silver death, Ives broke clear of the door at last. Miss Tenneth was about to dart forward again, but as Ives rose to his feet, she changed her mind and stepped back a few paces. There she planted her feet and held both arms outstretched, hands tightly clasping the knife. She blocked the only way out. "Stay there," she commanded. "Stay there and wait. It will pass and you will be all right again. Listen to me." The words were raucous and jarring to his ears. He tried to make them out, knew dimly that they were important, but it was no use. He moved warily toward her. Hunched over, his breath a loud rasp, he tried to think. She had hurt him badly just by grazing him with that thing. It was a weapon. It worked. He hesitated. Miss Tenneth's eyes seemed to radiate a force of such psychic intensity that he could not advance against it. He held out his arms as if beseeching her, and for a moment the unremitting calm and endless depth of her eyes held him. Then he fought the spell, snarling. The invisible wall gave way, but Miss Tanith didn't move. His forearms made circling motions in the air. Ives came closer. "Bobby!" the young woman cried. "Bobby, don't!" The sound of his name, spoken for the first time by Miss Tanith, stunned him, but it came too late. He fainted, half-charged, stepped back, and fainted again, slapping at the clairvoyant's wrists. She held her ground, but the strength was fading from her face, which showed fear mingled with sadness now. She was jabbing at him, and a kind of animal instinct told Ives that the moment had come. His eyes locked on the knife, and he rushed. Miss Tanith fell to her knees instantly and raised the knife to come up under his reach and impale him, but he reacted quickly. His stiff fingers clutched the blade by its flat sides. It was like holding hundreds of iron threads at white heat. Miss Tanith would not let go, and her strength surprised him. He lashed out a backhand blow to the side of her head. She gasped in pain. Ives swung again with greater force, and the woman was abruptly sprawled on the floor, unconscious. Unthinking, Ives rammed the knife aside into his pocket and sat over Miss Tanith, whining and licking his hands. Then, when he realized she was breathing, he fled. 30. He wandered the streets, haunted by one thought. It's all over. Ives didn't notice the rush-hour crowds or the fine misty rain that was falling. He didn't care which way he walked or what time of day it was. He wasn't going anywhere. Not now. Not ever. It's all over. Miss Tanith had been right. Nothing would work. She had been his last chance, and now that was gone too. Used up, wasted, brushed violently aside like everyone else in his life. Alone again, totally alone in that last whirling rush through the vortex to nowhere. The silent, bottomless black hole within. Walking zombie-like, awareness dimming in faster and faster flashes. Like a clock-like figure, Ives eventually halted. He was looking through a window at an ordinary kitchen. An impulse began to worry his mind. He was looking for something, but he didn't know what it was. His eyes carefully explored each detail of the room. The patterned wallpaper and stylish cabinets, the dinner dishes piled up by the sink, the clutter of kitchen items, a cereal box on the table. Someone passed quickly by on the pavement, glancing back at him with curiosity. Ives turned and walked up the front path to the door, as if he had just found the right address. But in the shadows, he slumped against the entrance. It was only a matter of time before he would be caught. Oh, end it, please. Picked up on the street, maybe, the way he was acting. He didn't even know how he looked, and he held one hand out into the light from the street lamp. Just a human hand, more or less, but bloodied and aching from the knife. He couldn't control his behavior now, not at all. Just hold on and try to survive the ride. Control himself? What a joke. Bobby didn't know how long he leaned against the door there. He wasn't asleep, but his mind was adrift in a wordless dream. A vaguely familiar shape beckoned him, a figure dimly seen in the shadows. Someone he knew. There may have been leaves, shrubs, foliage of some kind between them. Only the bushes moved in the breeze. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make out the features of the face. The figure's lips were moving, but Ives couldn't read them, and there was no voice. The sound of a door being unlocked brought him back to reality. Miss Tanith? No. A house. A street. Here. The door swung open. A bespectacled man of about 40, working one arm into the sleeve of an overcoat, stood blinking at Ives. Who are you? The man didn't sound alarmed. Well, what is it? The man said, his tone of voice sharpening as he asserted his authority as homeowner. Come here, you, the man ordered. He grabbed Ives by the collar. We'll soon find out what this is all about. The man's touch was a galvanic shock to Bobby's system, triggering a wave of nausea in him. He struggled to break free and run. Here! The man objected, tightening his grip and hauling Ives into the doorway. What are you up to? Please,
Ives begged.
"What is it, Stephen?"
A woman called from within the house.
"I've caught a prowler,"
the man shouted in reply. "Come here now, you," he panted, wrestling his captive into the lighted hall. "Leave me alone." But then his body seemed to move by itself, writhing, wrenching free with a snarl. The man staggered back a step, regained his balance, and was about to speak when he caught himself. Now he could see his prowler clearly. Bobby's face was seized with spasms. A jewel of saliva gathered at his lips. To the man, Ives seemed terribly deformed, somehow larger and heavier than a few moments ago.
"Call the police, Margaret! Hurry!"
Ives slammed the door with a kick and launched himself at the man called Stephen. Everything began to happen very fast. He knocked the man over easily and went after the woman. He found her in the sitting room, holding a girl of 4 or 5 protectively, while trying to dial at the same time. The Muppet Show was in progress on the colour television. When she saw Ives, the woman dropped the phone and retreated behind a chair with her daughter. Bobby yanked the phone, snapping its cord from the wall connection. Then he flung the object across the room, where it smashed a table lamp to the floor. As he turned to the woman, he was hit from behind. Stephen locked his arms around Bobby's throat, trying to get an unbreakable chokehold.
"Get out, Margaret!"
His wife seemed paralyzed, cowering behind the chair in the corner.
"For God's sake, Margaret, get—"
The last word was lost in a loud exhalation of breath as Ives plunged his elbow back into the man's belly. But Stephen managed to hold on. Bobby's throat hurt now, and outrage boiled in him. He bent forward violently, flipping the man through the air over his back like a stuffed toy, thumping him on the floor. Then his feet shot to the man's head, rendering him unconscious. With a roar that drowned out the woman's screams, Ives whirled through the room like a demented top, knocking over lamps and vases, tearing paintings from the walls, scattering furniture and clawing up fist-sized tufts of carpet. He hurled a chair into the television, shattering its screen and bringing forth wispy plumes of white smoke from its entrails. His head was filled with a jangling, maddening music. The man remained where he had been thrown on the floor. Backed into the corner, the woman squeezed the child in her arms and slid down the wall, speechless at the savage destruction going on around her. Moments later, everything in the room was demolished and the last chair whipped aside. Ives stood before the woman and child in a feral crouch. She didn't understand what she saw. A wild-eyed man, quivering all over, hair risen like hackles, flecks of spittle flying from his face as he shook his head furiously. "No, no," Ives bayed convulsively. "No, no, no, no." Then he ran from the house. 31. He didn't switch the lights on. The flat seemed cold and empty in the grey of dawn. Ives stuck his head under running water and held it there for several minutes. Then he toweled his hair and brushed it back. The headache continued firing jagged flashes of pain as he dropped onto the bed. His shirt was wet and clammy against his skin. He stared at the ceiling and listened to the quiet hum of blood coursing through every vein and artery in his body. Organs functioned. Electrochemical messages sparked along their way. 1,000,000, 1,000,000,000, 1,000,000,000,000 interrelated units. Bobby thought he knew each of them, and still knew nothing. The vital focus eluded him. If you could take it all apart, molecule by molecule, examining every imprint, memory, and engram, then would you know?
"Who cares?"
"I do," Ives answered.
"No, you don't. Not really."
"But I—"
"You only think you do,"
the voice said.
No. Bobby? Bobby?"
Ives looked around. Had he actually heard a voice? Just thinking aloud, talking to himself. He pushed his head back into the softness of the pillow and let his eyes close. He was tired, but more than that, he felt physically ill, as if some new infection had set in. Sweat trickled down his face, and at the same time he felt cold fingers chilling his limbs.
"Bobby?"
"What?"
"You're clear."
Such a sweet whisper. "What do you mean?"
You've won. You've come through it all.
Oh, no. Ives laughed, deep in his throat.
Yes, believe me. It's all behind you now.
Who are you?
Bobby. Bobby.
Ives sat up, looking around the room. The grey coldness wrapped itself tightly around him now. He pulled his bathrobe on as his teeth were chattering. He needed energy, but he was too tired to go into the kitchen for honey. If only he could move, or fall asleep. But his mind was awake.
Bobby. Bobby.
A face loomed before him, then another.
Linda. Angel,
he gasped.
But you're dead. Ah, Bobby.
They spoke together, smiling and kissing his face and eyes.
We're here with you now. You can see us and feel us.
It's not possible.
Forget about that now, Bobby. You need us, and we're here to help you.
Their voices so beautiful and light, a play of air.
This is real, Bobby. Everything else that happened to you, that was all a dream, a cruel dream that you were trapped in. We were caught in it too, but it's over now. Can't you see? This is real.
But I don't. He felt dopey, as if some drug were taking hold of him. Words were cluttering up his mind, and he couldn't understand what.
All part of a dream,
the girls went on.
A dream longer than any one life, but still only a dream. And it's over.
Where am I? I've suddenly asked in a loud, quavering voice. What is this?
In the open. This is the open. The real. You're joining us, Bobby. Now.
Beyond the faces of Linda and Angel, Ives saw another figure emerging from the shadows of the room. It came closer. It was mottled and unclear, like a person glimpsed through latticework, or leaves and mist. A figure at once familiar but unnamed, the one he had seen so many times before, just out of reach in the distance. Coming closer now, eyes wide, face set. His mirror image. Offering him something, a long silver object. Ives tried to think, but everything was a roaring blur within him.
Bobby! Bobby!
The voices called, clear and musical, pure as light itself.
Now, Bobby. Now. Fly into yourself now.
For the briefest second of time, everything seemed to stop.
No!
Screaming, Ives jumped up from the bed. The silver knife fell to the floor. The voices were gone. Ives was shaking and crying softly. He walked around the large room in a random looping path. Before he could begin to think again, he heard another sound. The door was open. 2 policemen, with guns. More heads bobbing behind them. They entered the room slowly, arms extended. Miss Tanith had sent them after all, or the police had finally managed to track him down themselves. It didn't matter. They were here now. Ives was rigid with fear. A new world was opening for him, and its images flashed through his mind. Endless time, tiny cells, games and tests, tasteless food, padded walls and floors, straitjackets, injections to keep him docile, ECT, a stream of people with blank faces and evenly modulated voices.
God almighty, a policeman muttered. Look at him.
Animal, the second said, as if addressing Ives. Don't move. What they saw was a distorted human being, a figure doubled over in a crouch and poised to spring, a creature with wild, panicky eyes and hands that looked like ugly arthritic knots with long, jagged nails. Ives's hair, which had grown back during his stay with Miss Tanith, rose in a shock, like that of a frightened and dangerous beast. They saw that his clothes were streaked with blood, that saliva bubbled from his mouth, and they heard the noise he made. For that second, Ives felt that he had all the time in the world. More, that time itself had finally stopped, and he was caught up in an infinitely expanding moment of light at the center of everything. It all came down to this, here and now. The body which had dominated and driven him so remorselessly seemed weightless, invisible, as if he had suddenly become free at last of its rule. The final change? A deep, relaxing sense of peace enveloped him, and he could almost feel himself drifting into a new realm. Guadeloupe and Vietnam had been stations on the way. He could see that now. Lesser transformations, perhaps, but part of the same moment which goes on forever. That was what supernatural meant. To die, to be a zombie, to be born again, to be a werewolf. All were forms of the same thing, continuations, changes, and with each change he had grown in strength and understanding. After this, he was sure that more would come. What form would he take the next time, he wondered. Miss Tanith had been right. Not that he had been cursed on Guadeloupe, but that the link between Guadeloupe and now was genuine. She couldn't have known that the supernatural bond was far greater and deeper. It went back to Guadeloupe and beyond, where even his memory couldn't reach, and now it beckoned him on to a new metamorphosis. Angel had been right. It is all a kind of dream we appear in, but that was all she knew. Ives could see that the dream was real, itself evil, and that he was one fleshed-out part of the whole. Yes, Angel, there are zombies and werewolves, and much, much more, right here. Look. Ives was ready. Watch out for the knife! Police voices filled the air. Get away from that. Stop! A shot boomed out at close range. Then another. Then another. Ives thought that he should feel something, but he didn't. He picked up the knife and charged the cluster of policemen. 2 more shots exploded in the confined space, and then he was among them, swinging and slashing. His snarling voice became a long howl, both outraged and mournful. His knife ripped at the heavy police coats, and his other hand gouged faces, drawing lines of blood. 8, maybe 10 hands were on him, wrestling him down with difficulty. In the struggle, the blade suddenly punched into Ives just beneath his ribcage. The scream that issued from him stunned the police. Ives slipped to the floor, still holding the knife like a live electric wire he couldn't get rid of. Every atom in his body seemed to be detonating, spewing forth fire and acid that devoured him from within, racing through him like magic. Let me be wrong. He got it, someone said as the police disentangled themselves. Get an ambulance, quick. We want him. He's dead already. He can't be. That won't be a fatal wound unless the bastard bleeds to death. See for yourself. He's gone. 2 policemen argued over the body. Another one turned away, having noticed that none of the bullets fired had hit Ives, not even grazed him. The policeman walked across the room to the far wall. There they were, firmly embedded in the plaster, 4 of them, chest high, maybe shoulder high. He put his back to the wall, trying to fix the line of fire. It seemed impossible that all 4 shots could have missed at such close quarters, but apparently it was true. Shrugging, he glanced around the room. Then his eyes stopped. Next to the unmade bed were 2 bulging black plastic trash bags. In Marylebone, a young woman, a girl of 17, stood by her bedroom window in the grey light of early morning. She stared, unseeing, at the tiny garden outside and the worn brick buildings immediately beyond. Only fire or silver could end it, but they didn't know that. Yet, somehow, a little while ago, she had come to be sure that Bobby Ives was finally still. To work was out of the question. She must cancel her appointments for the day. Perhaps she would take a walk. A good, long walk. This has been The Nightwalker, written by Thomas Tessier, narrated by John Lee. Copyright 2008 by Thomas Tessier. Production copyright 2012 by Audio Realms. The Dreams of Dr. Ladybank, written by Thomas Tessier, narrated by John Lee. A Divine Image. Cruelty has a human heart, and jealousy a human face. Terror, the human form divine, and secrecy, the human dress. The human dress is forged iron, the human form a fiery forge, the human face a furnace sealed, the human heart its hungry gorge. William Blake. Prologue. It's an amusing thought, Ian, but impossible. Well, yes. Science fiction. And weak on the science, Jack said. But doesn't the idea itself excite you? Not really. I mean, what's the point? Everyone knows it's a dead end. Besides, even if it were possible, and I'm not for a moment admitting that it is, but if it were, you'd probably wind up with a raving psychotic on your hands, and that's not my idea of fun. Psychotics are very boring people. Psychosis is by no means inevitable. This is a splendid malt, by the way. Help yourself to more. Thanks, I will. The point you're refusing to acknowledge is the simple fact of communication, establishing once and for all that it really is possible. My God, Jack, that's a huge leap and you know it. You can't deny it. And you can't prove it. Perhaps I can. Well, I'd love to see it. What would you say if I told you I've found a suitable mind for the experiment? I'd say she's probably young, impressionable, quite pretty, very malleable, and a great piece of ass. Jack. But I'm afraid that you're getting her in bed and fucking her brains out will not be widely accepted as scientific proof. All right. I give up. Don't stop now, Ian. I'm enjoying this. I haven't had such a good mix of booze and bullshit since college, when we used to sit up late at night trying to figure out what the hell an ethic was and how to get around it. We called those sessions the Utica Club, because that's all we could afford to drink. But I'm serious. Okay, you're serious. And you've got this, subject. Right. Subject. 2 of them, actually. Ian said with a hint of smugness in his tight smile. 2 young men. Men, huh? You must be serious. Yes, and the fact that there are 2 of them should provide proof enough to justify continuing the research, don't you think? 1 might be a fluke, but 2 different people who are strangers to each other, who respond and meet and interact by design? You would take that seriously, wouldn't you? Sure. But come on, Ian. You can't do that with people. If you could, somebody would have discovered it by now. It's not as if we're completely ignorant of how the brain works, what it can and can't do, and I'll tell you one thing. It can't do that. The human brain does generate extremely low-frequency radio waves, ELF signals. That's a well-known fact. Yes, but you can't do anything with them, if you say so. Not like you're talking about. We'll see. So, are these guys patients of yours? No. They're just a couple of losers I met. And they agreed to go along with whatever it is you plan to try out on them, this experiment? They don't know anything about it. What? That would ruin everything, Jack. If they knew, they would expect, and expectation would contaminate their minds. Of course I haven't told them anything. Have you ever heard of ethics, Ian? Which one did you have in mind? Oh, the one about not experimenting on people without their knowledge and consent. Seems to me there might even be some kind of a law about that. What exactly is it you intend to do? Nothing. That's the beauty of it. I don't understand. I'll just be thinking, Jack. That's all. Thinking of them and perhaps even for them. That's all right. Thinking isn't against the law. Not yet, anyway. But how will you know if it works? I'm not sure. But I imagine it will become apparent one way or another. Well, if it does work, let me handle the legal side of it. Maybe we can sell it to Sony. That's a thought. I can see it now. Everybody will go around wearing a smart little beanie on their head with an antenna sticking up. They'd sell like Walkmans. Or should it be Walkmen? By the time Jack finally left, after sopping up a good deal more single malt scotch, Dr. Ian Ladybank was almost sorry he had mentioned his little secret. But he had to tell someone, and Jack was the closest thing to a friend he had. You can't stumble across something like that and then not want to shout about it. Nor was it really a little secret. It was serious, major, an awesome challenge. He was sure it had, in fact, been discovered by others in the past, although they might not have understood what it was the way he did. It was a skill, it had limits, and it was suitable only for personal purposes. Amazing how it had happened. Dr. Ladybank had given the matter a lot of thought over the years. The brain was his hobby as well as his vocation. He read everything that came out, and he even made a special study of radio science. His obsession wasn't his alone. There were other people active in the field. He was aware, for instance, of the theory that some UFO sightings may be triggered by localized disturbances in the Earth's magnetic field that interfered with the wave cycles in the observer's brain. It was a matter of some significance to Dr. Ladybank, although few others seemed to consider it important, that the Earth, the planet itself, was constantly broadcasting its own ELF waves, and that they were remarkably similar to those generated by the human brain. He devised his own mental exercises, instructing his mind to do what it had never done before. All of this led nowhere until a young woman named Shelley had come to see him not long ago. She thought she was stigmatic, and she had the wounds to prove it. Her case was not as interesting as it had seemed at first glance, but she was an attractive little creature. In his waiting room, as he was showing her out, Dr. Ladybank suddenly found himself wishing, or willing, that Shelley would reach up and touch her breast. A silly but typical erotic fancy, born no doubt of mid-afternoon tedium. The girl did not respond, but her boyfriend, who had accompanied her to the office and was standing nearby, absently rubbed his Megadeth t-shirt at the spot where it covered his left nipple. The young man's blank expression indicated complete ignorance. Stunned, Dr. Ladybank at first could not bring himself to believe what had apparently just taken place. It was too easy to be true. But yes, he had felt a tiny mental spasm at the instant the thought, wish, command, whatever, formed within his mind. Dr. Ladybank was flushed with a sense of accomplishment, happy as a boy who suddenly flicks his wrist in precisely the right way and at last manages to skip a rock across water. He stood by the window in his office a few minutes later and watched Shelley and her boyfriend walk away down the street. When they were almost out of sight, Dr. Ladybank had a parting idea for them, and sure enough, the boyfriend's hand swung around to pat Shelley's ass. That evening, Dr. Ladybank thought about the boyfriend again. "You need to talk to me." Urgently. Less than a minute later, the telephone rang. He was Alvin Doolittle, but he preferred the nickname Snake. The other one was sent to Dr. Ladybank, like many of his cases, by the juvenile court. Tony Delgado was only 16, but he had his own apartment, a trick pad near the river in the south end of the city. It was a decrepit neighborhood, full of rotting old tenements and abandoned factories, a tidal basin of foundered lives, but it provided all the tolerance and anonymity needed for Tony to practice his trade. Dr. Ladybank quickly sized the boy up as innately Machian in affect. What Tony possessed was not quite a mind, but more of a constantly shifting panorama of received images and sensations. He learned little, but survived, thanks to an underlying canniness that, for nearly 3 years, had helped him dodge both the law and the retribution of the streets. A minor stupidity had led him to juvenile court, which promptly fobbed him off on Dr. Ladybank, who, within a quarter of an hour, had the youth uttering numbers in German while tugging at his earlobes. It was a discovery that should be important. It should give Dr. Ladybank power, fame, wealth, all the usual prizes. The only trouble was, he didn't know how to take the next step. What to do with this fantastic skill? How could he present it in such a way that would satisfy the scientific community? He could make videotapes of sessions with Snake and Tony, inducing all kinds of bizarre and unlikely behavior, but that would prove nothing.
Not the least of Dr. Ladybank's problems was the painful fact that this skill of his simply didn't work with most people. He tried it with everyone he met now, but the original poor fools were the only two in the plus column. In spite of the odds against it, he was dogged by a fear that both of them really were flukes. Maybe it was just a freak of nature, devoid of any principle or broader application. But even if that were so, there was still a measure of personal satisfaction in what he was doing. And it was early days yet. Dr. Ladybank was sure that he would learn much more as he pursued his experiment, and sooner or later the ultimate answers would come to him. 1. Tony Delgado thought he understood the problem. This Pied Piper, to give him a name, had a special kind of radio that he used to beam his infernal messages into Tony's brain. It had been going on for a couple of weeks now, and the situation was only getting worse. Tony had tried to catch the Pied Piper several times before he realized that it was impossible. The Pied Piper was only about 6 inches tall, and could appear or disappear at will. Many times he was heard, not seen. There was no way Tony could get a hold of the little demon. Tony was running out of possibilities. He had gone to Dom's Connection, the largest electronics store in the city, but they told him they didn't have any kind of jamming device that would do what he wanted. They suggested that he consider buying a good radio or stereo system, and just play loud music whenever he was bothered. But Tony had already tried that with the boombox he owned, and it didn't work. Static-ridden, distorted perhaps, the Pied Piper still got into Tony's head. Now Tony had another idea. He rooted through the underwear in the top drawer of his bureau and came up with the stiletto he had acquired somewhere along the line. It was his best weapon in the awkward moments that occasionally arose, not so much for use as for display. In Tony's chosen line of work, it was sometimes necessary to introduce a deterrent factor, that slight touch of intimidation that prevents serious trouble, and the stiletto had never failed to chill a tricky customer. He was pleased to find that it hadn't lost any of its sharpness, though for the task he had in mind now, all he would require was the very fine tip of the gleaming blade. Tony Delgado lived in a small apartment in the heart of the South End. He was 16, and had been on his own for the best part of a year now. He had a perfect body, which he took care of religiously because it was his bread and butter. At 5'10", he was neither too tall nor too short. His physique was slender and boyish, and he avoided the muscular look, but he exercised enough to maintain a body texture that was both supple and firm. He had one good room, the large one where he entertained his customers. Tony had invested a lot in that room, setting it up for the fantasy scenarios that were his trademark. He sometimes had to discourage mushy Johns who wanted to use his personal bed or to stay all night. He preferred it that way, keeping the rest of his place and life off limits. Tony's bedroom was small and cluttered, the kitchen bug-infested, the bathroom was modest but clean, and one way or another it saw a lot of use. The trouble started more than a month ago. Tony had always been successful at avoiding the police until then. He had picked up a John at a bar in the neighborhood, but when they got outside, the asshole lost his nerve. A patrol car happened to pass by as Tony was kicking in the rocker panel on the man's shiny new car. It should have come to nothing. The asshole naturally refused to press charges. However, Tony then made the unfortunate mistake of giving the cop a hard time, even shoving him away once. Since he was still a minor, Tony was sent to juvenile court, where some drip of a judge gave him a boring lecture and then ordered him to see a psychiatrist. What a joke that turned out to be. For one thing, the guy had a funny name. Lady something. Ladybug would be right, Tony thought, because the shrink was the crazy one. He was straight and even beautiful, but as the interview went on, Tony began to feel like he was stuck with a creep. It was no one thing the guy did that bothered him, just a very uncomfortable feeling that got stronger all the time. Tony had never experienced anything like that, and he had met some strange people. In the end, the shrink talked pure nonsense. He told Tony to watch out for the bright lights, bright colours, and, most of all, bright flowers. What kind of shit was that? Tony decided Dr. Ladybug was in bigger trouble than he was, and he nodded his head politely, agreeing with everything the shrink said. It must have been the smart thing to do, because he was sent home to his mother, no additional sessions required. He was free of any legal obligations. Tony was back at work in his apartment that same night. Tony's mother understood nothing. For 30 years she had worked at a dry cleaning shop, and still did. Some people argued that the fumes were dangerous, and Mrs. Delgado did get headaches regularly, but it was steady work, and there was a lot to be said for seniority. She believed anything Tony told her. He was her youngest child, born when she thought her body was past all that, and he was the best when it came to calling her, visiting and giving her little gifts. So kind and considerate. She didn't like the fact that he lived away from her when he was still so young, but there was nothing she could do about it. Kids grow up quicker today. They do what they want, and Tony didn't have a father around to lay down the law. But at least the boy was good to her, and he lived less than a mile away. So his first brush with the law had come to nothing, and his mother still lived in happy ignorance of his activities. But Tony faced other problems. AIDS had claimed or scared off some of his top customers, and to keep his income up, he was forced to cruise the bars more often. That multiplied both his legal and medical risks. So far, he remained clean, but business was tough, and getting tougher every week. He had also developed a taste for coke, the good stuff, not that crack shit. But it cost money, and Tony was also convinced that it was one of the reasons he was so jumpy of late. However, these drawbacks were not enough to curb his appetite. They were simply new factors to bear in mind. Worst of all, the Pied Piper had entered his life. At first, Tony thought he was imagining things, or that it was some kind of weird side effect of the drug. He would glimpse a trick of light or a play of shadows, but it was always on the other side of the room, and he always caught it out of the corner of his eye. When he turned to look carefully, there was nothing to see. Then there were the sounds. Tony began to think of them as messages of some kind, though he never really understood them at all. They were like bubbles of noise that burst open deep inside his head. There was always a lot of static with it, which is how Tony finally cottoned on to the possibility that the Pied Piper was broadcasting to him. It was possible to pick out a few words now and then, sometimes a phrase or two, but none of it ever made any sense. Tony did get a certain feeling of urgency, and that only aggravated his distress. Soon enough, the little man emerged tauntingly, letting Tony see him clearly, if only for a brief instant at a time. Now, a day never passed without one appearance, usually more. He never actually said anything, and his expression was always blank. The little fucker was a constant torment, even when he wasn't there. The only positive thing was that so far he hadn't turned up when there was a customer present. Tony went into the bathroom and turned on the light around the mirror. He stood close to it, opened his mouth and found his targets. Tony's teeth were not perfect. Over the years he had accumulated a few plastic or composite fillings. They were okay, he figured. He wanted the two larger ones that were made of lead or silver, some kind of metal. It seemed obvious to him that the Pied Piper was using those fillings as built-in receivers for his transmissions. The metal picked up the beam and relayed it along the nerves in Tony's jawbone on to the center of his brain. So, if he could just get rid of those two fillings, he might solve his problem. He had called 3 different dentists, but they seemed to think it was a setup for a lawsuit and turned him down cold. The only alternative was to do it himself. It wasn't easy. At least he could get at the 2 fillings and still see what he was doing, but for the longest time the tip of the blade found no hold. Tony grew frustrated, then angry as the knife slipped off the tooth and jabbed his gums. He tasted a little of his own blood when he swallowed. His open mouth filled with saliva too fast, and some of it trickled down his windpipe, setting off a violent but useless coughing jag. Tony's eyes were bleary as he tried to refocus on the tooth. He was beginning to think it was an impossible chore, but then the point of the blade finally lodged in some tiny crevice for a second. It slipped off almost at once, but he was encouraged, and several tries later he found the spot again. Tony worked it carefully, digging the tip into the gap and trying to expand it. As long as the metal blade touched the metal filling, it jangled the nerves in his tooth like a constant electrical charge, but he would endure that to get rid of the Pied Piper. Any pain would be worth suffering if it would end the daily nightmare visitations. Tony's eyes continued to blur with tears, and his jaw ached, but he was making progress. Now he had gouged enough of a crack to be able to use the knife as a lever. But whenever he relaxed or became careless, the knife would pop loose again and stab Tony in the gum or on the roof of the mouth. The saliva that spilled out on his chin was distinctly pink. Worst of all, the goddamn metal filling seemed to be welded to the goddamn tooth. No matter how hard he pried at it, there was barely any movement. "Come on, you fuck," Tony whined. "You're killing me!" Then he screamed and dropped the knife as he reached for the wall to hold himself against as a blast of pain shot through his entire body. The knife clattered in the sink. This is too much, he thought, as he reached for it with trembling fingers. But then he discovered that the filling was loose. Yeah, he could move it with his tongue. It was still hooked in there, but when he poked it repeatedly, it felt like it was rattling in place. Gasping for breath, Tony forced himself to reinsert the knife. Ein, zwei, drei. He increased the pressure, and the pain blossomed, weakening him so much that all the strength in his body seemed to be flying out of his pores. One last shove. The filling was at last torn free, but the knife blade scraped a bloody furrow across the roof of Tony's mouth at the same time. He nearly swallowed the jagged filling, but managed to spit it into the sink. It bounced around like a deformed marble before coming to rest. Tony was dizzy and drained, and the hole in his tooth felt enormous. But he had done it. One down, one to go. He washed his mouth out, and then sat on the toilet lid for a few minutes to rest. The second filling seemed to take longer, probably because he had little patience left. His arm and neck ached, along with his jaw, but somehow the pain bothered him less. Tony pushed on, desperate to finish the job, and eventually he was rewarded when the second filling slid off his tongue and joined the first one in the sink. He felt an enormous sense of satisfaction, freedom, and accomplishment. He took the 2 lumps of twisted metal into the kitchen, opened the window, and threw them as far as he could out in the weed-choked, trash-strewn backyard. Tony rinsed his mouth again, this time with warm, salty water to stop the bleeding. Then he poured a large scotch to remove the bad taste and soothe his nerves. He sat down in his one good room and sipped the drink carefully. God, he was still shaking. His arms and legs felt so weak. He let his tongue dance over the 2 holes in his teeth. They were huge. The edges were so sharp he would have to be careful not to cut his tongue on them. But no dentist could refuse him now. 2 fillings fell out when he was eating. Tough pizza crust, say, or peanuts, or when he bit into a steak. It didn't matter what. That kind of thing happened all the time. Tony would insist they be replaced with plastic or porcelain fillings, anything but metal. He smiled faintly as he sloshed the whiskey around in his mouth. It stung his exposed nerves, but he knew that it was also beginning to deaden them. The pain was fading deliciously. Zzz. Oh no. No. Zzz. Tony put the drink down on the table because he was afraid he might drop it. This can't be happening. He looked around the room nervously. A glimmer of movement, then gone. A shadow that passed in an instant, as if a bird had flown by the window.
Then the static cleared up beautifully.
Ah, that's much better.
The words blared inside Tony's trapped mind. You can really hear me now, can't you? 2. Hick, hick, hock.
Say what?
The bartender looked puzzled, wary.
What?
You said something to me?
No,
Snake replied. I didn't say nothing to nobody. You want another beer?
Yeah, I want another beer,
Snake said, his voice brimming with defiance,
and a clean glass.
The bartender brought the drink and the glass, withdrew some money from the small pile of cash in front of Snake, and muttered to himself in Spanish as he turned away.
Lousy greaseball,
Snake thought as he inspected the new glass.
I'm sitting here minding my own business, having a quiet beer, and this asshole has to get on my case. Say what? Say fuck you, bro.
At least tonight Snake knew what he was doing in this place. He was waiting for the whore, Tony. Last night he had no idea at all why he had come there. The El Greco was a pisshole of a bar, buried in the unfriendly depths of the South End. But Snake went out last night, leaving Shelley behind alone and cursing, and he'd come straight across the river to this dump. He hated the place. It had the terrible smell of food you'd never want to eat, and it was full of jabbering spicks. They all had the same look on their faces, too, mean and vaguely pissed off, as if every damned one of them had to go through life with a splinter up his dick. They wouldn't bother him, though, because Snake was wearing the colours. Sure, they could beat the living shit out of him if they wanted to, but they knew he'd be back sooner or later with 30 of the hardest fuckers around, who would trash the El Greco, along with every spick they could get their hands on. Nor did it matter that Snake was no longer exactly in good standing as a member of the Legion of the Lost. He wore the colours, and that was all that counted in a situation like this. The colours commanded respect, or at least fear, which wasn't very different. Last night he sat in the same place at the bar for nearly an hour, wondering what the hell he was doing there, and why he could not bring himself to leave. It was odd, but then some odd things had been happening to Snake lately. Headaches, for one, the kind that ordinary painkillers didn't cure. And, according to Shelley, he was talking to himself more and more. But that was crazy. It stood to reason that a man can't go around talking to himself and not know it. Could he? What about that latest incident? The one with the bartender a few minutes ago? No. It was impossible. In a noisy place like this, the bartender made a mistake. Besides, Shelley had her own problems. She'd gone quite pale and spotty in recent weeks. She also scratched herself a lot, so much so in fact that it had reached the point where she had these ugly open wounds in her hands and feet and on her body. Then, as if that weren't enough, she decided they were the marks of Christ on the cross. Snake had to take her to the doctor, who sent them along to a shrink. Dumb fucking bitch. He ought to sell her off to an out-of-state gang, but the way she was now, her sales value was scraping along the bottom. Shelley was so bad that he didn't even want to touch her anymore, unless he had to hit her. Maybe that was why Snake had come to the El Greco, to meet a new piece of ass. He had accomplished that much last night, when Tony sat down beside him and they got to talking. She was a fine item, all right. Cute fanny, long legs, pretty face. She could be a bit fuller up front, but Snake had never been all that keen on big tits. He liked women lean and snaky. It didn't bother him that she was a spick. Somehow that was okay in a woman. Tony's creamy skin was such a pleasant contrast to Shelley's newsprint surface, and the eyes, deep, round, warm and brown, with flecks of gold. Snake couldn't remember the last time he'd looked closely at Shelley's eyes, but now he thought of them as washed-out blue peas, adrift in a pinkish-white glaze. No question, Tony was an exotic gem in comparison. It did bother him, however, that she was a whore. He didn't care how many men she had fucked. The problem was that he lacked the money to buy her talents. Even if he had it, it would go against the grain for Snake to spend it on something he'd always managed to get for free.
He and Tony were eventually able to work out a deal based on non-cash considerations. She liked coke, and she needed Demerol. Snake had experience and helpful contacts in the field. He was strictly minor league, but he did know how to cut himself an edge in such transactions. It was one of the many ways in which he cobbled together an erratic income.
Darling, hey babe.
Snake smiled as Tony edged close to him at the bar.
You look great.
Buy me a drink.
Sure. What'll you have?
You forgot already?
Yeah, well, what was it again?
Red Death on the Rocks.
Right.
As there were no other bar stools free, Snake gave Tony his. He signaled the bartender. Tony looked fantastic in a clinging black mini-dress. Snake could hardly take his eyes off her legs, but he did turn away long enough to watch the bartender carefully when he took the money for Tony's drink.
You can take your sunglasses off.
I like the dark, she replied.
It's dark enough in this dump.
Tony sipped her drink.
Do you have something for me? I told you I would.
I know what you told me,
but do you have it? Of course I do.
You're a darling. What is it? Snake leaned close to her.
God, you smell great.
What do you have? Tony repeated with an edge in her voice. What do you have for me?
Demerol.
Beautiful. Tony relaxed and smiled at him. There is one thing I have to tell you.
Yeah? What's that?
It's the wrong time to use my little pussy.
That don't bother me, babe,
Snake declared proudly.
In the Legion of the Lost, we don't just poke bloody cunts. We hunker right down and eat 'em.
Really? Tony gave a dramatic shudder. Sounds icky. And it would bother me, darling. But you know I really have a great ass, and I'm sure you'd love it.
Yeah, it looks good, and I bet it feels like velvet,
Snake said.
But I ain't no butt-fucker.
So there are some things the Legion of the Lost won't do, Tony said sarcastically.
Damn right.
Oh well, I guess.
Read my mind,
Snake told her. I give great head.
Right. You better, babe.
How many pills do you have?
Put it this way. You owe me 5 blowjobs.
Tony looked rather disappointed.
But darling, you will be able to get more, won't you? What do? Eat 'em like candy?
I'm in pain,
Tony said resentfully. You need somebody to look after you,
Snake pointed out, a clever idea forming in his mind. Blowjobs every night. A great source of income. He would move her out of the South End and put her to work making real money. No more of this back alley boffing for bucks.
Yeah. Somebody who'll take good care of you.
I take care of myself.
I mean a regular guy.
I've got 100 regular guys, darling.
To protect you,
Snake clarified firmly.
I've never needed protection. That just means you're overdue for trouble.
Oh. Tony didn't seem to care for what Snake had in mind, but then her face moved slightly as if she had just felt a twinge of pain, and then she smiled up at him.
Oh dear. Yeah. But don't worry about it, babe, Snake told her with a wide grin. Now that I'm here, you'll be all right. I'll take care of you and you'll take care of me, right?
You might decide you don't want me, Tony said. She had a peculiar smile on her face. When you get to know me.
Snake laughed. Oh, I'll want you, babe. You can be sure of that. Matter of fact, I want you right now.
Tony discreetly slipped her hand between Snake's legs.
So you do. Come on, let's go.
Your old lady must not be treating you right.
What old lady?
I can't tell, darling.
Yeah, well, she's on the way out, Snake said. She just don't know it yet.
No one ever does.
Come on,
Snake said anxiously. Let me finish my drink, Tony insisted calmly. Besides, I can see that you like standing in the middle of a crowd of people and having me touch you this way. It's nice, isn't it?
Jesus, babe.
But she was right. 3. Greetings,
Plasmodium. Hey, I've been looking for you. Stand by. Where are you? Here. I can't see you. You can hear me. Come on out, man. Let me see you. Tony had a large mayonnaise jar. If he could just get his hands on the Pied Piper long enough to shove him into the jar and screw the cap on, into the trash, into the landfill. But only after Tony hammered a few nail holes in the cap and then steamed the brain-eating son of a bitch alive over a pot of boiling water for a couple of hours. But maybe Tony wouldn't throw him away. Maybe he'd put the jar on a shelf in the living room and let his Johns goggle at it. What the hell is that? They'd ask. Souvenir from the Caribbean, he'd tell them with a straight face. My voodoo child. Slime. Where the hell are you? Everywhere. Yeah? Where's that? In your head. That's what I have to talk to you about, Tony said. You have to let me call a dentist and get an appointment, because my jaw is killing me all the time now. No. I can't take it anymore. No. Fuck, man, why the fuck not? He'll see what you did to your teeth and he'll think that you're crazy. I am crazy. He'll get them to lock you up. I'm locked up here most of the time talking to myself. I am always with you. Then come on out and let me see you. See? Suddenly Tony couldn't see anything but the Pied Piper. It was as if he were inside Tony's eyeballs, peering into his brain. He had an evil grin on his twisted face, and now his filthy hands came up and started scratching at the inner lining of Tony's eyes in an effort to shred through the membrane, scraping, ripping, peeling the cells away with ridged fingernails that were as sharp as razor blades. The pain was excruciating. Tony slid off the chair and fell to his knees on the floor, holding his head in his hands. He was too weak to scream. It felt like the breath had been sucked from his lungs. One hand groped blindly toward the small brown bottle on the coffee table. Tony had tried all the regular store-bought painkillers, but none of them helped. Finally, he had scored some Demerol from a beautiful idiot named Snake, his new friend. The Demerol was fantastic, although it never really lasted quite long enough. Now Tony had just a few left. No. The muscles in Tony's arm went dead. His fingers fumbled at the brown bottle, but he could not grip it. Please, came the whimper from the back of his skull. Please let me. But a shrill racket overwhelmed his feeble thought. Sorry. Tony began to beat his head against the floor. So you want the people downstairs to come up and find you like this? They'll call a doctor and he'll decide you're crazy. He'll have them lock you away forever. Tony continued to bang his head on the hardwood floor in an effort to knock himself unconscious. Listen. Tony could no longer lift his head. It rested, face down in a smear of blood. But the pain had let up, and his brain began the laborious process of forming clear thoughts again. His breathing came back in short, shallow gasps. You can have your pill. Tony tried to reach for the bottle, but couldn't. Not yet. Only when you have listened to what you must do for me. Yes, and accept. The air was thin and liquid. It had a raw, unpleasant edge that reminded Tony of grain alcohol. What is it? You must bring someone here. Who? Someone you trust. I don't trust anybody, man. Nevertheless, how can I with you hanging around? Business had fallen right off the table ever since the Pied Piper had taken over Tony's life. He couldn't dare bring anyone home when he no longer had control of the situation. He had to go out at night all the time now, hustling quick tricks in toilets and alleys for prices he would have laughed at a couple of months ago. Tony's whole world had shriveled around him like the skin on a rotten corpse. You can. Can I take money from him? Yes, and do my job. That is what you must do. I get it, Tony said, smiling faintly. You can't see me when I'm outside, and you want to watch, right? For once the Pied Piper was silent. Tony chuckled. That's okay, man. That's cool. But you have to understand. His voice took on a pleading tone again as he pushed himself over onto his side. I can't go on living like this. It just won't work. Leave the living to me, Plasmodium. I mean it, man. I'm dying in my socks.
People will come to see what's the matter, why I'm not in touch. My family, like that, you know what I mean. Then deal with them. I can't handle it. Why not? I just can't. I'm afraid. Of what? You. But I'm you. The fuck you are? Tony protested. I'm sick. I hurt all the time now. The only way I can face people is in the dark, and it's all because of you. Not me. I'm the one you're doing it to, and maybe I should be locked away somewhere. Maybe that'd be the best thing. Nonsense. You're killing me. Day by day you're killing me. Ingrate. Come here, you little shit. Tony had regained a slight measure of strength by now, so he lunged in the direction of where he thought the Pied Piper might be, but his fingers grasped empty air. The demon was gone. Tony knew it at once from the sudden lightness he felt, the release of his mind. It was the worst attack yet. Tony's heart banged inside his chest, weak but frantic, and his skin was slick with sweat. His arms trembled, nearly buckling, as he made an effort to sit up on the floor. He looked at the thin patch of blood on the hardwood and felt a terrible anticipation of his own doom. This is how he would die, like an animal, like trash, like slime, unseen, all but invisible, stepped on, rubbed away, a smear, a tiny stain on the street. Tony crawled up into the chair. He saw the brown bottle of Demerol, but he no longer felt the need for any. Save them. The ache in his jaw was dull and distant. If only he could manage to grab the Demerol and get it down his throat in the minute before the Pied Piper got a hold of him. It was the only thing that did seem to keep the demon from getting through, at least for a short while. But he would have to carry a loose pill all the time, or else have one installed in a special socket in his teeth, like some of the Nazis. Come to think of it, the holes were already there, waiting to be custom-fitted. He needed more Demerol. That was the main thing. Enough to keep him safe day and night. It was so damn good. So much better than coke or weed or anything else he'd ever tried. Better even than sex. So what if it turned him into a placid addict, lolling about like a zombie? Anything was better than having that fucker inside his brain. Tonight he would see Snake again, and he would make sure the guy was sufficiently motivated to get more Demerol. There was no way Tony could live without it now. He noticed the mayonnaise jar on the floor, and it puzzled him for a moment. He picked it up and looked at it. The strands of mayonnaise left inside had turned into a greenish-black slime. Slime, the Pied Piper had called him. Plasmodium. That was a word Tony knew for certain he didn't know, and had never heard before. Until today. Where did it come from? Impossible. Unless the Pied Piper was real. The pain began to swell like an infernal orchestra in Tony's head, and he reached for the brown bottle. 4. "Where you going?" Snake looked over his shoulder. Shelley was still on the old couch, which sagged nearly to the floor. She looked like she was sampling coffins and had found one that suited her. She had been lying there most of the day. She was out of it, brain-blitzed on those pills the shrink had prescribed for her. Shelley discovered happiness when she doubled the original dosage, and now she didn't scratch herself so much. She was also a lot easier for Snake to handle, although his feelings for her did not improve. Snake was hooked on Tony. "Out," he replied curtly. "Out where?" "Fuck you." Shelley struggled to push herself up on one elbow. It wasn't a pretty sight. Scrawny arms and legs, a whining, watery voice that came from a face resembling a tombstone. She also broadcast an odor that would pit steel. He looked away from her and put on his Legion of the Lost leather jacket. "Snake?" "Don't wait up." 20 minutes later, Snake parked his beat-up Dodge Colt on South Freedom, hurried around the corner and entered the El Greco bar. The usual do-nothing crowd was on hand, drinking, yammering over the soccer table, and sticking their chests out at each other like animals. Snake hated them all. They seemed to smirk at him and laugh to themselves whenever he came in,
but not one of them had the balls to take him on because they knew he'd kick the shit out of them. Snake knew about Spick fighting abilities. They were game little roosters, but hit them in the body and they all break up like a sack of sticks. Tony was there too, as she knew she damn well better be. It hadn't taken him long to straighten her out on that score. Snake was not to be kept waiting, not for 1 minute. You have to make sure a whore knows her place and toes the line, otherwise she'll piss all over you. Snake was pleased, but didn't show it, though he did tell her she looked sexy when she came and wrapped her arm around his waist. They got drinks and sat down at the far end of the bar, away from the crowd. Unfortunately, the El Greco didn't run to booths or tables. Tony smiled, gave him little kisses, murmured in his ear and touched him secretly. But for all that, she seemed tense and edgy. Her face was drawn and she toyed with her drink nervously.
"What's the matter, babe?"
"I'm in pain,"
she said. "Drink your drink and have another.
You know what I mean."
Relax. You got more?"
"Sure,"
Snake said.
"How much?"
"Jesus, you are jumpy tonight. Enough, okay? I have enough for you."
Tony settled down a little and stroked his thigh gratefully. Nice. Snake was pleased, but not entirely happy. His efforts to advance the situation in the last 10 days had so far failed. He loved the blowjobs in his car, parked in a dark lot, and he knew he had a hold on Tony, but his control over her was only partial. She had agreed to consider working exclusively for him, but still would not commit to it. Snake's dream of free sex and free money hovered just beyond his reach, for the moment.
"But,"
he said quietly.
"What?"
Tony's face tensed immediately.
"But what?"
"I'm not happy."
"Why?"
"Take those sunglasses off."
"Pretend I'm a stranger, hot for you, and—"
"Take them off," Snake demanded. "It's dark enough here."
"Okay."
Tony removed the shades and blinked, wincing. Then she smiled at him.
"Whatever you want, darling."
"That's better.
Besides, I'm hot for you anyway, you know?"
"Yeah. Well."
Snake tried to look cool, but it wasn't easy to ignore her hand between his legs.
"Listen to me."
"What's the matter?"
"I want you working for me."
"I know, but—"
"You don't belong down in this part of town. I can take you to better places, fix you up with guys that have more money. You can pull a ton, and I'll take care of everything. Everything you need, I'll get it for you."
"Sounds good,"
Tony said in a neutral tone of voice.
"Maybe we could do that, but I'm not ready for it yet."
"No? We could leave right now. Head on up to the green door and bag a half-dozen yuppies in no time."
"But not tonight, darling. I don't feel too good."
Snake shrugged his shoulders as if it didn't bother him one way or the other, but the expression on his face tightened.
"There's something else."
"What?"
"I'm getting kind of tired of doing it in the car."
"Oh."
"Don't worry, babe. You're great, but I'd like to go back to your place, where we can take a little more time and really do it right. Slow and sweet, you know?"
Tony looked unhappy. Snake knew he was walking a fine line. She had already made it clear to him that she didn't bring anyone home, that it wasn't convenient for some reason which she would not specify. If he pushed her too hard, she might decide to drop him and take her chances with somebody else. Whores know so many people. It might take her a few days, but sooner or later she'd find another source of coke and Demerol, and Snake would be left out in the cold. Tony was too valuable to lose. It wasn't often that you found such a hot young thing, such an unusual beauty who really could perform. Tony was a sizzler. But damn it, if Snake was going to be her one supplier, then he was entitled to more than he was getting. She didn't even let him touch her hardly at all, aside from a little ass-grabbing and an occasional brush with her nubby tits. Snake wanted more, much more. He wanted to roll around naked with her on a bed, to watch her strip, to splash around together in a bubble bath, the kind of things he did with Shelley when she was human. Tony was great when she put her nose to the grindstone, but Snake was determined to strike a better deal.
"Darling, I will take you back to my place, and we'll have a wonderful time. Many wonderful times."
"All right."
"But,"
Tony said, holding her hand up. "I have to get myself organized first."
"What the fuck does that mean?"
"I told you. I'm suffering the most monumental pain from my dental problems. That's why I need the medicine."
"Right,"
Snake said wearily. He knew better than to ask why she didn't just get her dentist to write a prescription. She was a no-hope junkie whore, and it wasn't hard to figure out what the future had in store for her, but at least he had found her while she was young and still had a lot of tread. She was worth taking a certain amount of bullshit to keep.
"How long will that be?"
"Next week."
"Really?"
Her eyes danced vaguely, avoiding him.
"I hope." "Jesus, babe."
"You poor darling," she said soothingly, caressing him again discreetly. "I'll make it up to you. Just wait and see." "I will. I really will. We'll have the most fantastic time together, and in the meantime, I'll suck your brains out. I'll drink you dry."
Talk like that dazed Snake.
"God, you make me hot," he told her. "Let's get out of here." First.
Business first was what she meant. Snake expected that and had prepared for it. In his pockets he had 2 packets of pills, a larger quantity in case Tony met either or both of his demands, and a smaller number if she turned him down. It was time to yank the leash. Snake slipped her the packet containing 6 Demerols. Without looking at it, her eyes widened in alarm.
"That's all?"
"Afraid so, babe."
"Why?"
"Recession. Supply and demand. Things are tight. Remember when I told you it'd be a lot easier if we worked together?" Tony was trying to look stern, but it didn't suit her.
"You know I can find other sources," she said.
"It isn't wise to take business away from the Legion," Snake countered, falling back on his last serious threat. Not that the Legion gave a damn about him. However, Tony didn't know that, so the threat was as good as real. It makes him want to go out and kick somebody's face in. That kind of thing.
"All I want is a little time," Tony said pleadingly.
"What I just gave you is a little time."
Tony sighed unhappily.
"All right. Now, let's go out to the car." 5. Tony couldn't stand it any more. The pain was too much for him to bear. 3 days ago he had finally gone to a dentist and had his teeth filled with some kind of plastic. It was a hideous session, lasting hours. The dentist obviously thought that Tony was crazy because of what he had done to his teeth, and for not removing his sunglasses. It cost a lot, and since Tony was not a regular patient and had no dental coverage, he was obliged to fork over the money in advance. That was smart on the dentist's part, as Tony never would have bothered if he knew the fillings weren't going to work. They didn't. At first he thought it was just a matter of time before the pain wore off for good, but after 3 days it was clearly there to stay. Perhaps he should have had new metal fillings installed to interfere with the Pied Piper's broadcasts, but the originals hadn't really done the job, and now it seemed likely that Tony's teeth had little, if anything, to do with the strength or weakness of the torment he experienced. He hadn't actually seen the Pied Piper in some time now, but the messages still came through several times a day. They meant little to Tony, aside from the sheer pain and terror they caused him. It had reached the point where he spent most of his time in bed or on the couch, weak from the last onslaught, trembling with dread in anticipation of the next one. The pain usually subsided at night, and Tony would go out to eat and then hustle up some work. He tried to do what the demon voice wanted. He brought several customers back to his place and performed magnificently. They were cheap bums who didn't deserve such royal treatment, but Tony would do whatever it took to please the Pied Piper. When the voice returned, however, it was always dissatisfied, and the agony continued. Worse, Tony hadn't seen Snake since the night before he went to the dentist. He needed more Demerol, huge amounts, to get him through each day and make life somewhat bearable. Tony stabbed a glossy fingernail at the ice in his drink. It looked as if Snake would not appear at the El Greco tonight. That was bad, because Tony was completely out of Demerol. It had occurred to him that unless he got some, he might kill himself tomorrow, assuming the Pied Piper would let him. Tony didn't know what to do.
He left the bar, planning to return later. In the meantime, he would hit a few other places and see if he could find Snake. The bastard was jerking his chain. That's what it was. Tony wouldn't work for him, wouldn't take him home for a long night of sex. Well, there was a problem. Somehow, Snake had yet to grasp the fact that Tony was at least nominally male. Tony could work the straight side of the street, but that was nerve-wracking, and he had no appetite for it. Nor could he bring Snake home, as it wouldn't be long before the lost legionnaire noticed some little something taped flat between Tony's legs. Tony pulled a couple of quick tricks in his wanderings, but he didn't find Snake. He eventually found himself crossing the bridge into Riverside. It was a poor working-class neighborhood, virtually identical to the South End, but for the fact that there were very few blacks or Hispanics in Riverside. It was for the most part unknown territory to Tony, but for some reason he felt he was heading in the right direction. He tried a few bars along the way, looking in, then turning to leave immediately. Tony had long ago developed an ability to recognize places where he was sure to get beaten up. He had to work out something with Snake. He could tell him the truth, and probably get beaten up for that, but at least it would clear the air. The charade couldn't go on much longer, and it might be better to get it over with sooner than later. But he had to have something to appease Snake. A share of Tony's income from gays. That might do it. Why not? It was the same kind of deal Snake wanted, except that Tony would be working his regular beat, not the cash-laden yuppie straights at the green door. The money might be less, but it was still money for nothing, and Tony would have his steady supply of coke and Demerol. Yeah, it might just work out. Nonetheless, Tony shuddered at the prospect of confronting Snake with the truth. Was it really necessary? Tony had enough cash on him now to buy a few days' worth of pills. Do that. Just pay for the medicine. Take it and go. No sex, no promises. Keep it strictly on a business footing. And if Snake insists on more, tell him it's that time of the month. No. Tony remembered he had done that only a week or two ago. Vaginal fungus? Snake might want to eat it. Tell him you've got the clap, and you're out of action for a while. Head? Yes. Anything else? No. The rattle-trap Dodge Colt. There it was. Tony was amazed. He had found Snake. Almost. The car was parked in front of an aged triple-decker. On one side of the house there was a vacant lot, then a bakery and some more shops. On the other side there was a diner, now closed, and a bar that Tony had already checked. Across the street, nothing likely. It had to be this apartment house. But which of the 3 apartments? Tony started on the ground floor. He pushed the doorbell, but it didn't ring. He was about to knock when, through the side window, he caught sight of an elderly man sitting in an armchair in the front room. Doubtful. Tony went up the battered stairs. The light was mercifully dim, a single hanging bulb nearly burned out, and the air was permeated with the compressed smell of stale cooking. Decades of it. The apartment on the second floor was dark, and the screen door was locked. Tony caught his breath, and then continued on to the top floor. Lights. A dull noise inside. Tony knocked. Nothing. He knocked again, louder. Still no sign of a response. He knocked hard enough to hurt his knuckles. Yeah? The voice was faint and distant, but Tony was certain he had heard it. He tried the door and it opened. He entered a narrow hallway. It was dark, but light came through an archway ahead on the right. Tony took a few steps and stood, looking into a drab living room. There was a girl on the couch. You must be the little woman. Who are you? I'm looking for Snake. He's out. Where? I don't know. His car is out front, Tony said. Would he be somewhere in the neighborhood? He went out with Crabs. What? Crabs. His friend. Oh. Tony felt uncomfortable talking across the room. He moved closer to the pathetic girl, who made no effort to get up. She was squeezing her fingers strangely. Are you okay? No.
I'm out of medicine and I'm all fucked up. So am I.
Without thinking about it, Tony went to the couch and sat on the edge of it beside the girl. She looked awful.
That's a pretty dress. Thank you.
Tony glanced at the girl's hands again and was shocked to see that she was digging her nails into the palms, and blood was oozing between her fingers. She was gouging out a hole in the center of each hand.
What are you doing?
Tony cried in a voice strangled with alarm.
It's Jesus,
the girl said.
Jesus is in me. Jesus? These are his wounds.
The girl's eyes were brighter now, lit with enthusiasm.
Look at my feet.
Tony turned his head and glanced back.
Oh, my God. Yes. Yes. Honey, let me, and look here.
Before Tony could do or say anything, the girl yanked up her t-shirt, revealing a pancake breast. That's not much bigger than mine, Tony thought. Then he noticed the running sore in the side of the girl's body, about the size of a silver dollar. The skin around it was streaked with dried blood. She must have picked at it for hours, days. It was terrible to see, but also fascinating and even exciting. Tony felt as if he'd walked into this girl's dream.
Nobody believes me,
she said sadly.
I do,
Tony found himself saying.
You do?
Yes, I do. The girl smiled.
You're so pretty. When is Snake coming home? I never know.
Tony's eyes drifted helplessly back to the bloody wound near the girl's breast. The skin had not been allowed to form a scab. The wound had the wet, puckered look of a vagina, Tony thought, in a fog of wonder. You have two of them, and I don't even have one. He couldn't keep from smiling.
Put your hand in, the girl said, just like they did with the Lord Jesus. Go on, please. My hand won't fit. Your finger, then.
Tony hesitated, but then was astonished to see his hand move toward the girl's body. His middle finger slid effortlessly into the moist wound. It terrified him to picture the long, artificial nail, hard and sharp, pushing deeper into the girl's body. But he didn't stop until the finger was in all the way.
Tell me your name.
Shelley. Then,
no. Jesus.
Tony felt as if he had plugged into a chaos of heat, turmoil, and liquid. Shelley's body quaked violently, her eyes shining, an unfathomable expression on her face. Pain and peace, maybe. Her hands clutched Tony's arm, pressing it harder to her body. The next thing he knew, he was in a squalid kitchen, washing his hands in a stream of tepid tap water. Roaches huddled in the gap between the backsplash and the crumbling plaster wall, but he ignored them. Tony's mind couldn't seem to focus on anything for more than a second or two, and now the pain was starting to seep back in at the edges. Where was Snake? But that didn't matter. Go away. Get out of here. Now, you can always kill yourself tomorrow, but if you stay here they'll come back, and they'll think you're crazy, and then they'll lock you up, and it'll be too late to do anything. In the living room, Shelley was still. Her eyes followed him as he approached. He imagined the faintest smile on her face, or maybe it was actually there. At the edge of his vision, where he could not quite look, he knew that Shelley had inserted her finger into the wound. Her hand twisted and poked. There was a lot of bright red, and it was spreading. But Tony looked away. Then he left, as quickly as he could. Entr'acte. Dr. Ladybank chatted with Jack and his wife, Gloria, for a few minutes, and then took his drink out onto the terrace. The party was in full swing, and it was a little too hot and crowded inside for him. The evening air was pleasantly cool, sweet with a mix of fragrances from Gloria's flower garden. Nice woman, was Gloria. A bit too nice for a rogue like Jack, but they seemed to get along and had been together for years. Dr. Ladybank normally didn't care for social gatherings, mingling with a lot of strangers, making forced conversation. But every now and then Jack threw a good old-fashioned cocktail party that simply couldn't be missed. This one came at a particularly good time. Dr. Ladybank needed a break. He'd been giving too much of himself to his experiment lately.
It didn't tire him, it wasn't stressful, there were no nasty side effects at all as far as he could tell, but it was utterly irresistible. In just a few short weeks, he had become thoroughly caught up in the lives of his two subjects. He resented any time spent away from them. Work, eating, sleeping, the bulk of his normal activities had faded into dullness. There were many problems yet to be resolved. First was the lack of quality time with Tony and Snake. It was often difficult to get through to them, especially at night. When Tony went out, Dr. Ladybank almost always lost contact. The same applied to Snake. It was not an absolute rule, however. There were several times when he did reach them at night, including a few important moments. Dr. Ladybank had no idea whether that was because of the intensity of his concentration or merely the configuration of their surroundings. By now he had a rough idea of the range of his effect on the two young men. It went from basically annoying them to generally influencing their behavior, and peaked at substantial control of their thoughts and emotions. It was dazzling, but also somewhat perplexing. He could hurt them to the point of unconsciousness, but he had not yet learned how to make them laugh or feel sudden moments of spontaneous pleasure. Dr. Ladybank regretted that, as both Tony and Snake were doing so much for him, and they lived such unrewarding lives. But he didn't regret it very much. There was no place for sentiment in science. Feedback was bliss. That was perhaps the most exciting part of Dr. Ladybank's discovery. How would he know if his efforts were really working? In practice, he found that he just knew. He sensed it somehow, without knowing quite how he knew. It was not as if he heard Delgado answering him, for instance, but Dr. Ladybank's thoughts and directives flowed intuitively, as if they were in fact conversing on some new level, and thus, when he held either of them in the strongest contact, he was aware of what they were doing, how they responded, and what his own next words should be. To Dr. Ladybank, it didn't qualify as vicarious experience, but there was certainly an intellectual thrill in it. It was a bitter disappointment to him that in the 4 weeks since he had happened on the technique, as he thought of it, he had not found anyone else receptive to it. That was definitely a puzzle, apparently defying the laws of chance and probability. The greatest mystery, though, was at the heart of the whole experiment. To what degree did he affect their behavior? Was it mostly his doing, or was he just providing an added mental shove, urging them along paths they would have taken anyway? So far, it was impossible to know for sure. A mosquito buzzed close to his eye. Dr. Ladybank went in and got another drink. He was buttonholed by Margaret Zuvea, a lawyer with the Public Defender's Office. She didn't fit in with Jack's corporate law crowd, but she was young and very attractive, which made her an ideal party guest. Dr. Ladybank had met her on one of his court-appointed cases, and they'd encountered each other a few times since. What a subject she'd make, he couldn't help thinking. But when he tried the technique, it had no effect whatsoever on her. Sad. They chatted about a 19-year-old pyromaniac they had both tried and failed to keep out of prison a few months ago. "He set a fire in the library," Margaret said with obvious delight. "Then he got the prison laundry." "Splendid. Troy's a determined lad." At that moment Jack horned in, looking loose and well-oiled, but not at all tipsy. "Maggie," he said, smirking like someone about to explain an inside joke, "I have to warn you." "About what?" "Ian here. You better watch out. He can make you take your clothes off right here in a room full of people." A tendril of dismay uncoiled in Dr. Ladybank's mind. "Really?" Margaret said, smiling. "How can he do that?" Jack tapped his forehead. "Brain waves. He beams them over to your brain and makes you do whatever he wants." "Jack." Dr. Ladybank forced himself to chuckle and shake his head dismissively. "I'd love to see it," Margaret said. "Honestly," Jack continued, "Ian is conducting experiments on a couple of people doing just that. How's it going, by the way, Ian? Got them jumping through hoops yet?" "You're not," Margaret said. "Of course not," Dr. Ladybank replied. "Jack and I were laying waste to a bottle of malt last month, and we were talking about clairvoyance, telepathy, that kind of thing. It was just a load of idle speculation, that's all."
"Ah,"
Margaret nodded. "Oh, Ian, come on now," Jack protested. "You were damn well serious about it. I wasn't, but you were." The silly crock was pushing it. Dr. Ladybank was shaken, but he maintained an expression of placid indulgence. "It was the whiskey talking," he told Margaret. "Then and now, in Jack's case, I'm afraid."
"I see."
Jack gave up, and the three of them laughed politely. "I still think it's a good idea," Jack said as he started to leave in search of others on whom he could shower bonhomie.
"What is?"
Margaret asked.
"If Ian gets you to take your clothes off." "Jack, go away," she told him, trying to suppress a giggle. "Go away and behave yourself."
Yes, Dr. Ladybank thought. Go away, Jack. 6. For once in his life, something had gone right. If he hadn't been in the right place at the right time, the cops would have put the collar on him in a flash. They knew him. They'd busted him a couple of times in the last few years, though never for anything too serious. Yeah, they'd love to hang some hard time on his ass if they could, but Snake was covered. It was a minor miracle, looking back. Half of his life, it sometimes seemed, was spent in transit, scraping around, looking for this guy or that, hanging out, unaccountable time witnessed by nobody who would ever remember. But on the night Shelley died, Snake fortunately had been with or seen by other people for every minute of the hours in question. More amazing, they all stood up for him when it counted. He and Krabs had gone to Rudy's early that evening. The two of them teamed up to monopolize the pool table for several hours, winning drinks until nearly midnight. Then they decided to go to a nightclub called Raven's on the other side of town. They were turned away at the door and exchanged mean stares with, of all people, a cop moonlighting as a bouncer. Snake and Krabs were both known to the cop. He'd thrown them out of Raven's a couple of months earlier. Retreating across the road to Shares Plus 2, a titty bar favoured by area bikers, Snake and Krabs met a number of other people they knew. They stayed until closing time, 2 a.m. By then they were in such good spirits that they decided to drink a nightcap or two at Snake's place. Instead, they found the dead body and promptly called the police. What a way to go, Snake thought, as he drove aimlessly around town. Shelley. She had her good side, a while back, but to die like that, to carve a hole in yourself with your own fingernails and bleed to death, Jesus. It was enough to make Snake wonder how he had put up with her for so long. She must have been stone-cold loco, so far off the wall that she couldn't even see it. To tell the truth, however, he had never imagined she was that sick. Weird, sure, and the laziest damn thing on earth, but not sicko sick. Maybe Snake should have paid more attention to that shrink who saw Shelley. Maybe they all missed something then. Oh well, it was over now. Any residual feelings that Snake might have had for Shelley disappeared when he learned that he, as her common-law husband, had to pay to dispose of her remains. If she had any relatives, he didn't know who or where they might be, and she didn't leave much more than a pile of dirty clothes. She lived light and went fast. Amen. Snake didn't hesitate to choose the cheapest available cremation, the bacon shake, according to Krabs. Shelley's ashes were in the jar on the seat beside him now. It was time to find somewhere nice for her. The ocean was too far away. A babbling brook would be nice, but then Snake considered the fact that any moving waters in this old mill city were bound to be thoroughly polluted. What about a park? Open air? A quiet setting? Flowers? Shit, he could strew her ashes right in a flower bed. That would be perfect. But then again, it wasn't so easy. The 2 or 3 city parks Snake knew of had pretty much gone to seed, neglected, overgrown, dangerous. The best one was adjacent to the public library, and it wasn't so bad, but even there the winos used the flower beds as a toilet, and a parade of fags stalked the shrubbery. It wasn't as if Shelley deserved a spot in Arlington National Cemetery, but Snake felt obliged to do the best he could. He hadn't been much help to Shelley in what turned out to be her last weeks alive. Plus, she had spared him the aggravation of throwing her out, so he figured that he owed her something. There it was. Snake knew he'd found the ideal place for her as soon as he drove around the bend in the road and saw the green expanse of a fairway in the distance, the city golf course. She would like it, he had no doubt. All he had to do now was find an attractive little spot off to the side somewhere, maybe beneath a birch tree in the rough. Hell, there might even be a clear brook in a place like this. Snake parked the car along an open stretch of the road, took the container of ashes and walked quickly through the weedy grass toward the fairway. It was the tail end of dusk, so if he didn't find a place soon, he'd end up dumping her in the dark. There was a foursome 100 yards away, but they were on the way in, their backs to Snake. He jogged across the fairway. The woods on the other side looked promising, but when he reached them he found the ground unsuitable. More tall grass, rocks, and bare dirt where paths had been worn. At least at the library she would have had flowers. Damn it all anyway. He was looking for the kind of scene they put on greeting cards and in Disney films, but this was just a bunch of useless, country-type land. Snake pushed on. A few minutes later he came out on the far side of the woods, and he was startled by the sudden change. He was in someone's backyard. Nice-looking house. Must have cost an awful lot. Beautiful grounds, too. Snake hadn't tried burglary, but this would be the kind of place to start with if he ever felt like having a go. He had other business now. His eyes had settled on a lovely rock garden just a few yards away. Snake hurried across the lawn to it. Oh yes, the perfect resting place for Shelley. There were cascades of delicate flowers, clusters of blue, purple, and white, not much pink or red. Just the colors you saw at funerals, Snake thought as he bent over and started to scoop out a hollow in the rich soil. You'll love it here, kid. The kind of folks who live in a place like this will take real good care of you, or at least the garden around you. What do you think you're doing? Snake jumped upright. He had been about to unscrew the cap of the jar containing Shelley's ashes, but now he froze, gaping at the middle-aged man who stood 10 feet away, hands on hips. Must have seen me from the house, Snake thought uselessly. He wasn't worried about having been discovered by the homeowner, but he was puzzled. The guy was a stranger, and yet seemed familiar. Snake could turn and run, and he knew he'd get away easily, but somehow the urge to flee had been transformed into curiosity. "Who are you?" the man demanded, his voice more threatening. "And what do you want?" "Hey, Jack!" Snake was surprised to hear himself say that. "How the hell are you, Jack?" The man's head clicked back a notch. Then he stepped closer and peered at Snake. "I don't know you." "Sure you do, Jack. We used to hang out at the Utica Club, remember? Agricola, agricole, agricolorum, right? Hick, hick, huck, ad hoc, in hoc, around the clock with Bach beer." Even in the gathering darkness, Snake could see the man's eyes widen as he tried to digest what he'd heard. Snake couldn't help him. He had no idea. "Get out of here this instant." "Jack, lighten up. I'll call the police. Why don't you crack open a bottle of Glen Grant? We can sit down and talk twat, just like the old days." The man tottered, then turned stiffly toward the house. "Jack! Jack!" Snake scooped up a rock and caught the man easily. The rock crushed the back of his skull, creating a wreath of pinkish-grey jelly around the edges of the impact. The man grunted once, the last of his breath forced out of him. He hit the lawn and didn't move again. Snake pulled the body over onto its back. Now the wife will have to sell this place, he thought. Who knows what'll happen to the rock garden? The new owners might well dig it up and plow it under. That wouldn't be right. You're going to get a real fancy burial, Shelley. Elegant casket, expensive plot. Can't beat it. He unscrewed the jar, forced the man's mouth open, and began to pour the ashes down the throat. It soon filled. Snake tamped the coarse powder down with his fingertips. "Believe me, Jack, if you saw Shelley at her best, you would want to eat her. That would have been when she was about 15. The cheeks bulged. Snake noticed when he was finished. Jack the chipmunk. Best I could do. Time to take a hake. So long, kid. 7. Tony washed down the Demerol with a gulp of red death on the rocks. Behind the shades, his eyes watered slightly, but he felt his body steadying. That was mental, since he knew it would take a good 5 minutes before serenity began to kick in and all was right with the world again for a while.
You look happy, darling.
I buried Shelley.
Maybe that's it. Where did you put her?
Somewhere out in the countryside, Snake said with a vague wave of the hand, as if he'd suddenly lost interest in the topic. It's a pretty place.
I'm sure it is.
Tony had heard about it only last night, around this time, as they were sitting on the very same 2 bar stools at the El Greco. It was boring. Tony didn't want to listen to another word about the stupid cunt who'd bled herself to death, but Snake was having a hard time putting it behind him. He kept pulling away from it, and then sinking back, like a car stuck in a rut. It was morbid, as well as incredibly tiresome. Tony had his own uneasy feelings about Shelley. He imagined he had met her. Or was it a dream? Anyhow, he had this picture of her in his mind, like he could see her dying. It was probably because Snake had given such a graphic description of what Shelley looked like when he found her, and it had stayed in Tony's head, making him feel very uncomfortable. Part of the problem was that Snake kept him jangled up in a state of constant uncertainty, dishing out the pills in 1s and 2s like candy. Wouldn't sell a quantity, even though Tony had the cash. Snake wanted other things, and so he was making a move for absolute control. It was clear and simple, but Tony had yet to figure out a worthwhile response to it. Shelley's death was a minor week-long distraction that didn't really change anything in Tony's life. The easiest thing, of course, would be to stop using Demerol or Coke, period. Then Tony would be able to kiss Snake goodbye, and how sweet that would be. The big clod had lost any semblance of attractiveness he might have possessed. Not that he was ever anything but a trick and a supplier, as far as Tony was concerned. The game was fun at first, but now Snake's mean and demanding way of treating Tony most of the time was simply unbearable. And how could he get off the drugs? That was impossible, at least in Tony's present condition. They weren't drugs. They were medicine. They kept him alive. Whether that was a good idea was another matter, but as long as he wanted to survive all the pain and mental interference, he had to have his medicine.
Zzz. Oh, God. No, not now. Not here.
Tony had a terrible fear of the Pied Piper getting through to him in a public place, even if it was only the El Greco, where some pretty weird things happened from time to time.
Fucker. Get lost. Ignore him.
But that never worked. The demon had continued to haunt and hurt Tony every day over the past week, never letting up for long. The Demerol helped, but it was by no means a perfect immunity. All it did was keep the agony in moderate check for a while, so that Tony remained just this side of suicidal. The Pied Piper still got through.
Plasmodium. Found you. Be right back, darling, Tony said to Snake. I've got to make a trip to the little girl's room.
Yeah, Snake muttered. Tony slid off the bar stool, wobbled for a second on his high heels, and then clattered quickly across the linoleum. Thank God the pisser was vacant. Tony shut the door and leaned against it, pressing his head to the blotchy particle board.
I want him. Fuck off.
You heard me.
For what?
Bring him home.
It won't work with him. He's straight.
Do it, slime.
Listen, when he sees my cojones, he'll go crazy. He'll tear them off and shove them down.
Tony went blind and sagged to the damp floor, too stunned to make a sound, as pain exploded throughout his body, abrading every cell in his nervous system. It felt as if sonic booms were being triggered inside his brain, and the plates of his skull were about to crack open at the seams.
Yes, okay.
He couldn't even get the words out, but the torture died down immediately. Tony found that he could breathe again.
He could think. He could see the slick of scummy water his face rested in on the floor. He was theoretically still alive, a fact of dubious value. Why is this happening? Why are you doing this to me? Because you are slime. You got that right. But you're me, right? That's what you said a while back, fucker. If I'm slime, so are you.
Silence. Relief.
God damn, Tony thought as he struggled to his feet. I shut him up. I shut the Pied Piper up, at least for a minute or two. Turned him right off.
Tony gripped the sink to steady himself and then looked in the mirror. His face was grimy and wet from the floor. He washed himself and applied some fresh makeup, regaining a little composure in the process. It was no good. The Pied Piper was gone for now, but he had delivered his message. Tony had to bring Snake home tonight, and whatever happened from that point on would happen. Might even be better if Snake did go berserk and kill him. That would put a stop to all this misery. He could see the newspaper stories, an anguished biker tricked by a transvestite. Snake might have to transfer to the Foreign Legion to live that one down. Meanwhile, Tony's tearful mother wouldn't believe a word they said about him and his queer life. She'd hand out pictures of him as a choir boy and talk about the perfume he gave her last Mother's Day, because she was still young and pretty. Why the fuck not? Who the fuck cares anyway? When you live in the shadow of the curb, where else do you expect to die? Grab the best chance that has come along in years. If you don't, that little demon fucker will just come back and eat at you, rip away at you, until you do what he wants. Get it over. Besides, Tony knew that the column inches, however lurid and distasteful, would be a kind of comfort to his mother. Maybe not right away, but in the long term. A front-page murder story was better than no obituary at all. 8. The place was a dump on the outside, but the living room was nice enough, in a spooky kind of way. The shades were drawn and the only light came from a large floor lamp with a fringed shade that cast the room in a soft, golden glow. The air was humid and warm, but it had a sweet scent that added an exotic, mysterious touch, and the furniture was comfortable. It wasn't the way he'd fix up a room, but Snake decided that he liked it as he sat back in a big armchair. Tony was on edge, nervous as a high school girl on her first date. What a riot. Snake wasn't going to make it any easier for her. Why should he? This was his payoff. He was going to enjoy every minute of it. On the way there from the bar, Snake gave her explicit instructions. He was to be treated like a king. She was to wait on him, pamper him, baby him, indulge him, humor him, and above all, she was to tease him to the max. He couldn't wait for that to start. This was going to be the greatest damn fuck Snake had ever had, the one he'd dreamed of for years. The whore looked good, real good. Her hair was quite short, and it was brushed and slicked back in a striking fashion, and it looked so wet you'd think she had just this minute stepped out of the shower. Tonight her dress was almost elegant, not at all the usual trashy glitter. She wore a white blouse that hung loosely on her flattish upper body, and a long wraparound skirt that had a nice way of parting to flash her terrific legs when she walked. Tony was somewhat on the tall side, a sort of slum pussy version of Jamie Lee Curtis without the front porch. "What would you like to drink?" Better already, Snake thought. Just being there had changed her tone of voice. Gone was the barroom hustle, replaced by such a sweet desire to please. God, he loved it. Tony was standing beside the chair, close to him. Snake liked that, too. He placed a hand on her leg, just behind the knee, savoring the firm flesh beneath the fabric of her skirt. It was one of his favorite sexy spots on a woman's body. You could feel those wires. No, what the hell are they called? Tendons? Sinews? That run all up and down the leg. Neat. "Do you want a drink, darling, or not?" Snake's hand slid higher, taking the skirt with it, but Tony stepped aside gracefully, escaping his reach. As she did so, she contrived to flap the front of her skirt open briefly. Very nice little move, Snake thought appreciatively.
Well?
Got any bourbon? He asked.
Of course.
Okay, let's have a large glass of bourbon, on the rocks and with a splash of water.
1, 2, 3.
Huh?
What?
What did you say?
I said it's on the way.
Okay, fine. A little weird, but what the hell? Snake already had a good buzz on, so nothing was going to bother him, as long as Tony did her part. From where he was sitting he could see her in the tiny kitchen, pouring the drinks. At that moment she put the bottle down and bent over. She opened her skirt and fiddled around with the catch on her garter. It took a moment for the significance of the navy blue ribbon and the bare skin to register.
Oh, Jesus, she's wearing stockings,
Snake realized with joy.
and now she's showing me. Man, this is just like being in the foreplay part of a porn movie.
Scenes like this were the best. The teasing, the slow seduction, even better than the wild sex that would follow soon enough. But now Snake wasn't just another jerk-off watching the picture. He was starring in it. The bourbon was good, and there was plenty of it in the heavy crystal tumbler Tony brought him. She sipped a pale liquid from a glass about the size and shape of a lipstick holder.
What's that?
Cointreau, she told him.
Oh, yeah.
None of that Red Death shit here. She was doing it all right. No question.
Nice stuff.
Snake?
Yeah.
Do you have any metal fillings?
Metal what?
Metal fillings in your teeth. Lead, silver, like that?
Oh, sure. Lots.
I've got a regular scrapyard in my mouth. Everything but gold.
Why?
Do you get much static?
Just from people who don't know better, he replied with a quick laugh, but I soon straightened them out.
So, you don't hear anything?
Like what? Like what the hell is this all about?
A voice?
Just yours and mine, babe.
Snake sounded calm, but he was beginning to worry. She looked nervous, close to panic, in spite of the fact that she was sitting on the couch, drink in hand, her thigh tantalizingly visible.
Hey, relax.
As if on cue, Tony said, "Whatever they want."
What?
"Whatever they want."
Who?
Men.
Oh.
This was an abrupt shift, but it was definitely a lot more promising, so he went with it.
Such as?
Come on my face. Come in my mouth. Her voice was stiff, and her eyes seemed to be fixed on some remote inner point. However, Snake now thought he understood the game. She was going to tell him about the things she did. Dirty talk to turn him on. It was a little more open and blunt than he would have liked, but he was prepared to cut her some slack if it had the desired effect.
That's pretty normal, he told her.
Ride my ass.
Some do like that. Not me, but some do.
Tie me up. Blindfold me.
Uh-huh.
Hurt me.
Not too bad, I hope.
Piss on me. Shit on me.
Oh, jeez.
That was exactly the kind of stuff Snake didn't want to hear. How the hell could he lick her body now, with that stuck in his mind?
Where? On your back or stomach?
Snake said hopefully. Right? And my chest, and face, and mouth.
That really drags me down, babe.
The script had gone into some other movie. Snake was not happy. The only thing that kept him from clocking her on the jaw was the fact that he didn't want to give up yet. There was still a chance Tony would snap out of her robot stare and get back on track.
I wouldn't treat you bad like that, he said. I'd treat you like a queen.
Tony suddenly began laughing. Snake didn't understand, but he smiled at the improvement in her manner. She appeared to be much more relaxed again. He also liked that foxy look in her eye as she turned into him. Darling, would you really be a good boy?
Sure.
I want you to do something for me.
What?
Promise not to peek. Promise not to touch where you're not supposed to.
Well, I don't get it.
Put your drink on the floor and sit forward on your seat.
Okay.
When Snake did what she told him,
Tony got off the couch and carefully stepped up onto the coffee table, inches from his face.
Hey, Snake thought. This is more like it.
Here, Tony said, handing him her glass of Cointreau. I'd like you to rub it into my skin. Just the bear's skin now, and you must behave yourself.
Okay.
Snake splashed the liqueur on his hand, and then placed the small glass on the table. Tony pulled her skirt open and cupped one hand modestly over her panties. The sight of that navy blue underwear against her golden skin was fantastic. Snake lovingly stroked her upper thighs, above the stocking tops.
Your hand is in the way, he dared.
You don't touch there. Understand?
Yes.
That's good. You're a good boy, aren't you?
Yes.
And you're doing a good job. What does it smell like? You can put your face closer. Snake went so far as to put his face between her thighs, his cheeks touching her. His forehead bumped against her hand. Tony didn't stop him.
Oranges.
Right. Now her fingers gently pushed his face away. The back, too. Don't forget the back. Snake poured the last of the Cointreau in his hand, and Tony turned slightly on the table. She pulled the skirt higher, so he had a clear view of the flimsy blue fabric stretched tightly over her ass. He rubbed the back of her legs gently and slowly, while his eyes were locked on target just above. Tony's other hand was still planted on her crotch, so deeply that her fingers curved up in sight from behind. Odd, but Snake barely gave it a thought, as he had other things on his mind. His hand inevitably slid up and grazed her firm, round bottom. She let him do that until he began to squeeze it energetically, insinuating his fingers beneath her panties, and then she spun around. I told you to behave. Oops, never mind. You did a good job. Tony stepped down from the coffee table and took her spot on the couch again. Snake took his drink from the floor and slurped a major mouthful. He smiled at her and let his eyes drift slowly along the length of her body, stretched out on the couch. As if responding to his gaze, one of her knees pushed up, so the flap of her skirt fell away. "Did you hear that?" she asked.
What?
The voice.
No.
She was still a little crazy, he thought.
You hear voices. You better see the doc.
Witch doctor.
The witch doctor. Yeah, Snake said with a laugh. Hell, I don't know. Go to a shrink babe.
His eyes were on her legs, and he didn't feel like discussing anything else. Tony's arm had fallen casually across her crotch, another peekaboo move that tickled Snake, and her thumb rolled in a small arc on her upper thigh. Lightly, back and forth. It was mildly hypnotic, very arousing. "Tell me about him," she said.
Who?
Your doctor.
I don't have one.
But you know one.
No,
Snake hesitated. Well, he did know one. Technically. He'd met Shelley Shrink back a month or two ago, but he didn't know the man. In fact, he couldn't even remember the guy's name. Go on. As if to encourage Snake, Tony now stretched out completely on her back and raised both knees up straight. Then she let them loll open and she rubbed herself in a slowly escalating rhythm as her body squirmed with pleasure. Snake didn't know what he could say, but he didn't want to stop the show. He was caught up in it almost as much as Tony was.
The doc is okay.
Yeah?
The doc is good.
Yeah?
He'll take care of you, but you have to trust him.
Yeah?
And do what he tells you.
Yeah. Her knees drove toward her chest. Her hands worked in a last frenzied rush.
I wish I could tell you his name.
Yeah! Her body rocked convulsively, then turned rigid. She puffed air in short bursts.
You mama,
Snake thought. He nearly missed his mouth as he tried to take a drink with his eyes frozen on the girl.
You hot little whore mama.
That was better than a sex pick. The way she had done it, with her clothes still on, somehow made it that much more real. It was like peeking through the window next door and watching your teen queen neighbor engage in self-service fun. Snake had a hard-on, and he was clean out of words.
Tony rolled over onto her belly, her skirt rumpled and still showing a lot of leg. Her face was pressed to the couch, her one visible eye peering brightly at Snake. There was the faintest of smiles at the corner of her mouth. "You like to watch, eh?" Snake shrugged with a grin. "You do, and you like to have someone do it for you. That's okay, darling. That's cool." "Well, not always. I'll do it for you. Special. Because you're special. So are you, babe. Come on with me." Snake followed her into the bathroom. It was dark, and Tony didn't turn on the light. Instead, she pulled the door so it was almost shut, allowing only the slightest illumination to filter in from the living room. She had Snake stand facing the bathtub and told him to unbuckle his belt and unzip his pants. She was right behind him, speaking in a low, soft voice, caressing his back. "Grab hold of the shower bar," she directed. "That's right. That's it. Now close your eyes and imagine you're in a luxurious hotel room somewhere, maybe Paris or Rio. You're high up, maybe 40 floors, and the view is fantastic. You stand at the window and gaze out at the spectacular scene. It's night, and it's like a dream, just being there. The city is far, far below, but it's all lit up like a million shiny jewels. Now, a young woman comes into the room. Women always come to you, so you don't even turn around. You just know she's there. For you. She comes right to you, her hands flowing over your body. You still don't turn. You watch the city below, and you let her love you." Her hands snaking around him, finding his nipples, squeezing them through his shirt, then planing down, snagging his pants and taking them to the floor. Her face to the small of his back, her hands gliding up the front of his thighs. She takes his cock in one hand, cups his balls with the other, tightening her grip with expert care as her face burrows into his backside. She licks and explores until she finds the puckered rim. "Oh, ah!" She tongues it delicately while her hands play him in front, the pace of her movements increasing steadily. Snake heaves with anticipation, his body shaking beyond his control, and she knows he is about to come. Her tongue plunges deeply into him. "Oh, God!" He shoots off, little spattering sounds from the porcelain tub, but they're almost lost in the noisy rush of breath above. Snake can hardly hold himself up by the shower bar. He's so weak and dazed by this onslaught of pleasure. He still can't believe it, what she did to him. So good. "Tony." She had backed away from him a little. When he glanced over his shoulder at her, he caught sight of the swift movement, but he didn't understand it. Then he felt it, and it was the last thing he felt. The stiletto blade punctured his spine, paralyzing him. The tip snapped off, but she kept hammering the broken blade into his body, up and down, between the ribs, into his flabby midriff, blood blossoming in a spray of grey roses, his hands slipping off the shower bar, the slow, dizzy fall through hot, buzzing air, and still it came at him, the knife, bam, 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 arcing at him, fixing him for all time, his shiny metal transport to the end of the night, bam, 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 out of the grey, the gloom and the shadows, and into the perfect no pain, the perfect no night, the perfect no light, the perfect the 9. Silence was terrifying. Tony was shaking so violently that he had to hold on to the sink and the wall to keep from falling to the bathroom floor. He hit the switch, and the ceiling light went on. It was temporarily blinding, since Tony didn't have his shades, and he whimpered in pain. The floor was covered with blood, such a vibrant red. He could see that much as he squinted through his tears. Tony breathed deeply, sucking air in an effort to hold off panic. Snake was in the tub. Tony had pushed him into it when he saw that the guy was about to keel over backwards on top of him. Now the only thing he could think to do was to leave him there in peace. "He's draining," Tony told himself. Let him drain. It was the best place for him. But then what? He couldn't move a big body like that on his own, and he certainly couldn't get it out of this building or the neighborhood without being seen, not even in the middle of the night. Impossible. This is bad, bad, bad. He hazarded a glance in the mirror. A savage stared back. What now? Nothing. The little shit. Tony noticed his stiletto on the floor, and he saw for the first time that the tip was broken. Where was the other piece? The way his life was going, that would turn out to be the one little thing that landed him on death row. The 200-plus pounds of incriminating dead meat lying in the tub suddenly seemed as vast as a continent, and somewhere in that land mass was a vital scrap of metal. He had to find it, and then get rid of it. Tony edged closer to the bathtub. Jesus, why did he have to stab the guy so many times? But why did he ever have to stab him at all? Dead, Snake looked merely pathetic, a nobody. Just one more poor stiff who wanted to live, and beloved by somebody, but who never quite got a handle on his life. Not all that different from me, Tony thought. But on to business. Tony picked up the stiletto and washed it under the tap in the sink. Then he wrapped it tightly in the hand towel, wiping it several times to make sure he didn't leave a fingerprint on it, and carried it into the kitchen. He dug up a plastic supermarket bag and put the knife in it, towel and all. He rolled it into a tidy little parcel, squeezing out as much air as he could, and he used the loop handles to bind it with several knots. He set it aside on the counter. Tony wasn't ready for the next step yet, so he changed into jeans and a t-shirt, put on his sunglasses, and had a large drink to settle his nerves. He didn't feel better, but at least he was somewhat calmer. The silence was truly awful. Tony thought he could hear the cells beginning to turn rotten in Snake's body. Snake had become a factory, a death mill, where billions of tiny forces worked away non-stop at the process of decay. Snake was sliming out, so there was no time to waste. He mopped up the blood on the bathroom floor, and then began the awkward job of removing Snake's clothes. Why? It seemed the thing to do. In the pockets of Snake's cheap black pants he came across a wallet containing $32 and a medicine jar that held 50 Demerol pills. 50 of them. To think I almost felt sorry for you, you cheap bastard. I'm in good shape now, he thought gleefully. Tony burned the driver's license along with a few other papers in the kitchen sink, wiped Snake's wallet clean, and buried it in an empty milk carton in his garbage bag. He put Snake's clothes in another bag. So far, so easy. 3 ordinary parcels to throw away. But what about the big parcel in the bathtub? Tony needed help. The Pied Piper had gotten him into this mess, so where was he? Not a peep. The little fucker. I'll bring him here fast. Tony got on his knees and smashed his forehead against the kitchen floor. It worked immediately. Slime. Jesus, man. He struggled to his feet. The pain wasn't so bad, but black spots peppered his vision for a moment. You can't take me to a certain point and then leave me there alone. I can do anything. Then get rid of the guy in the bathtub. That's your problem. I might as well call the cops, Tony said. It was a bluff, and not a very good one, but it had just occurred to him that the Pied Piper needed him, or wanted him, in some way. He reappeared the minute Tony banged his head on the floor. For a moment at least it seemed to give Tony a slight amount of leverage. I'll tell them he was a trick, and he turned nasty and pulled a knife, and I had to defend myself. That's the ticket. The quick mockery worried Tony. Why not? You defended yourself by stabbing him all those times in the back? Well, remove the body plasmodium. How do I do that? Piecework. No way, man, no way. I'd rather call the cops and take my chances that way. Yes? You bet yes. I'll do it right now. Tony turned toward the telephone, but froze, and then sagged against the wall. It was as if invisible hands were wringing his liver, and at the same time a tiny neon worm burned like acid in the depths of his ear, eating its way into his brain. Yes? No. I own your mind, which means I own your body. Listen and hear, boy. I can make the acid pour into your stomach all day. I can dump adrenaline into your blood till your heart shivers so bad it knots up and can't send oxygen to your brain. I can bleed your eyes and ears. I can make your nose run so much you'll drown in your own snot. I can cover you with sores. I can make your skin itch so much you'll scratch it to bloody shreds. And I can bloat your balls so they're as big and foul as rotten apples. Or I can make them as small and hard as orange pips. I can squash them. I can make you piss hot acid and ground glass. I can make your lips peel off like layers of parchment, and your muscles turn to mush. I can make you chew up your tongue and spit out the bits. I can turn the marrow in your bones to lava. I can fill your mouth with fungus and raise hordes of maggots in your asshole. And believe me, I can keep you ticking along this way forever. Yes? Yes. Good little plasmodium. Now get to work. Use the Ginsu steak knives you got from that nig-nog limousine driver. They're tacky, but they'll do the job. You know everything in my life? Your life is mine. Then he was gone. Tony obediently got the steak knives and took them, along with every spare plastic bag he could find, into the bathroom. The pasty bulk of flesh was still there. Sorry, man, but you're already dead. Tony made a few tentative slices at one elbow, and promptly threw up all over the corpse. Jesus, mother's tit. He'd never get through this. He made sure that the drain was fully open, turned on the cold shower, and pulled the curtain around the tub. While Snake was being sluiced down, Tony went to the sink to pat water on his own face and rinse his mouth out. Then he took a Demerol, figuring it would help him through the ordeal. A few minutes later, he hummed as he cut loose Snake's left forearm. The elbows and knees were trouble enough, with all those wires to saw, but the shoulders were much worse, far messier. At least the head was easy. By then, however, Tony had filled every plastic bag he had. He would get more tomorrow, but for now the only thing he could find to put Snake's head in was the spaghetti pot his mother had given him. It had a lid. Tony squirted some wash-up liquid in with the head and added water until the pot was nearly full, hoping the detergent would delay the inevitable rot and stench. He placed the covered pot on the stove, where it did not seem too conspicuous. He did as much as he could, 8 plastic-wrapped items, the head in the pot and the torso still floating in the tub. When he woke up the next morning, Tony had to have a shower. He couldn't stand the feeling of dried blood on him, dried scum, and the bits of Snake's flesh that had lodged between his fingernails. He had fallen asleep as soon as the last package was taped up. The only way he could have his shower was if he had it with the torso too, since there was nowhere to put it. Reluctantly, that's what Tony did, heaving the ghastly thing as far back in the tub as possible, and then standing directly under the showerhead. He had to clear the drain a couple of times, as it got clogged with greasy chunks of gristle and meat. Tony showered quickly, then sat on the edge of the tub and cleaned between his toes with running water. As he had done the night before, he filled the tub until the torso floated, and sprinkled pine-scented kitchen cleanser onto it. To be on the safe side, he added 2/3 of a bottle of Canoe, the last of his rubbing alcohol, which was also useful in certain sexual scenarios, and a blue toilet tablet. That should keep the smell down for a while. Sleep had refreshed him somewhat. Tony didn't need the Pied Piper to tell him what he had to do. Fortunately, it was overcast outside. He put on his sunglasses and went to the supermarket to buy the largest and heaviest trash bags they had. He also bought a couple of rolls of sticky packing tape, more detergent, rubber gloves, alcohol, and disinfectant. The store's fluorescent lights were getting to him, even with his sunglasses on, so he picked up a pair of mirrored clip-ons that helped considerably. Tony had a couple of ideas. He now thought he knew the best way to get rid of the torso, and in the back of his mind he had a rough notion of how to escape the torments of the Pied Piper once and for all. But he would have to approach it carefully when the time came, never quite letting his thoughts settle on it, or else the demon might tune in and foil the attempt. It was a long day, taking 4 trips in all, a piece of arm and a piece of leg each time.
He carried them in a gym bag, and he dropped them in litter baskets, dumpsters, anywhere reasonably safe, where they were unlikely to be noticed and opened. He even managed to slip one forearm into the trash bin at Burger Billy's, along with the remains of his lunch. By the end of the afternoon, Tony was exhausted from all the walking he had done, but he also felt enormously relieved that much of Snake was scattered around the center of the city, out of his life. Tony examined the trunk of Snake's car to make sure it had enough room for the torso. Some people fill a trunk with garbage and then just leave it there, God only knows why. Snake's trunk had a well-worn spare tire, a jack, and some small tools. And the puzzler, a beat-up copy of Elvis's Blue Hawaii album. Good place to keep your record collection, Snake. Tony parked the car right in front of his building. He had a drink, though he didn't need it to relax. He felt serene, almost in some kind of control of his life once more. Tony had sailed through his horrible day, popping Demerol whenever the wave seemed to falter. What day was it anyway? Sunday. Time? A little after 6 in the evening. Good. Perfect. People were eating, and in a few minutes they'd sit back to watch 60 Minutes. There would not be many cops on patrol at this in-between hour. Wearing the rubber gloves, Tony somehow got the torso into a large, heavy-duty garbage bag. He knotted and taped it, then slid it into another one. Was a third bag necessary? Why not? There was no point in taking chances. Tony wiped a thin streak of scum from the outer plastic when he finished and dragged the big sack into the living room. He removed the rubber gloves and carefully put band-aids on his fingertips. With the torso, at least, there would be no prints on the bags. Now, no need to carry it, even if he could. Tony looked up and down the hallway outside his apartment. All clear. Nobody in sight. No sounds of activity. Tony tugged the garbage bag by its plastic loop handles, dragging the load into the hall. He locked his apartment and then pulled the sack to the top of the stairs. Still no one about. Gripping the loop handles firmly, he tipped the torso over the edge and followed behind, letting it bump down the stairs, but holding it so that it didn't bounce noisily out of control. It was like walking the dog, Tony thought with a smile. No sweat. When he got to the ground floor, he stepped over the bag and was about to drag it to the front door when Leo Jenks emerged from his apartment. He was okay, a middle-aged man who delivered bread for a local bakery, but Tony wasn't at all happy to see him at that moment. "Hey, Tony."
"Leo, how's it going?"
"Good. And you?"
"Okay. Just cleaning up."
"Yeah. What do you got there?"
"Newspapers and magazines. You want 'em?"
"Jesus, don't get cute." "Not unless it's Penthouse or Playboy," Leo said with a sly grin. Like everyone in the building, Leo knew Tony was gay.
"'Fraid not."
"The stuff piles up, huh?"
"Sure does."
"Let me give you a hand," Leo said, bending to reach for one end of the garbage bag.
"No, don't bother, Leo. It's too clumsy to handle that way, but no trouble to drag, you know? Just leave the front door open for me, will you?"
"Yeah, sure. See you, Tony."
"Yeah, thanks."
Fuck me pink, Tony thought when Leo was gone. If he had got his hands on it, he'd have known right away that it wasn't a bunch of newspapers and magazines. But it was no time to stand around, worrying about a near miss. Tony hauled the sack outside to the edge of the curb as quickly as he could. "Jesus," he groaned, heaving it up and into the car. Fucker must have weighed 1/4 of a ton. Tony banged the trunk shut and allowed himself a casual glance around. The old geezer next door was sitting on his front stoop, but he was busy playing with his grandson. There were other people on the street, but none of them seemed to be watching Tony. He straightened his sunglasses, got into the car, and drove away. All right. With the window rolled down and the radio playing, it wasn't bad at all, especially since the humidity had fallen. Tony liked driving, but he seldom got the chance to do any, so it was a treat for him to be out like this, in spite of the load he had in the trunk. He cruised through the neighborhood, then headed into the center of town. He circled the green, drove out to the east side, and checked the action along the commercial strip leading to the mall.
Nothing much happening. Well, of course, it was a Sunday night, and that's the way it's supposed to be. Quiet. By 9 o'clock, Terry was ready to get it done. Better to do it while there was still some light in the sky. He drifted north into the woody hills near the highway, on the outskirts of town. There were few houses on these side roads that zigzagged up the steep valley walls. A power company substation, a junkyard, a landfill transfer depot, not much else. Aha! There it was. Just what Tony was looking for. A clearing off to the side where folks dumped unwanted items. He stopped the car and got out. Nothing. Only trees for 100 yards in either direction. Tony listened carefully, but there was no sound of an approaching car. On the ground, an abandoned sofa, several bald tires, rusty wheel hubs, a corroded hand-wringer washing machine, and the best sight of all, plenty of garbage bags similar to the one Tony had. People. Makes you wonder, Tony thought, with a smile. There was a junkyard down the road and a landfill station. They could bring their rubbish to either place, but no, they've got to throw it here, along this nice, woody stretch of land. Tony opened the trunk and took extra care not to rip the bag as he pulled it out. He dragged it across some of the other bags on the ground. Still no cars coming. He left the package behind, a dirty but unscarred vinyl clothes hamper that had no doubt been discarded because of its ugly design. Sorry, Snake. We had our moments, one or two. The pot on the stove was a shock. For some reason, Tony had blanked it right out of his mind. But there it was. Okay, so he still had work to do. Tomorrow he would dispose of Snake's head, and then he would deal with the Pied Piper. 10. The window shade appeared to be on fire, which meant it was extremely bright outside. The sun has no mercy, he thought. Men have no mercy. Not much, anyway, and not often. Everything was supposed to be better now, but it wasn't. Tony thought 2 days had passed, but it might have been 3. Where was his brain? The sun beat him. The moon laughed at him. Nothing worked. He found it hard to keep track of anything. So much time, thousands of minutes, had been spent sitting still, trying to think, trying to focus his mind, trying to find it. The Pied Piper had got him once, or was it twice? Hard to be sure. The Demerol helped, and Tony had found some silence, but the demon voice jarred him from sleep, pried open his brain when his guard was down. No mercy. Open a vein. Fuck you. Get it over with. Best thing. Like that, juiced with spasms of pain meant to keep Tony in line. But he was learning. The Pied Piper couldn't be there all the time. Even in a fog of Demerol, Tony managed to organize his thoughts into a rough plan. There wasn't much chance it would do any good, but it was worth a try. Anything was better than going along with this shadow life, twitching between drugs and torture, barely able to function. He remembered how he had, at first, been plagued with a lot of static and garbled bits of words. That had been bad enough, but not nearly as bad as the clear reception he had been getting ever since he removed his metal fillings. The metal had not aided the broadcast, as Tony originally believed, but instead had actually interfered with it, at least a little. So, a lot of metal would block out the Pied Piper completely. Maybe. The spaghetti pot was taken, unfortunately. Tony put on his doubled sunglasses and ventured outside. The glare was so fierce that his eyes were seared with pain from light leaking in at the sides, and he was nearly blind before he even got to the corner. The supermarket was 3 blocks away. Too far to go. Tony dived into the cool, dark interior of the Sparta Mart, a neighborhood shop that carried groceries and a few basic items. Mrs. Bandana, the wife of the owner, sold a lottery ticket to another customer and then directed her indifference to Tony. You got any aluminum foil? Bottom left, she replied curtly, pointing toward the rear of the store. Tony took 2 overpriced boxes. He also found some rolls of masking tape, which he figured should not be as harsh on his skin as the sticky packing tape he had at home.
He paid and insisted on being given a plastic bag to carry his purchases. Tony needed it for Snake's head. Steeling himself to face the glare outside, he ran all the way back to his apartment. He put the pot in the kitchen sink and removed the lid. The smell was horrendous. He turned on the hot water and let it pour over the head, gradually rinsing away most of the muck. At least there were no worms crawling through the eyes and mouth, nor any other nightmare surprises that Tony had feared. When the water finally ran clear, he dumped the head into the sink and put the pot aside on the counter. "You don't look so bad now," he thought. "What was your name?" "Alvin Doolittle, according to the driver's license. How the hell could a person with a name like that ever get into the Legion of the Lost?" Snake sounded better. In fact, he looked better dead than alive. A bit rubbery, but the colour had washed out nicely. The skin had the bleached look of white marble, Tony thought, or a fish's belly. There was no sign of trauma in Snake's face. He looked calm, an admirable quality. Something Snake had said. The doc this, the doc that. Trust the doc. Do what the doc says. Hard to tell if it meant anything at all, since the whole scene had been mad, sick. But Snake told him to go see a shrink, and that seemed important. Tony had been sent to a shrink by the court, the weird guy with the weird name. All my troubles started after that. Maybe he can help. Easy, Slime. Tony shuddered. Go away. Poor little Plasmodium. The doc'll take care of you. Maybe I am the doc. Jesus, that was a thought. Are you? You've got two heads now. You tell me. I'll find out one way or the other. Will you indeed? Believe it. But the demon was gone. His parting shot a raucous laughter that erupted in Tony's head. It took a moment to clear. Oh yes, I'll kill you, he thought bitterly. If he could just get to see that shrink again, he might find an answer. Tony took a large empty trash bag and dropped Snake's head into it. Then he rolled the black plastic tightly, taping it to form a rough ball. When he was satisfied with his work, Tony put the head in the Sparta-Mart bag and then picked it up by the loop handles. There. He looked like anybody carrying home a nice big cabbage or honey-dew melon from the market. Die, you slime. Oh, fuck. Lie down and I'll help you die. It'll be easy. It won't hurt at all. Lie down. Now. No. No. But Tony could feel the demon taking hold of him. The blood in his veins felt like broken glass, slashing him apart, churning his insides into a massive hemorrhage. As he started to fall, he grabbed the box of aluminum foil from the counter, ripped it open and fumbled to unroll a length of it. He hit the floor, rapidly losing strength. He couldn't even tear the foil, but he did yank enough of it out of the box to pull over his head. And suddenly, the Pied Piper was silenced. Not completely gone, for Tony could still sense his presence, but substantially muffled. He pressed the aluminum foil to his skull, adjusting it to fit more tightly, and then he waited anxiously. Was the demon voice merely toying with him, allowing Tony to think he had won, before unleashing the final assault? It would be just like the sadistic bastard to do that. But nothing happened, and Tony gradually became aware of a distant, very faint, static buzz. There you are, little buddy. A minor irritation, nothing more. No pain, no words, no torture. Tony laughed out loud, shocked with relief and joy. It works! It works! Now you know you can beat the guy, Tony told himself. It's always something simple, easy to overlook or misunderstand, like the common cold that wiped out the Martians in that old movie. Less than an hour later, Tony was ready to go. You look like a crazy, he thought sadly as he checked himself for the last time in the bathroom mirror. But that didn't really matter, because he would be walking through the South End, where half the people out on the street looked damaged one way or another. Maybe he should have kept Snake's car, instead of abandoning it in the lot at the train station.
No, the car was a major risk. He'd done the best thing he could with it. Now Tony would just have to walk, and if people stared, let them. Tony had fashioned an aluminum foil skull cap, which he kept in place with an ordinary headband. For extra safety, he had tied a couple of dozen thin foil strips to the headband, making a long fringe that hung down as far as his jaw on both sides and around the back. It would be better to wait until evening, but he was anxious to get rid of Snake's head. Besides, Dr. Ladybank wouldn't be at his office later. Now that the Pied Piper couldn't reach him, Tony was full of good ideas. He looked up psychiatrists in the yellow pages and discovered an Ian Ladybank. His office address was in the center of the city. That was the shrink Tony had been sent to, no doubt about it. He called to make sure that Ladybank would be in all afternoon, but he didn't give his name or ask for an appointment. It seemed a safe bet that when he walked in with his headgear, they'd lead him right to the shrink. Tony's doubled sunglasses did a pretty good job, but all the light leaking in at both sides was enough to wear him down fast, so he taped the shades to his face with masking tape, overlapping the strips until he had built up a thick screen that tapered down across each of his cheeks. "That should do it," he thought. "Block out most of the unwanted light and you'll be okay." He could hear the Pied Piper still clamoring to get in, but faint and far away. Oddly, it was good to know the demon hadn't vanished. Tony walked a couple of blocks with no difficulty. The tape worked fine. His eyes were still okay. No sweat. Well, no, that wasn't exactly true. It was a hot day, very humid, and Tony was perspiring already. But that was a minor inconvenience. He felt good for the first time in ages. Was he the only person on Earth being tormented by the Pied Piper, or were there others? Strange how Tony had felt a sudden urge to ask Snake if he heard the voice. A very strange thing to do. You just don't ask other people if they hear any mysterious voices. It didn't matter, because Snake had so much metal in his head that he most likely wouldn't hear anything even if the Pied Piper did broadcast to him. The old movie came to mind again. Was it possible that the Pied Piper was really a Martian, or some other alien? Could this be part of a plan to take over human minds? Tony wondered. Drive us crazy? Turn us into slaves? Because, he thought, if the voice came from me, if it was all just my own craziness, then how could the aluminum foil work? So the voice had to come from someone or something outside. Ordinary people can't do that, but perhaps it was a top-secret government project. Or aliens. Tony had seen a few stories in the newsstand rags about this kind of thing, and he had always laughed at them in the past. But this was now. He knew a lot more, from bitter experience. Anything was possible. What about Dr. Ladybank? The doc. Was he in on it? Why did Tony feel drawn to see the man today? For help. But the doc hadn't helped him at all last time. Just gave him some bullshit about watching out for bright lights and colors. Jesus, maybe I was hypnotized, Tony thought. Maybe that's what this is about. If that's it, I'll kill him, right there in his office. How good it felt to be able to use his brain again. It had been so long since his thoughts weren't cluttered or twisted with the Pied Piper's invasive tactics. Tony felt human again. But he was beginning to think he had made a mistake. He was approaching the center of the city, and he still hadn't got rid of Snake's head. It was partly due to the fact that Tony had not found a suitable place to dispose of it, but even more because he was simply attracting too much attention. People, every rotten one of them, were stopping in their tracks to gawk at him as he walked along the street. How could he dump his parcel with a big audience on hand? Somebody would step up to open the bag at once, and then they'd all grab him before he could get away. To make matters worse, the aluminum foil skull cap and fringe were magnifying the heat and frying his brain. Tony was sweating like a pig now. He stopped abruptly and went into the department store he had almost passed. The air conditioning came as a great relief. He wandered around for a few minutes, imagining that all the security people in the place were watching him. Shit! What if they demanded to inspect his bag? He couldn't very well refuse. They'd just hold him until the cops came.
Tony began to tremble with fear. Then he saw what he needed. He kept his shopping bag clutched tightly in one hand, and he went to the counter in the sports department. He paid for a New York Yankees baseball cap, which he put on immediately. It sat snugly on the aluminum foil. The clerk appeared to be in shock, but handed him his change and receipt without a word. Tony then strolled out of the store as if he hadn't a care in the world. Brilliant idea, he thought. The fringe was still hanging in plain view, and there was all that tape on his cheeks, but he now felt somewhat less conspicuous. It would be a lot better if Tony could do away with the fringe, but that was too risky. If he let the Pied Piper back in, he'd never be free again. Maybe he could do without the fringe. Maybe the skullcap was sufficient to block out the Pied Piper. But Tony wasn't about to take a chance. Burger Billy's was crowded. Tony was pleased to see that he was indeed drawing fewer stares, thanks to the baseball cap. But there were still people watching him. He didn't feel comfortable enough to drop Snake's head in the trash bin, so he turned around and left the fast food restaurant. The public library. That was the place. There was a large litter barrel, disguised as a piece of mod sculpture, in front of the library. Tony had already tossed one of Snake's feet into it, and the newspapers had made no mention of its having been found. Best of all, it was located in the middle of a long sidewalk that went from the curb to the library, which sat back a distance from the street. That meant he could time it so that there was no one nearby when he walked past and dropped the dead man's head in the artsy-fartsy opening of the litter barrel. In spite of the heat, he pushed on in a hurry. One more block, Tony thought. Then the park. He was sticky with sweat, tired but determined. I'm going to treat myself when this is over. A quick warm bath, followed by a long, cool shower. Broil a T-bone steak, wash it down with that bottle of bubbly the TWA steward had given him, do a couple of lines and hit the bars. But tonight it would be for fun, not work. Hey, fuckhead! Tony was only a little way into the park when the half-dozen or so teenagers descended on him. Assholes, every one. They had nothing better to do with their time than hassle the elderly, the drifters, and the gays who lingered in the park. Anyone they felt they could pester without comeback. They closed around Tony like an evil cloak, taunting him, shoving him, flicking fingers at his Yankee cap, snatching at the plastic bag. Fuck off, you little shits! Eat shit, fuckhead. Some of them were a year or two older than he was, but that didn't matter. Tony strode on toward the library, poking elbows at anybody who got too close. They answered by bumping him, and then he was tripped. As he fell, cursing them loudly, he was hit on the head, and his hat went flying. The aluminum foil skullcap was knocked loose. Oh, Jesus, no! He clamped his hands on it and tried to adjust the headband. Somebody was yanking at the strips of foil that hung across Tony's face. Nice hair, asshole. What's in the bag? Open it. The kids were already pulling at the tightly wrapped parcel. Tony jumped up and lunged for it, but they pushed him down again. He had been sweating so much that the masking tape wouldn't stick to his cheeks anymore. Light flooded in, burning his eyes. Tony shrieked at them and swung out with his fists, but he didn't make contact. In return, he was pummeled from all sides. The doubled sunglasses were ripped from his face. Tony fell to his knees, hands clapped tightly over his eyes. I'm okay, he tried to convince himself, but he already knew from the shouts and screams that they had discovered what he had in the bag. Now he was being kicked and punched, and when he tried to ward off the blows, he was hit in the stomach so hard his eyes opened briefly. The colour purple ravaged him. He was in a flower bed full of violets. Tony screamed. No! Don't touch that. Not that. Please don't. But they did. They were ready to take his mugshot, and one of the cops calmly reached up and pulled off that stupid aluminum foil thing he had on his head. Zzz. Epilogue. Life isn't disappointing, but people so often are. They may raise your hopes for a while, but sooner or later they'll let you down.
People are... Dr. Ladybank pondered the matter for a few moments, seeking to find the right word. Yes, he had it. People are unworthy. He was not entirely sure what they were unworthy of, but the point seemed irrefutable. It was difficult to follow every train of thought to the end of the line when you were drowning in a sea of disillusionment. The gift, for that was how Dr. Ladybank now regarded it, not as a skill or a technique, was apparently gone. Radio silence. Day and night he tried to tune in someone, anyone, but he found no one. What happened? Dr. Ladybank wasn't sure. For a few days after Tony Delgado's arrest, the boy could still be reached, but then he began to fade gradually, and after a month he disappeared altogether. It was not the effect of buildings and metalwork and power lines, or Dr. Ladybank never would have managed to reach across the city in the first place, nor could it be a matter of distance, as he had driven the 50-plus miles to the Bartholomew Forensic Institute, part of the state hospital for the criminally insane, where Delgado was being held pending trial. He parked in the visitor's lot and sat there for an hour, trying feverishly to regain contact with the boy. Nothing. Dr. Ladybank wondered if the failure was his. But he did the same things with his mind. He hadn't forgotten how it worked, any more than you can forget how to ride a bicycle. Of course, it may have been a gigantic fluke, a scientific peculiarity that had its brief moment and then passed. But Dr. Ladybank could not believe that. He still had faith in his gift. All he had to do, he told himself, was persist. It would come back to him, and he would connect, believe, persist. His favourite theory about this temporary failure centred on the inadequacy of his two subjects. Snake had always been tricky to handle, a dim prospect. Dr. Ladybank had never enjoyed the same intimacy of mind with Snake that he had with Tony. To steer him out to Jack's backyard and then get him over the hump, that was like composing the Gurra-Lieder. Delgado, on the other hand, was ravishing in his openness and malleability. Great potential, unlimited opportunity. But something had gone wrong, and Dr. Ladybank feared that he had gone too far with the boy. Now parts of Delgado's brain had simply shut down and were incapable of any mental reception. How else to explain it? Of course, terrible things had happened. But no, don't say that. Terrible was an emotive word that has no meaning. It would be more accurate to say that unfortunate things had happened. He couldn't explain it, but it was hardly all his doing. When minds meet and interact in such a pioneering way, the results are almost certain to be unexpected. Two minds adrift in each other. It was like, and here Dr. Ladybank took comfort in the persistence of the musical metaphor, a vast orchestra lost in the aleatoric reaches of the night. Besides, Snake and Tony were hardly innocents. Fuck it, as they would say. Dr. Ladybank stared at the papers in front of him, but he couldn't see the words. It was that time of day, when he usually summarized his notes on the patients he'd seen, but his mind just wouldn't focus. Such boring and squalid lives that people insisted on living. Dr. Ladybank was glad when the phone warbled. "Margaret Surveyor on the line for you." He remembered the Bristols, but the face escaped him. "Yes. Put her through." Pause. Click. "Hello, Maggie?"
"Hi, Ian. How are you?"
"Fine, thanks. And you?"
"Busy as usual, but bearing up."
Dr. Ladybank gave the obligatory chuckle. "Now, what can I do for you on this rainy Tuesday?"
"I was hoping you'd agree to examine a client of mine. He's indigent, of course, so it'll be at the usual lousy state rates, but he's convinced you can help."
"Oh? What case is it?"
"State versus Anthony Delgado."
"Ah."
"You know him. You saw him a while back on another case. He seems like a major league fuck-up, but what do I know? The state experts are picking his brain now, which is why we need you."
"Yes."
"Yes, you remember him, or yes, you'll examine him?"
"Both."
"Ian, you're a doll."
Not really. But Dr. Ladybank didn't say that. The tide had come in, his boat was lifted off the sand, and he was sailing again. The time would come, he knew beyond the slightest doubt, when he would make contact and connect with some other person. When that happened, Dr. Ladybank would progress with the gift, exploring new territory, achieving the unimaginable. But for now, thanks to the void, he had a chance to learn more from one of his mistakes, perhaps even to save it. Tony smiled when he saw Dr. Ladybank's fountain pen, one of those fat, expensive jobs. In happier times, he'd had a couple of well-off tricks who used that kind of pen, check writers with skinny dicks. They were in a small consulting room at Bartholomew. It was painted the mandatory institutional shade of pastel green, and it was stuffy from a lack of air conditioning, but it was as good as heaven, compared to the ward in which Tony was kept. The guard stood outside the door, keeping an eye on them through the sturdy wire and glass window. Dr. Ladybank had brought Tony a carton of cigarettes from Maggie. Tony had never smoked before, but in a ward full of wackos, it seemed a perfectly natural, even healthy thing to do. The questions were stupid and boring, but Tony tried to give polite answers. There was something eerie and unreal about this. After so much time, he was still unsure of Dr. Ladybank's true role in what had gone down. Had he been directly involved in all of Tony's suffering? Was he partially responsible for the bleak future Tony faced? It seemed unlikely, because the same man was now trying to construct a demon voice insanity defense so that Tony would be spared hard prison time. Not that he relished the prospect of an indefinite committal to the nut house. "One problem," Dr. Ladybank said, "is your assertion that the voice stopped communicating with you." "Yeah, it did." "When did that happen?" "When I was still in the city jail," Tony said. "It took me a couple of weeks, maybe more, to get rid of it." "You stopped the voice?" "That's right." "And how did you accomplish that?" "By banging my head on the bars and the cement floor," Tony explained proudly. "See, it really bothered him when I banged my head on the floor at my apartment. He said the people downstairs would put the cops on me, but I figured maybe he was afraid I'd shake up the works." Tony tapped the side of his head, "so that he couldn't get to me anymore. In jail, I had the time to try it out, to do it every day, as much as I could take. And it actually worked. I could feel him getting weaker, and finally I couldn't hear him at all anymore. If I'd only done that at the beginning, I'd have saved myself, my life." "I see." Dr. Ladybank put his pen down. "Do you have to continue this behavior? Banging your head in order to—" "Hell no," Tony cut in. "It did the job, and that's it. I never got a kick out of knocking myself senseless, you know. I'm not crazy. I just went through something crazy. And I'll tell you this, too. He's still out there, man. I know he is." "Yes. Now tell me." "Doc, I have a question for you." "Yes." "Why did you tell me about bright lights and colors?" "Pardon?" "The first time you saw me," Tony said, leaning forward, his arms on the table. "You gave me some line about watching out for bright lights and bright colors." "I'm sure I didn't," Dr. Ladybank insisted. "Yeah, you did. It sounded weird at the time, and I didn't give it much thought. But later, when the voice came and all the trouble really started, lights and colors began to hurt me. They got so bad I had to wear sunglasses and dark clip-ons, but I was still in agony." Tony paused. "Why did you do that?" "I can assure you I did no such—" "What was it? Some kind of test? Or were you just having a little fun with me?" "Anthony, you won't help your case this way." Dr. Ladybank was trying to sound calm, but he was clearly flustered. His cheeks had more colour now, and his eyes cast about evasively as he droned on about Tony's willful and naive attempt to embellish the delusion, and other uptown bullshit. "Doc," Tony interrupted, "I'm a whore. Maybe that's why I can always tell when I'm being jived. I thought it was the CIA or aliens from space, or that I was just crazy. I doubted it was you, I really did, until now." "I'll speak with your attorney."
Dr. Ladybank was trying to look annoyed. He shuffled the papers on the table, picked up his pen and began to write, as if Tony were no longer there, and had indeed ceased to exist. Writing about me. The subject. That's what you were doing. You weren't trying to read my mind, Tony thought. You were trying to write it, to script my life, like a dream or some kind of movie in your mind. Plasmodium. Dr. Ladybank looked up sharply when Tony spoke the word. A ghost of a smile formed around the psychiatrist's eyes, seeming to say, I cannot be hurt by you. The baleful, haunting expression on the man's face triggered a profound claustrophobia in Tony. It felt as if the world, the universe itself, and every cell in his brain was shutting down, blinking off, closing forever, and all that would be left was his sense of awareness, perpetual awareness of the dark around him. The room itself was being blotted out. Write this. Tony snatched the fat pen from Dr. Ladybank's fingers, and in a single swift motion rammed it, nib first, through the shrink's right eye. He pushed it as far into the demon brain as he could, and then sat back, experiencing a remarkable sense of clarity and peace of mind. Dr. Ladybank's mouth opened slightly. Otherwise, he did not move. His left eye was still open, glistening sightlessly. He appeared to be considering the matter. This has been The Dreams of Dr. Ladybank, written by Thomas Tessier, narrated by John Lee. Copyright 2008 by Thomas Tessier. Production copyright 2012 by Audio Realms.